we go.
Yeah, he was just messaging
On
me.
the Radical Coder side now.
Audio. I gotta set up all my audio captures. I reset OBS the other day, so.
I'm gonna go check on my son real quick. I'll just be 5 seconds. I'll be right back.
Hey, go right ahead. Do that through voice. Somebody say something. Nova.
Yes.
Okay, why is
What's wrong?
I'm just playing with settings to make sure we got everything all set up.
I do not endorse mass flagging.
That should be,
especially not with channels that I frequently go on.
Should be going, but where the hell will it go?
But your opinions are,
let me try a different
fine. But
light.
yeah,
That's really weird.
I will not be endorsing that.
That's the one. Okay. Make sure you can actually hear something through it. Give me something, Coder. Say something for me as an audio test.
Testing. Hello, it's me, Ryan, the Radical Coder. I'm here. Get used to it.
Shit, yeah. Well, testicles. What is it? Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
What? What did I walk into?
That's what they say. Yep, that's what they're always saying.
Sorry about that.
I'm having a mild audio issue.
Okay.
And for some reason, it's not catching you guys' audio. I think I know why. I just realized. Maybe if you do a window capture, dumbass, it might know what it's trying to capture.
Maybe.
Oh, good gracious. This has been a nightmare week. I cannot wait for tomorrow, for this week to be ending.
I'd agree with that.
Nice dog, Ryan.
Yeah,
my dog.
You got yours taken care of, right?
Yes, she's doing all right, but she had surgery, so now you got to keep it clean. She's wearing this stupid ass cone, and my wife is at a PTA thing that ran late, so normally she would be here while I'm streaming, but she's not here yet. She's like going to be 15 minutes, so I have to try to keep an eye on the dog to make sure it doesn't get into the thing. And
Totally
it's been a week, and man, let me tell you, the vet. I think our vet did a tremendous job, and I don't think they're scamming me. But man, to get like surgery or something like that, we're looking at like $6-7 grand. It's like, whew, there's a nice.
Insurance?
Nah, I don't have pet insurance.
Oh, okay.
Fuck, I barely have the health insurance I have now is dog shit. I went to get my meds the other day, and it was $2,100 copay. I was like, so this insurance is dog shit. Like, it's a nice way to find out. But no, the way if your primary income is like streaming, the way it works is. You get paid like you all know, like YouTube once a month. So we're planning ahead. So the money I make this month and everything's gonna go to Christmas. It'll be the Christmas fund. And so an extra $6 grand plus my car shit the bed. It's like it's gonna be a good Christmas, you know. That's all right. It'll just be less candy for me, which will be fine anyways.
I mean, and the good news, I mean, it seems like your channel's doing really well.
Oh, we got Dusty.
So far,
I'm still trying to set up my audio on my end. It's messing up on me big time. I had it, and now I've got nothing. I'll get it. I'm just taking me a minute. You know how sometimes you just got to play with it. You got to play with it.
Come on now. This is a PG stream. No one's playing with it, you know.
I have a wiener on stream. Oh.
What?
I mean, look,
you got a wiener now?
He's trying to see who's looking. I know that old trick. I know that trick.
All right, yeah. You're talking. I'm still doing audio tests.
Hey, Flo.
I got it to where.
How you doing?
We're good.
Hi, Flo.
Check.
How are you?
I'm okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear the mic in the background, but there's a phone call going on.
Don't hear it.
It's just Mom. She's getting phone calls from hospitals and shit. All right, I'm going live on the poop channel, and then I'll Trippy Poop channel. I'm gonna drop you guys, or no, I'm gonna keep you guys up. Nobody can hear you guys. I'm gonna play my intro, and then
don't you worry.
We're golden.
I have both. Both on my side.
Actually, I might as well. We'll see what happens. I'll drop you guys down to the back.
Please, coffee.
And then
coffee dog.
We're live.
What's wrong? Oh, okay.
Anyway,
I appreciate the advice from everyone, but I will handle this my way.
You know what?
With
y'all,
peace and love.
I should have tested this. Usually it's already set up, but because I had to reset everything.
Can you,
I'm getting it. I'm just
Ryan,
live here.
can you tell
You know
me
what's
what the name of your channel is so when I announce you, I can give your channel to?
At Radical Coder.
It's just
YouTube.com.
At Radical Coder?
At Radical Coder. I mean, it's not like the word
Okay.
at, but like that's the handle is at
Okay.
Radical, right? It's just if you search Radical Coder, I'm the one that pops up. Easy to find.
that's what it is. Okay, I have my thing set up.
Yeah, your mic sounds crazy right now. Trippy, by the
It's
way.
crackling like.
Yeah.
Mine?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's too bad. You'll just have to deal with it. I'll fix that too. There, now I got my screen fucking going. At least I hope I do. I'm gonna get in my audience. Sorry, it seems unprofessional, but I'm working on it.
And still very crackly.
Oh my God,
Well-
that was me and my internet again.
Sometimes wavelength isn't the best idea. It'd be better now, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Flo, do people still call you Flo at all?
They do.
Okay.
They mostly do.
All right.
And I'm cool with that.
Yeah, there's a guy
Alright
that
with
comes
being
around
dead
called
name.
Slow Fate still to her chat.
Yeah. Slow Fate comes around my channel too.
Slow Fate. All right, I'm gonna drop you guys down. How do I do that? Does it hit remove? Yeah. Okay. You're up in like a couple of seconds there. Miss Nova.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let this channel intro
Use
play out.
on.
I can't hear nothing. I don't know what's going
I know.
on. Excuse me. I'm
'Cause
having issues.
I'm still setting things up, is all. Everything is normally fine. Here. That ought to do it, right? You hear it? No? You don't hear shit. What am I thinking?
No. I don't hear anything.
You hear it now.
It's like
So
the fifth
retarded,
time he's
'cause, like,
told me
normally
today,
I
Eva.
was
he keeps telling me, like adding me in Discords and stuff, and telling me how I don't support free speech. Like, okay, that's fine.
Oops. Well, you're up now.
Trippy's just hosting. Nova's the mom.
Welcome, everybody, for tonight's interesting set of panelists and interesting podcast of the evening and of the internet. We're going to be having for you Internet Blood Sports by yours truly, four wonderful panelists. We have Trippy Cass. We have Rob Noerr with Normal America. We've got Flow State with the Powder Dusty. We have Radical Coder Ryan, and your host, Nova Star from School of Thought. Let's get ready to go, gentlemen.
That was terrible.
Terrible?
That was terrible.
Terrible?
You're awful.
I thought
at
it was
this.
fantastic.
No,
Thank
I would take
you.
the tablet
heard
downstairs,
worse.
buddy.
He's terrible at this chat.
Go ahead. You can take them, okay?
I have to beat her up a little bit, but yeah, no. I
Careful,
really
don't
have-
spill
That's
those
right, it'll give me
cards.
an opportunity to white knight.
Oh, that's cool. All
I'll be
now
right
everybody
back,
can hear
everyone.
us finally.
Okay.
All right, Rob. He'll be right back, everybody.
Dad Noor.
Sorry, they didn't hear anything you said, and that was my fault. So you get a second chance to be better at that.
Better?
What?
Is he messing with me?
I'm messing with you, but
You're
they didn't
so
hear anything
messing
you
with
said.
me.
They really didn't hear anything you said.
You guys
Okay.
would never hear my kids. I make sure they're silent.
Totally
Yeah,
your fault.
Kalada's in the chat going, no sound, no sound. It's like, I'm sorry, guys.
Oh,
Everyone starts
goodness.
whining as soon as
I
say that.
reset
That's
everything up
crazy.
on my end, and then I had to get mom out of the hospital. And so,
And there's
as Star said, we've got Radical Coder, with Powder Dusty, Rob Noerr, myself, and she doesn't want to have to redo that, so I redid.
I never said I wouldn't. I just rather not everybody else wants to hear it.
You didn't have to say you wouldn't. And then we're waiting for the Robert to come back. I don't know if he likes that or not, but you know,
The Robert.
call him Robert.
I'm
Call him
here. So I'm doing
the
dad.
Robert.
I'm watching a dog not get into her surgery wound, plus my son who decided when I last left him he had pants on. Now he's in his underwear, about to run on camera. I'm like, "What do you need, man?" And he's
Yeah.
like, "Where's my dinosaur game?" I'm like,
True.
So, Mom will be here
His
soon.
dinosaur
though, so it'll
game.
work.
That's
It's
poor
actually
kid.
my dinosaur game, but that's
Yeah.
another.
It's Dad's dinosaur
good
game.
for you,
That's
Sharon.
right.
Real quick, one more.
One more? All right. Well, I'm going to hit okay on this and then deafen my audience for a second
Okay.
because I didn't have my background music on. That should be better. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, panelists. As I
That's
said,
all right.
I had a lot of shit
came
going
reaching
on.
in at the last moment, anyways. So I'm happy to have the.
Oh no, man, you weren't here, but I was like,
I just want to say, wherever you're watching it, anybody who's watching this right now, whatever channel you're on, click that like button, the little thumb button. Do it.
Just
That's
a
right.
little bit, okay? You'll hear me talking, okay?
We know who's really in charge.
Just be a little quiet, okay? Okay. We'll give her a go. I'm sorry. My wife will be here any minute, I promise. She just got hung up at a PTA meeting, so. But I'm good. I'm ready to go. My son's
we
ready to
already
hear
did
about
the
the
whole
Insurrection Act, so.
While you were gone, we already did the whole
It's
thing.
not,
man.
yeah,
It's
start
over.
to finish.
The
It's
show's
over.
done.
You
lost.
missed it.
I assume
Yeah.
my chair kicked everyone's ass. That's usually
Yeah,
the
it
way it
did.
goes, so, yeah.
Yeah,
Got
we'll
the
have to
most
put your
donuts.
chair versus Hassan's chair at some time, some point.
Hassan's chair gets more screen time. And also, ironically, my dog in more pain than Hassan's right now, though I didn't do it. So,
Wi-Fi, are you doxing people?
But I'm good. I'm good to go whenever you are.
And we got a donation coming through.
Whatever.
Oh man,
Thing mean.
holy
I
shit!
don't
Did
know
I
what
have that
is.
turned up?
I don't want to know.
A donation came
We don't
through,
do it out
and my
here?
brain just farted. So that was fun. Yeah, the topic is: should Trump? Well, Star, you're the host.
I'm trying. I can't seem to host it. My audio's not working, right?
I don't know who Tammy is.
Oh, it's working.
The topic of the evening is: should Trump resurrect the Insurrection Act? Pros versus the cons. And our wonderful panelists of the evening for tonight's Internet Blood Sports show is with Rob Noerr with Normal America, Radical Coder with Ryan, Trippy Cast at the Trippy Cast podcast, and we've got Flow State with the Powdered Dusty.
Yeah, I knew you could do that better on the second try. I'm just playing. I'm playing. She's gonna beat me. She's
I
gonna
am
beat me
gonna
later.
beat him up, and he deserves it.
So Gen X dropped $9.99 in the chat. Says, "Oh God," says bad faith. Rob is gonna lose this one. No definition. Nonsense. This time, go Ryan. Well, Gen X.
Okay,
I'm
based.
sure Ryan's happy about that. Ryan's got a
Fair.
little smile
I'll take
going.
it. I'll take it.
I mean,
Yeah, he
it's
heard
nice. It's always great to hear from Ryan's fan. That's 100% of the people cheering for Ryan sending donos in. So very good. We'll take it.
So true.
Oh, we got another one coming in. Oh shit!
Oh shit! If it's another Ryan one, I'm gonna eat shit right
Hey,
out of the gate.
Ryan fans, stop giving them your money. Give it to me. What the
Don't feel
Me
bad.
and
I
Shrek.
never get it either.
Oh man, see, I've been trying to push Star or Nova. You know what? I'm calling you different stuff, but yeah,
It's
we haven't even.
okay.
I had you announce what we were doing for the debate. We haven't even started on it yet. We'll probably start to hold donations to the end if that's the case, because I don't want to keep stopping it before it goes.
I can't even
That
see him.
Was from the monkey, and he
When
said,
Wi-Fi, if you guys are
from Mama
doxing people in
Trippy,
my
so
chat,
that was
then you will
most
get
likely
timed out or
my
banned.
buddy,
So, yeah.
Stone Monkey.
Like Eva says, behave.
Stone Monkey, the guy that made me my
I
original
have a high
computer.
tolerance, but I will
Oh,
put
how
my
cool.
I will
Stone
put
Monkey
the
and
boot down.
Trippy Cast sounds like trouble.
It does. We got to
Okay.
get back to getting to that trouble at some point, because he's a good dude. Like, he built me this whole rig and told me, he said, "Don't worry about it. I'll send it to you. You need a computer." And then I got it. And then since then, I've rebuilt the entire thing from ground up. It's got all new parts. Still has the storage drives that he sent to me in it. He deserves a wrench too. He's in the chat. So yeah, how should we go here, Miss Moderator?
Well, how about we allow the guests to go first, the opposing, and hear their reasons, and then you go with yours, and we'll go from there.
All right, then pick the first person.
Ryan, lead the
All right.
show, honey.
Fair enough. Hey everyone. So I spent some time preparing an opening statement for tonight, on and off, and I ended up deciding to just kind of speak from the heart here, especially since leading up to this, if you saw if you just watched some of the preamble to this, we had a very human background conversation, and I appreciate that. At the end of the day, we are, I believe, all American citizens here. What we're here to talk about tonight is the invocation of the Insurrection Act. Now, in the United States of America, we have something called posse comitatus. This basically means that the United States military does not enforce the laws on the ground in America. We have police who do. The one exception to this is the invocation of the Insurrection Act. Now, the last time this was invoked was in 1992 during the LA riots, after nearly 60 people had been killed already. Thousands of buildings were burned down, thousands of people had been injured, and on the ground, the police were literally were incapable of enforcing the laws. It was a massive disaster, and perhaps an understandable situation to deploy the military. Before that was Little Rock during desegregation, where the National Guard, or I believe it was the National Guard, was deployed to enforce desegregation, right? Because the governor had refused a federal court order. Nothing that I just described is happening right now. I think there are a lot of incidents of violence. There's a lot of civil unrest. There are people who are attempting to resisting ICE enforcing the laws, or doing what is allegedly enforcing the laws. There's some controversy around that, especially since the courts are sometimes right now ruling against the Trump administration and what ICE is doing, which does speak to the courts working. People who are engaging in violence against ICE and otherwise are being arrested. Okay. They're being charged. This is all happening right now. The system is working. It is okay. It is scary. Sorry, I'm almost done.
No, I was just gonna say let's wrap up the opening statements.
I'm wrapping it up.
Don't, about 2 minutes and then
sorry.
No, you're doing great. Those
2 minutes. Okay. Apologies. Invoking the Insurrection Act and putting the U.S. military on the ground to enforce laws against U.S. citizens is a very scary thing, and I'm hoping that tonight my opposition will engage with the gravitas of what they are encouraging the President of the United States to do, and just how I want them to consider how they'll feel if after this they see the phone videos coming out, because sometimes police officers have to kill people, right? So when the phone videos inevitably come out of the U.S. military shooting a civilian, justified or otherwise, this is going to create so much more unrest, and this is going to be such a terrifying escalation in an already extremely turmoil moment in American history.
Yes.
I want everyone to consider just how I make sure that we have a very high bar, which there always has been, for something like the Insurrection Act, and I'll leave it there.
And the powdered Dusty.
There we go.
So the objective with how to approach the situation for any government official involved should be to restore peace and squash the tension and the conflict. Even though it is, in my understanding, well within Trump's legal rights to issue the Insurrection Act, which basically has no restrictions on when the president can announce it. It's not useful to those ends. It's much more likely to exacerbate than to subdue, and there's no reason that the states couldn't get this done if it once. On top of exacerbating the people who are already upset, it'll create more tension between the federal government and the state. So this move would be inflammatory in many directions, and I think that right now in the political climate that our country's in, it's just unwise. It's just flat out unwise to send in the military. That's it.
Okay. Now let's go to Trippy Cass and then Rob Noerr. On the pros.
Am I late on doing something? Do I keep forgetting to take you guys down? Sorry about that.
Yes, I don't have any control of this. Otherwise, I would be doing like the duels and, you
I
know.
should have stuck you in there, but
I
missed the
can't
last part.
restrain
I was
either.
up walking around. I had to go grab a pack of cigars.
Okay, well, he just gave his opening statement of why the
I just said
Insurrection Act would be bad.
Yeah.
Well,
It's all right. I was listening, Trippy. We'll be good.
Okay. Well, I thought, I was like, well, it's going to be Potter Dusty. He's going to be talking about his butt or something for like an hour. So I'll just get up and go grab my cigars.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah. So who's up next? Me?
You are up next. The pros, if Trump was to use it, or if there are any pros, any countering arguments to our other two gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pull up my own face. I think it could both be a good thing and a bad thing, but mostly a good thing, especially in states where they're just running amok. They're burning shit down. They're lighting fires. I said the same thing twice. They're throwing fireworks at cops. We've seen that in the past already, in like the Summer of Love in 2020. They were using different types of fireworks to try to deafen and blind cops temporarily. It's just they're trying to do an insurrection already, so why not invoke the act and give them a little bit of that fear of God? And mine was very short, and we'll bring Rob up.
That's fine.
Rob.
Ah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll cam up in a minute once my wife's here to take my son, but I don't want him on cam. If you hear someone yelling in the background, it's either him or the arguments against me were so devastating I'm screaming. One or the other. Insurrection Act. I'm glad Dusty admitted there were two ways to go about this debate. The first is the legality of it. Absolutely, it's legal to declare the insurrection. One second, buddy. It's absolutely legal to declare the Insurrection Act. So now let's move on to the case of whether or not they should do it. Absolutely, they should. Ryan makes a huge mistake right out of the gate when it says that the only time posse comitatus means that when it comes to federal officials, federal law, the only time that they would be able to enforce the law is in declaring the Insurrection Act. Fundamentally untrue. In fact, we have an FBI and we have federal law enforcement, which are specially tasked with with enforcing federal law. Now, the federal law that's going to be at the heart of the matter here is immigration enforcement, which clearly the founding fathers entailed that it was the federal government that had the right to decide who comes within our borders. The reason that the Insurrection Act should be declared is because state governments are refusing to allow federal law enforcement to do their job and enforce their constitutionally protected duty of enforcing immigration law. It is a danger to these federal officers. Ryan talks about how will we feel when videos comes out of federal officers that actually end up using violence. How did Ryan feel when some lefty shot and killed 2 detainees in an attempt to kill ICE officers, and the videos we see on a daily basis of ICE officers being attacked? No, there isn't enough being done against them. And in fact, what we see is quite the opposite. According to local news source, just yesterday, effective immediately by the direction of Government Pritzker, by the way of the Cook County Chief Judge Timothy Evans, ICE and Border Patrol agents are banned from making civil arrest of aliens at Chicago courts. This is directly against 10 USC 252, part of the Insurrection Act, which says whenever the president considers the unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impractical to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, he may call in the federal service of such militia, et cetera, et cetera. So it is imperative that we invoke the Insurrection Act because state governments in places like Illinois and California are refusing to allow federal authorities to enforce the federal law and are insisting that they not be protected by local authorities. Therefore, we need to enforce the Insurrection Act for the safety of ICE officials who are being attacked more and more every day. I look forward to get more into it, though.
Hell yeah. And I actually got the mouse to the right spot on the screen in a reasonable amount of time. Hooray. Self-win. Also, So, hey, wait a minute. We got Nova on mute saying things into the microphone.
I was trying to stay quiet so that way he could talk and there'd be no noise. Sorry. I said that's one hell of a counter argument, and you gentlemen get prepared to ballot out blood sport style. Are you prepared?
We
I'm
can
good.
always just do that.
All
So
right.
we're on the screen and we hear the voices.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Now, no, I don't think people would be that interested. Okay. All right. So, which of you gentlemen would like to go first?
Yeah, so the first thing I'll do is clarify when I said what I don't know if maybe I misspoke, but what I meant to say was that the military would be enforcing the laws. We're not talking about the FBI enforcing laws. I'm talking about the United States military as in armed service members going and enforcing civilian laws, and that just so clarity there. As for the court situation, that is one specific area where ICE is unable to make arrests. That does not mean that they are not able to carry out their jobs in any other area. In fact, the DHS was just bragging about how the feds, how ICE has arrested over 1,500 people via Operation Midway Blitz over the past month. So clearly, they are able to do what they are out there to do.
It's not true. Like, so how would you feel?
So DHS is lying.
It's not true in this sense. They're not able to do what they do if state governments are actively protecting. For example, in California right now, they just adhered $25 million to an emergency fund that they've declared a state of emergency to help illegals, help their families, help them with finances, help them with legal aid, etc. They're refusing to cooperate with federal authorities, and when federal authorities are being attacked, they're not providing adequate backup. Let me ask you this, Ryan. What are the laws that you're saying the military would be enforcing that are civilian laws? Or for local law enforcement? What are the ones enforcing that you would have a problem with?
Well, it would all depend on what they're assigned to do. After, first of all, a proclamation has to be filed, right, by the president to invoke the Insurrection Act, and then after people don't disperse, assuming they don't, then whatever laws they're being instructed to carry out. This all depends on the nature of the Trump.
So
Trump's
presumably, it seems that it's being suggested that it would be declared to protect federal authorities.
Potentially.
Okay, so is your
not
argument if the state is incapable or unwilling to protect mobs that are going against federal authorities, that it would be wrong to send people like the National Guard to defend them?
Are there people who are assaulting officers who are not being arrested? And can
Correct.
you identify
that is
some of them?
absolutely occurring. Yes, there's litanies of them.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, I can show you video after video. I can show you
show me video of
after...
people assaulting officers who are then not being arrested?
That is correct.
I've seen tons of
Yes.
videos of people getting arrested.
Sure, there are some that are arrested. There's some that get away with it. Would you like me to show you
Okay,
video?
so some people are escaping, is what you're saying.
Sure, well, escaping or the police are incapable of protecting.
So, Rob, you agree the police are arresting people if they're capable of it, right?
No, not necessarily. We have
Police
plenty
are
of evidence that they've.
police are standing by and watching
Correct. We have
them assault
correct.
officers
We have
doing
plenty of
nothing?
we have plenty of evidence, for example, in places like Portland, that police have stood down and done absolutely nothing. For example, there's video of Katie Davis Court getting smacked in the face and getting a black eye the other day. The police caught up exactly to the girl that did it, said, "You're being detained." The girl said, "You can't detain me, I'm underage," and the cop went and left her walk away. Yes, this happens quite frequently.
There's case law that shows that police are not obligated to protect the general public. So certainly you'd think that federal agents who are coming in on the offensive would be able to look after themselves.
No, not if they get overwhelmed, right? This is why the National Guard was deployed to LA in the first place. We saw the riots that were occurring, which by the definition of the people that invoked Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to keep Trump off the ballot in Colorado, and they said that January 6th was an insurrection, the metrics they used to define insurrection, and I debated over and over again, we are literally seeing nightly insurrections occur. Nightly, when we're talking about invoking the Insurrection Act. And what we see is places like California and Illinois, instead of saying we need to get to the bottom of stopping these insurrections, saying we need to aid these people, and how dare ICE be here? Now, I want you to put the shoe in the other foot. Imagine that federal authorities were trying to arrest January 6 people in red states, and we saw riots attacking those federal authorities, and the governors of those red states said, there are certain areas that we don't allow you to go, FBI, to arrest these January 6ers, and in fact, we're declaring a state of emergency to help those January 6ers.
Certainly.
I think
Real quick,
I think you're playing very fast and loose when you make that analogy, because we're not talking about safe spots for the people who are assaulting ICE officers. We're talking about safe spots for people who are undocumented immigrants, to be clear, right?
We're talking about safe spots for people that are being targeted legitimately for federal law enforcement. And it doesn't matter. The analogy isn't necessarily safe spots for the people attacking. It's safe spots for the January 6ers.
The January 6ers
How would
were
you
the ones
feel?
attacking. The January 6ers were the ones
No,
attacking.
not afterwards.
So if people went after them to arrest them for what the crime they did.
Let's assume Dusty was at January 6th, right? And he goes back. I don't know where you're from, Dusty. Let's assume you're from Alabama, right? So he goes back to Alabama, and the federal authorities are like, we're coming to Dusty's house to arrest him. And Dusty shelters up in a state courthouse, and this governor of Alabama is a right winger and says,
again,
nope,
not comparable because the safe spots are for illegal immigrants, not for people who are engaging in insurrection or whatever, as you put it.
It does not matter. The reason that we're saying the reason that it matters would be this: that the people attacking federal law enforcement to protect Dusty would be engaged in an insurrection, right?
Yeah, because they'd be going against the government.
Yes, right. So I could give you the criteria from Bowden Paulson.
The legal criteria is there. Well, there is, actually really is no legal criteria except the president just determines that this counts. So legally, the right is there, but is it wide? Is it a good decision? Absolutely not. I don't know why. What? Let me ask you this: why was it a good decision for federal agencies to go pursue illegal immigrants in country or in states where they're not wanted and where these aren't even border states? It's not like they have a current problem with bringing in more illegal aliens.
Okay, first, if you don't mind me answering with a question, I know it's bad form.
Let's do one-on-one. Gentlemen, 1 second. Prepare the screen.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure.
I will figure that out very slowly.
Oh, okay. In the meantime, talk.
All right. And so I'll just say this, right? You do agree it's the purview of the federal government to enforce immigration law, correct?
Yes.
So if a state such as California says we disagree, we want to allow these people here, that's irrelevant. The federal government's
if the federal government is doing a dramatic change in their approach to enforcing the laws, that's bad leadership. That's bad management.
You might say that. I think it's bad management that we've let dozens of millions of illegals in here. So I think that was bad management, and I think turning that around and enforcing the law is good management. Nonetheless, so to answer your question, once you agree with that, yes, it would not matter if it's in the heart of America. I don't give a shit if it's a completely insulated state like Nebraska. Of course, I want the feds enforcing immigration law there. The idea that because they get to a state that's not a border state, then we should no longer enforce it is nonsensical. Not to mention that maybe many of these people that are being deported, in addition to just being, the laws should be enforced anyways, because that's the immigration law, many of them are members of gangs or people that have engaged in violence that the state governments have allowed slip
Many
through
of them
their fingers.
are not as well. Of course, they're going to promote the ones that are, for sure.
Sure, but let's say I could concede. We'll say some are, some aren't. Forget the percentages. Doesn't matter.
Let's say most of them aren't.
Okay, let's say that for the sake of argument. I don't know that that's true, but let's say nonetheless, the law should be enforced to all of these people. And why would we say that the feds would not be allowed to go into these states if it's clear that they're ones that even you're admitting are hardcore criminals that the state government's incapable or unwilling to detain?
Well, there are hardcore criminals everywhere. You could throw a dart at a map and there would be a criminal.
Nonetheless, your point was, why would we accept federal authorities? Why would we want them to enforce immigration law in non-border states?
If you acknowledge that there are criminals everywhere in the world, right? And now all of a sudden we have ICE choosing to enforce these across the country in a way that we've never been done before. That's an aggressive act by the federal government against states, against the states' wishes, and it's purely antagonistic.
It's not antagonistic, right? Enforcing the federal law isn't antagonistic. And again, let's assume, I just want to be clear. If ICE was an agency that found through their investigations of a criminal cartel that was smuggling people in, that a member of ISIS had been smuggled in and was in California, and the government of California is like, we just don't cooperate with ICE, and ICE went in there and arrested this member of ISIS planning a terror attack, your argument is no. They shouldn't do that because that member of ISIS, let me finish. That member of ISIS made it to a non-border state, so therefore we shouldn't care.
Nope. My argument is that that's
and also
terrorism.
California would work with them if they had evidence that he was ISIS.
It's not an immigration. At this point, that person, their immigrant status, not really even doesn't matter at all. What matters is that they're planning terrorist attacks, and so that needs to be stopped and that needs to be picked up. But their immigrant status is.
You say it's DH. I want you to take a guess. ICE operates under which agency?
I'm sorry, it's FBI. FBI is who's in charge.
I don't think that the FBI is the sole. You don't think the DHS also works on anti-terror investigations?
I don't think that ICE is primarily responsible for investigating terrorism.
Well, it might not be primarily, but certain in the course of law enforcement, if they come to find that there are actual terrorists, why would we? The point I'm trying to make is it's clear that your argument that it's somehow different if ICE is enforcing getting rid of illegals in Texas, that's somehow different than California because California doesn't directly border Mexico, which, by the way, isn't true. It does, I believe, at the southern part.
Well, I said not all of them.
Okay, so then
Oregon, Illinois.
Okay,
right.
but,
So
but there's
these are-
that distinction doesn't matter. Who cares?
It does.
Why
matter
does it
because-
matter? So you're okay with ICE in Texas, just to be clear.
No, but I think that they've got a better justification for it because it is a border state. So you could say that.
I don't know what's.
I mean, if Texas is making the problem worse actively in the moment, that's different than the status quo. The fact of the matter is, for my whole life, your whole life, we've had pretty lax ICE enforcement. For the
Right.
For Trump.
Agreed.
Right. So for Trump to just all of a sudden go, hey, we're coming to all your states, whether you like it or not, that's a dramatic change in policy. It's aggressive and it's overreach.
Do you think that if you were an illegal, that you would be more willing to go to a state to settle in that claimed to want to support you and call themselves
They're
a
protecting
sanctuary
Rob
state?
from me, dude. This is wild.
So do you think that if you're a federal government trying to deport illegals, that the best place and most likely place to go to find them would be these very sanctuary states?
Yes.
So then your only argument seems to be here, well, hey, I want these illegals to stay because we've always let them stay, and it's radical to now enforce the law that's on the books.
My argument is that there are proper ways to start.
There are legal battles.
re-implementing
There are
things that
legal
we haven't
battles
been
happening right
implementing.
now. This
And having
he's
federal
asserting
agents
all this stuff is
kick
like
the
already
door
settled.
in on
It's
states
not.
that don't want them there is not a good way to do it. It's an antagonistic way to do it.
So
It's
what
gonna
should they have
and
done?
It's going to create more problems than it's going to solve.
What should they have done?
Should they have done? They should have gradually. They should start slowly restricting and increasing enforcement of immigration laws over time. They shouldn't just.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What's that mean?
Okay,
we
so
have
like-
not been enforcing these laws,
Okay.
but we want to start enforcing them.
Okay, so
We can
I'm Trump's
gradually turn up the
administration.
heat.
I'm Trump's administration. I just watched the previous administration
this is
let millions
ridiculous.
upon millions
Let me
of
back
illegals
in.
and not enforce immigration law. So I have 4 years to try to do something. Your argument
you're
is
right,
I should come in
I'm
and
not
Trump's
writing stuff down,
administration and say, listen, California, Illinois, we want to gradually start enforcing immigration laws. They say, no thanks. Now what do I do?
Well, you started with it at the border. You as the president in charge of federal agencies, you do what you're chartered to do. What you don't
Enforce
do is
immigration laws. Correct. That's
At
what
the
you're
border.
chartered to do. That's part of the law.
you have no
else?
ability. You have no ability to think in nuance, do you, or to understand the kind of the give
I
and
do.
take?
You're looking at it in
the
inverse.
diplomacy. The diplomacy in America, we've got states' rights, we've got federal rights.
Let me ask you this, Dusty.
It's a big complex system that works on checks and balances, and you just want. And it seems like you want a king.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do
True,
you think
yes.
that
He
there
wants
are
a
members
king.
of
He wants a
Congress
king.
that deal
Hammer
in
down on
insider
that.
trading?
Yeah.
Do you think that's something? I think we would both agree that's something we would like to be enforced.
Well, you're not gonna get with Trump.
Do
Trump,
you agree that it's hardly ever enforced?
Yes.
So if we elect, I don't know who your ideal president would be, but let's say we elect Rand Paul. And he's like, you know what, my first act? Fuck it. We're aggressively going after the Congress people that we know of insider trading. Your argument would be, no, because we have never enforced those laws. So you can't just go
Nope.
after people. You would have to be very gradual in how you went
Nope.
after it.
It is
Explain.
It is an entirely different PR position.
there would be court
Yes,
cases. People would have
Right.
due process.
So
You
the
don't be
argument-
charged.
You don't think that the sentiment of the American public watching what their government's doing, you don't think that matters?
Of course it matters, right?
Okay.
And if they don't like it, then they could go to the ballot box and they could vote to change the law. But both scenarios are analogous in this. There are laws on the book, right? In both cases, the government have ignored the laws on the book. In both
Right.
cases, someone would run on promising to enforce those laws. In both cases, they come in and say, okay, it's time to start enforcing. And in one case, you say, of course we should do that. And the other, you say, no, we shouldn't because a lot of people don't like that. Fuck it. I don't care. The law is the law. If those people don't like it, then they could vote to change the law.
What is the objective?
Nice guy mode
what
is turned off,
your
by the way.
objective with the situation? You just want all laws enforced, or is there a bigger picture here? All laws enforced no matter what?
I want our illegal immigration laws enforced and the illegals to be removed from the country.
Regardless,
That's what I voted for.
Regardless of whether or not it creates other issues, it creates civil
Yes.
unrest.
If
Exactly.
other
He doesn't
people,
care.
if
Exactly.
other people decide, you tell me. Then what else should we do? So if the left decides to riot every time they don't get their way, then the right should never do anything that they'll be willing to riot over.
No, I don't think that this is the right issue, and I don't think that this is a very, very predictable situation. It's actually this situation is guaranteed.
Yep.
Do you remember when the
Guaranteed.
Insurrection Act was declared against Governor Wallace for integrating schools?
I don't remember.
Yes.
I wasn't
After
there.
federal court orders.
You know that occurred.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that forcing integration was something that was likely to inspire a lot of anger and violence?
Yes.
So therefore, we should have done
federal
it,
court
correct?
orders in this case.
That's my opinion. I don't think that it
You
should be
don't think?
enforced.
So you don't think that we should have enforced integration?
I don't think that we should have bused black students to white schools and enforced it
Bussing's
that way. No.
different. Bussing's different. The question was allowing black students into white school, public schools.
Again, I think that I would have, if it were me, and this is not really the point of the debate, but I would have just removed the laws without enforcing the integration part. Yeah, I think.
So just to be clear, you would have said the federal law would have said, look, if you're a public school, you can't discriminate based on race. We both agree that should be our tax dollars shouldn't be allowed to white-only spaces.
I thought it was a
correct?
2v2.
Okay. But you just wouldn't enforce it. The schools would say, "Fuck
She's
you." We're not
protecting
going to be
Trippy
blacks,
and
you
Rob
just
right
said,
now.
Okay.
I wouldn't force it. I would enforce it, but not force it. What they did is force it.
Wait.
No.
Explain the difference between enforcing the
Busing.
law and forcing.
They enforced it.
Enforcing means you prevent the school administrators from breaking the law.
That's what they did.
Which is what they did,
Wallace
yes.
refused to allow black.
Enforce it means that you bus in black students. So I was.
So you're telling me that it was a forced busing issue. It wasn't that there were black students that lived in the area and wanted to go to that school.
There absolutely were.
I don't know for sure because I
There
wasn't
were.
But the impression I'm
so
under
mad,
is that they brought in black students to white schools and that created conflict. I wouldn't have created that conflict to prove a point.
It would. I don't think that's the case. But even if it was, it would have been inevitable in a very short amount of time, right? That once integration in public spaces was the law of the land, that there would have been blacks that, if you just took them to the nearest school, would have been schools that were predominant, that were always white. You agree with that?
Right.
And in that situation, if the governor said, nope, we're not allowing this, you would have sent in the National Guard and have used the Insurrection Act.
Then that's when you enforce it. Then I think.
But you don't have any clue if that's what happened or not.
No, I don't. I wasn't there. And this isn't the point of the topic of the debate. You're asking me to speculate about something that happened 50 years ago.
The reason that this matters is because you talked about the need to not do things, even if they are enforcing the law, if there are segments of the population that would be angry about it and maybe use violence.
Is the law always right?
No.
So why is that your only priority is enforcing something that you acknowledge can be wrong?
It's not my only priority. My priority, regardless, if I had to vote right now, if we as a country had voted for open borders, and that was the law of the land, I would want to vote for not open borders, right? Now, luckily for me, that's already what the law has been. So there is a law on the books that I want enforced, that lawfully should be enforced. And one of the reasons, so that's the reason that I want it, because it's a law that I care for and think that should be enforced, that would make things better for the country, and it's already the law. But let me turn the question to you, right? Do you think that political violence and political terrorism is a bad thing?
Yes.
What about political
Good
terrorism
question.
itself is uniquely bad?
Unique amongst other violence?
Yes. So example, it's bad if I stab you for money, but there seems to be something uniquely bad if I stab you for a political reason. Why?
I disagree that.
Let me explain and you tell me if you agree or not. Because when we allow people to change the course of our laws through violence, that's uniquely bad because it encourages other people that are unhappy with the law to say we too will use violence, correct?
Correct.
We'll just do it this
So
way.
then I'll finish with this. So then your argument that we can't enforce immigration laws that are on the book because people will act in violence is giving in to political terrorism.
If you have states and communities that have massive illegal immigrant populations because we have not been enforced, because the government's been lax on enforcing those laws, and you go in one day against the local community's wishes, yes, that's really not on them.
I
That's
think
on
maybe
And by the way, there is also a lot of controversy about whether or not they are actually just enforcing the law, because courts keep ruling against the way they're carrying out their jobs.
It doesn't matter, and the courts.
Of course, it fucking matters.
It
Show me
doesn't
one time
matter.
show me one time it's made it to the Supreme Court and they've upheld those court decisions.
I mean, these are still a lot of these things are pending because it's happening in real time. Like I said,
in real time, what we have is what we
have in real time is ICE is carrying out what they're trying to do. They are arresting people. They're successfully doing it. The DHS is bragging about it. They are successfully doing their job, and police are arresting people. They're charging people. The courts are ruling. The system is working as it should, and you're demanding that we invoke the Insurrection Act despite all that. Why?
Okay, what we see in real time is the courts are being activist and ruling decisions that they absolutely 100%.
No, it's rulings you disagree with. You're alleging they're activists because you don't like the rulings. You don't like the rulings. You call them activists. You're a crybaby.
I understand the need to spurg out, right?
Bro, you've been talking for the past like 10 minutes. I haven't even got to be up here.
So what? When you get a one-on-one, you'll get to talk for 10 minutes, and I won't have the opportunity to interrupt you. You made a point. I'm responding.
Who doesn't even know what the Insurrection Act is.
You made a point, and now you're spurging out. That's what you're doing. I'm the only person who's read from the Insurrection Act here.
Bullshit. I would spent the past 3 days reading it.
We read it this morning on stream.
Well, he may have read it for the first time, but I've been studying.
You're the one that made the claim that the only time the feds can enforce the law is through posse comitatus.
Did not say that. I said the military. I said the military.
You fucking rube. Anyways, the point.
What do you mean rube? Wait. Do you deny that? Even if I said the feds, you acknowledged that as soon as the debate started, I clarified, even if I had misspoken earlier, right?
Okay.
You acknowledge that?
Nonetheless,
he does not acknowledge clarification.
Which I don't think that I misspoke, by the way. I'm pretty sure I said the military. I think you actually misheard, but that's fine.
Okay, nonetheless, we can see that these are activist courts, and there is no understanding of the law.
That's just an assertion. You have no evidence that they're activist courts. You just disagree with the rulings. You're such a fucking baby.
I'm going to refuse to speak while people interrupt me. I don't give a fuck.
Cool, that's fine. Awesome. Then that means I get to talk more, right? Okay. Cool. So again, the system is working. Police are arresting people. Even the ones who assault officers, they're being arrested. People are being charged. People who are committing crimes are being arrested. The system is working as it's supposed to. The Insurrection Act is for when the system is not working, okay? That's how it's always been used. The last time it was used, there were at least 60 people dead, thousands of buildings on fire, thousands of people injured, and this is completely incomparable. And you brought up the Little Rock situation. That was when the governor was explicitly refusing federal court orders. Show me an example of a governor explicitly refusing a federal court order. You can't.
I do believe, didn't the governor of California do that? I believe that was one, didn't he?
I don't believe so. I believe that he denied ICE, and they're trying to pass a no face mask law or something like that, ironically.
Interesting. After they made everybody do it.
Ironically, but appropriately, right? Criminals wear masks and hide their face.
Yeah, crazy that when there's a deadly disease that kills 1 million Americans, people want you to wear a mask, but when you're kidnapping people off the street and deporting them to a concentration camp in a foreign country with no due process, people don't want you to wear a mask. It's so insane. What a crazy double standard we're living under.
Well, I do believe organizations and people on the street who are terrorizing government officials trying to do their jobs, those are considered terrorist acts, honey, and those are also considered terrorist groups.
Cool. Local police can handle that, as they are. Local police engage with domestic terrorism all the time.
Look, the reason why the people that are in ICE need masks is because the people on your side, Ryan, like to dox them and find their home address and then threaten their family.
Just like you guys are doing with Antifa and people who make fun of Charlie Kirk.
For a second, you can stop for a second because Antifa is not a government organization. They do not need to be wearing masks.
Wait, they're citizens who don't want to be identified, so it's perfectly reasonable for them not to
No,
wear
they
masks.
shouldn't, because in each state, most states, there's a law on the books that says that you are not allowed to walk around in public wearing a mask.
Correct.
Did we forget about this? Actually. Yes, it is.
The law enforcement agents need to be held to higher standards of transparency and self-restraint than the general public, because they have a monopoly on the use of violence. So to say that federal agents who are rushing in with AR-15s places should cover their faces so they don't get doxxed is absurd. If somebody's scared of getting doxxed, they need to find a different job.
So is fucking
also,
Rob. Am I supposed to be the one level one? No, fuck that.
And DHS needs to stop doxing people who are protesting. I'm looking right now on X.
Rob's literally talking to his audience so that he can't hear anything we say right now.
A college professor in Kansas and talking about him for doxing, because I was literally
fucking silenced for 10 minutes.
Dox ICE agents. The irony and double standard is absurd, and it reduces the public's confidence in their institutions.
Well, he can, if he's out there breaking the law, if he was arrested, his personal
not
information
breaking
would be
the law.
put
It's
out
obviously
there on a public
3v2.
website.
It always was going to be.
He's
So
not
what's
breaking the law, and he has not been arrested.
So there's no law on any books that's against doxing.
I'm sure there's a law somewhere, but he has not broken the
Not
law.
really.
He has not been arrested. He is getting doxxed because, well, DHS is accusing him of doxing. How are we supposed to take the doxing seriously from civilians if we allow our own law enforcement to do it? It's absurd.
I can hear you typing over there, Nova.
Sorry.
If
I'm answering something.
if I was on the internet and I doxed you or Rob or Radical Coder or Nova,
It's not a crime.
how would you personally fight against it?
I
I would dox you back.
Exactly. So the government
Right,
does that,
but-
and that's like super bad.
Yes,
yes, dude.
Not really
Yeah,
all that
government
bad.
overreach. Yeah,
absolutely.
literally.
Before we go too deep, Ryan, you got a question in the form of a donation from Sean Whelan. I missed. I don't know if I read it. He says, "Does Ryan support JFK using the National Guard against Governor Wallace?" Oh, that was actually what you and Rob were, or what
Little
Rob
Rock.
and
Yes,
Rusty were
yes,
talking
I do.
about.
Yes, because he was
He said
defying a
to-
federal court order to enforce integration of schools, and there's no comparable situation right now. And Rob, whenever he decides to stop being a crybaby, because I interrupted him a few times, it was just hilarious coming from him. Whenever he's done being a fucking baby about that, he can clarify why he thinks there is some example of that, which he won't be able to because there isn't one.
All right, Rob, you okay over there? He's just chit-chatting with his chat. That's fine. But yeah, like I didn't know, Dusty, about the professor doing the doxing and then being doxed by the government. But I will bring up, don't SWAT teams get to wear masks when they have to go into someone's home? And that's also a way to protect their identity from, people
I mean,
around
some of them do. They didn't when I got raided.
witnessing. Yeah, some of them do.
You know,
some of them
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it should be illegal for people to wear masks, right? I don't think it should be the standard. I don't think that it should be encouraged or standardized, though. I do think it's right to be suspicious of law enforcement agents that are masked, just as I think it's suspicious when how like police vehicles now are. It's like black with dark gray lettering, right? The camouflaging of law enforcement implies they're up to something devious, and I think that it's right to question it.
Well, I mean,
If
there's no
you're
question
scared
that
of-
some
if
of
you're
them are going to
scared of-
use it in that fashion.
If you're scared of being doxxed by a woke 20-year-old skinny retard at an Antifa thing, you need to find a different job. You're not cut out for law enforcement. You're just not.
Well, I mean, you could say it's that they're just not qualified or just not cut out. I mean, not qualified, but you said just not cut out for it. But if you're out there and you're thinking about continuing this job, and there's already an app that's set up to try to locate and find where these ICE agents are in the first place,
ICE
that's
agents
already
have
setting
been
up for a
hunted
plan
down?
of attack.
How many ICE agents have been hunted down at their homes and had something bad happen?
I don't know the numbers. I'm sure it's happened to
I
at least
don't think
a couple.
any. At their home, they've been hunted down and tracked from the doxing.
I have not seen anything that would say yes yet.
I'm not entirely convinced that this is actually a real threat, and I'll tell you why. Because on X, another thing that's on X from Department of Homeland Security is them several posts they made talking about how the cartels are putting out hits on ICE agents and looking to hire hitmen. One of them even included the prices that they were paying for different things. Now, if that were really a threat, DHS should arrest itself for conspiracy for putting out the help wanted ads for the cartel. It's craziness. I think it's propaganda, and they're trying to skew public opinion to support the ICE agents even though they're looking bad.
I think they should be able to wear masks. I think they should be able to. They should be able to cover their identity, protect themselves. They're in a line of duty that means that their life is already at stake. So why add to it?
So I think these are people. These are people who are
to find
potentially
these people's
engaging
photos.
in. These are people who are potentially engaging in extremely illegal activity, and when a competent administration returns, these people are probably going to be charged, and that's why they're hiding their fucking faces.
Well, you say that, but that's probably because that's the kind of thing that you would do if you had the power. You can't just put that on people. Like, Ryan, you can't sit there and say that these people, certain people want guns. You know, gun owners are bad because they want to shoot people. That's not what gun owners want to do. They want to shoot targets or deer. But you're putting out what you think they would do with the guns. You're going like, you might as well go out there and go, if I had a gun, I would just go shoot somebody. But, you know, not everybody that owns a gun wants to do that. So you're saying like, oh no, ICE agents are dangerous because one or two of them like smack some guy around. That happens with police officers too. It's a line of duty where people that are fucking bullied throughout school their entire life, they'll go into that job so that they have some kind of power in their life. And that happens a lot. So I'm not saying that anybody's innocent, and it doesn't just mean you're innocent just because you're in that work. But
it's also a numbers game. So like it's only a matter of time before you encounter that situation.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before you're going to find somebody who's going to want to use that position to do something bad.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are. I just think, you know, if you are scared to do your job, you're in the wrong job.
Pretty much.
Full stop. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
And also, it's a pretty good indicator, not perfect, but it's a good red flag. If you're scared, if you think that the public at large is going to be mad at you for doing your job, if you need to camouflage yourself so that people aren't mad at you, maybe you're doing the wrong thing.
I just don't see that being the case. There's too many situations where these people are using traffic cameras to get pictures of the cops while they're driving, and not the cops, but even ICE agents. They're using every like publicly available way to get a photo of the people. You know,
good.
Like
people should be identified.
What are they doing?
If I was following either one of you guys around, and I was taking your picture every chance I got, and getting your real name, and then, you know, putting that out there for other people to go to your house, you know, it's only a matter of time before some psycho ass motherfucker finds
law enforcement
an ICE
has
agent.
Different standards. They're held to a higher standard as they should be. They're public servants. They're authorized to use violence, and because of that, they should be identifiable.
I mean, in what way? Like, if they're going to identify them strictly for the purpose of threatening them or trying to attack them?
At all, personally identifiable. Just like when you get pulled over, you can ask the cop for their name and badge number. It should be like that for everything.
Yeah, but if you're a political figure, if you're like a mayor or a...
Can you guys believe Rob already rage quit?
And judge and all that.
What a fucking loser. So what a fat,
use your plate
pathetic,
to find your real
fucking
home address.
Loser.
That's a way to hide where you're living. These
that's fine. Just because some people do it doesn't mean that everybody needs to do it. Judges are not running around with AR-15s, kicking in doors and arresting people. It's a whole different thing. They are held to a higher standard, and for good reason. They should be.
Yeah, but again, SWAT agents are kicking down doors and putting people in jail. SWAT agents do it. SWAT agents can wear masks, and nobody's ever raised a red flag about that.
That's whataboutism. Well, nobody's ever asked me. You think... I got opinions on. I got opinions on those people.
Well,
too.
Dusty, that's why that's never come up. Is because nobody's come. Nobody with me.
Yeah.
Well, would you two gentlemen like to have a quick discussion about that? Bring up the panel.
Also, thank you, Jen.
Hey, I'd like Rob to be able to talk. He's over there just hosting the show.
Rob rage quit because he's a fucking baby. He's a big fucking baby who wants to use the military on U.S. citizens because he's a coward, a pathetic loser who's going to sit in his chair and cheer it on while the military assaults U.S. citizens, which is what he wants. Fucking coward. Pathetic.
I don't even know if he can hear us. I would like him to be able to chime in, you know? I do a one-on-one with you two. You, Ryan, and Ryan.
I'll sit back if you want to one-on-one Dusty or if you want to one-on-one me, whatever.
I would like to be with Rob.
I'm not going to run or rage quit like Rob because I'm not a fucking baby.
Yeah, you should just drop Rob if Rob's not going to participate because
if he doesn't want to be here. I mean, like I'll talk to Rob. I don't care. I'll sit back and listen while he talks. I'll even mute myself. But if he's going to be a baby, then
drop him.
That's what he's doing.
I'm going to ask him in this chat. Can he hear? I'm going to ask him. Can you hear us, Rob? Yeah. He can't hear.
He shows up with this kid screaming, and then he mics down and starts talking to his chat. He's not here anyways.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same situation. And in a minute, it'll be you guys versus me and Nova.
You know what? This might get his attention though. If you want, I just released a new short we could play.
Oh,
what is it?
Well, let's talk. Before we get into the shorts. Okay, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Also, we got a couple of new donations.
Give me a second. Give me a second to grab it, and I'll throw it backstage so you can take a look at it and see what you want to do.
So Rude Mothercrab says, "Who is the moderator for $5?" That'd be Nova Star over here. She's the moderator. She's all pretty and pink.
She's
over
also
there.
currently serving as Rob's
Blue.
replacement since he ran away.
I guess you could say that.
Aren't you excited?
I mean, I'm not worried
No,
because
I
I don't think Trippy really understands the Insurrection Act. I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe you do, Nova, but Rob clearly wasn't interested in having the conversation. So,
A little bit. My sleeping has been pretty bad lately with everything I've been doing, so I'm pretty tired. But like, okay, sure. Is Rob paying attention at all? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, he's doing his own show.
He's just talking to his guy. He's just doing his own show right now.
Sean Whelan also dropped $1.99. He says, by definition, terrorists, Antifa, end quotes, are scary.
Correct.
I mean, they are labeled a terrorist organization by the current administration, but that's kind of vapid because, I mean, what organization are they labeling a terrorist organization? Like, what?
Honey, I had somebody deported from the UK for doing less than what they were doing. Me.
What the fuck does that have to do with the question I asked?
It has everything to do with it because it's
What's the
considered a
organization in
terrorist act. It's under a terrorist act. Anytime somebody
deported for doing something illegal. How does that mean Antifa?
Anytime anybody on our soil, even if they're a citizen, but in my case that time it wasn't. But if they are a citizen and they're doing those things, they're terrorizing our own people. They're breaking laws.
And it sounds like the law handled it in your case, not because an organization was doing it, because some.
But they're not handling it anymore. That's the point.
You're just wrong. Like the police are arresting people. They're charging.
No, I'm not wrong. No, I'm not wrong.
They literally are.
They don't enforce the laws. They know they don't.
You're just wrong. Maybe you don't know this, but they are. Like I don't know where you're hearing this, but the laws are being enforced. Actually, police are arresting people. Police are charging people.
Selective. Yeah, selective enforcing, like selective.
People who are attacking ICE officers are being arrested if they're caught doing it.
Sure, some of them. I know that, but not all.
And if they get away, then they're being tracked down. Almost certainly.
Get your butt back here, Robert.
Always and everywhere.
Come on back, homie.
Yeah, that's a little on the rude side, but.
Come on back. He popped us up on the screen for a sec.
He's just throwing a tantrum. It's fine.
Busy.
Yeah, because I mean he's muted in the StreamYard so he can.
Maybe he's got donations coming through or something.
He does.
Yeah,
I'm sure he does. Yeah.
We should get more donations over here. We can donate. I mean, you guys can donate. There's another one. $10. Blaster Bot. He says, let me pull it up so it doesn't go off my screen. He says, dishonest lefties like, oh, Ryan, you might have something to say at the end of this one. Dishonest lefties like Ryan are why conversation and debate are useless. Thank you for driving the point home. I will continue with this lesson in mind.
So I asked, what is the dishonesty that I've brought up? What I've brought up over and over, what I've explained countless times now, is that the Insurrection Act is a very big deal. It's an extremely, it is a major deal. And the reason it's a major deal is because it means the military on the ground enforcing civilian laws, right? This is something that does not happen very often, okay? Last time this happened was in 1992 during the LA riots, and there were 60 people dead, thousands of buildings on fire, thousands of people had been injured, and the police were literally incapable of doing their job. The other example was the governor refusing a federal court order. Nothing like either of these is happening right now, and you, Trippy and Rob, at least, to Trippy's credit, he obviously doesn't understand much about the Insurrection Act, so I don't hold it against you as much, but Rob clearly does, and Rob is still defending this while he sits on his ass, and he's going to cheer it on as things escalate in the United States, and he doesn't give a shit about the legality of it, because like a lot of these courts are actually making rulings that are saying, hey, ICE is overstepping, ICE is assaulting journalists, ICE is doing this and that, and these are things that are happening on the ground right now, and of course it's going to cause more protests, of course it's going to cause more unrest, but police are arresting people who are doing violence. That's happening. The system is working. There is no justification to invoke the Insurrection Act, and even if Trump did, there is already precedent for challenging it, but like he doesn't have carte blanche to do it he can do it, but it can also be challenged immediately. Okay, so and for good reason, because the facts on the ground don't support doing it.
Trippy. Response.
Hang on, I was opening a pill bottle for Mom. Okay. I have no idea what was said. I was struggling like a 2-year-old trying to open a child's
God. This is getting
I'll try to put, because I'm emotional. Let me.
That's all right.
But B,
I'm not gonna.
I think this is. I was emotional in my opening as well, but for a different way. The laws are working. The bureaucracies are happening. The courts are making rulings. Okay, people are being arrested. People who are assaulting ICE officers are being arrested. People who are protesting are not, even though they are oftentimes being assaulted. We saw Illinois congressional candidate Kat Abu Ghazala being thrown on the ground. This 5'1" tiny ass Palestinian woman being thrown on the ground 3 separate times by ICE agents. We've seen them pepper spraying into the vents of people wearing
this debate, killing it.
Well, hold up, Rob. I wanted.
Oh, he finally came back.
There? Are you there?
I didn't. That was muddled. I couldn't hear him.
He said
he passive aggressively said we're doing a good job.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah.
don't think
It's
he was
all right.
listening
It's all
either.
good.
Drop the fat boy.
Funny.
All right. Well, you know
I'm for
what?
dropping the fat boy.
Well,
I should say
I was
something
going to
like.
ask if Ryan and Rob wanted to have a turn.
I mean, yeah,
I wanted that
Nah.
too, but it doesn't look like Rob wants to be here.
yeah,
I mean,
it kinda doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't like
I would
being
cut
talked
him
over.
loose.
Is the
He's just
reasoning.
being a dick at this point.
Yeah, and I'd like to have him here. I really would, but if he doesn't want to
I
be
wouldn't
here, he doesn't
see
want to
Rob.
be here.
I'm indifferent, but if Rob wants to come back, I'll mute for the next 5 minutes and I won't interrupt him.
I get that. I just don't know if he can even hear that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
Well, that's his fault, not mine.
Yeah,
I would drop the fuck out of him.
I know, but I wanted to give him, give this a good chance.
He's getting fatter.
I
gonna
called him
compare
fat. I
dick
called him
size
fat in
now
my own. I called him fat to my own chat, and I regret
Whose
it.
dick do you
Like,
think
I
is
don't want to
bigger,
fat shame.
Nova? Nova, whose dick do you think is bigger? You can
Mine.
already tell. You can already tell.
It's like this big. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, what happens when you get bigger?
Yes, dear.
When you get bigger, your Johnson gets smaller. It's harder to see, and it's literally smaller. But you got to put on a lot of weight for that. You got to be like
Same with
400
big
pounds.
boobs.
So I would really like to have rebutted with Ryan, but
Ryan would have to keep.
Did
his
you see
dog
the Did
away
you see
from
the
me.
thing I put backstage?
I would love to ask him the Cody, but I can't.
Throw that
I
up
don't
there
know exactly
first.
what you mean. Chicago had palm trees.
Right
I'm not sure
before the
about that.
chat.
Yeah, you go ahead and take care of that. I can't control none of it.
I know. I'm sorry. I should have set you up for that, but I didn't foresee it. Here, we'll drop a little screen share up in there and drop and go, and we'll play it. We'll listen to it.
All right, let's do it. I got a few donos.
All
Right
right.
on. You want to read them?
Sure,
Right.
you
Let's
want to
give-
go before I play it or after?
Yeah, let's give him an opportunity to read
No,
his
I hold
donuts.
myself to a higher standard, Josh. But I appreciate you.
You
Not
Oh,
really,
okay.
monkey. Rob's the one.
Let's see.
Rob's demonstrating what
Oh, no, I
a
gotta
fucking
go back to
loser he
the
is
tab.
right now.
How
Hmm?
dare you do
Okay.
this worse than me?
Where
Okay,
we
go ahead.
go.
I mean, I'll consider this a W. Like, he
Orthodox
literally
guy said
ran from
$10.
the
He says
debate.
Rob is being a big baby bitch. I hate that I agree with him because of his behavior. He is just refusing to engage in the debate. That's correct, because he's
Good.
a pussy.
He's running.
And
He
he's
wants
an
to run.
alarmist. And for whatever reason, he's chosen the position is to further expand the political divide in this country. And so he is
Exactly.
married to the side of panic. Orthodox
I mean,
guy
you can
says
call it
another
bad faith,
5. He
whatever.
says,
I
I'm
think
glad
Rob's
I
acting in
didn't
bad faith.
actually
So
bet on
we can have the
this.
conversation
I
or not.
agree
He's the
with
one who ran.
Trippy and Rob, but Rob is a baby back beach. Mike 23 sends in $10. He says, Rob, if you come back, I'll give you 2 years free food from Burger King. That might be a hefty bill, Mike. Be careful what you sign yourself up for. All right, I got them all. Thank you, guys.
What a coward, dude. What a coward.
I forgot to unmute. Absolutely no problem. We got this here video that you sent us there, Mr. Dusty. Yes. What?
Rob fans, support the stream. Support the stream.
You
Support
said
the dream.
trippy like that. I was like, is my camera on? I'm gonna scare everybody away if that's the case.
What's up, Kevin Invincible?
Where
Apparently he
did the
can.
damn
Apparently he's
video
setting new
go?
records. Why is it?
I know I have it pulled up.
Why is like Rob? I guess he can't hear me, but Rob, like, if you don't want to be here,
There
then
it is.
don't be here. Like, I mean, I like.
Yeah, that will be taken care of soon. I consider it disrespect, and you know, we try
Definitely
to, oops.
I guess I could
all right.
go and see what he's talking about.
He's
On his channel.
according to my chat, he's openly saying he's done with the debate and that he's never going to be on a panel with me. He's going to leave anytime I'm on a panel. So he is literally rage quitting the debate and future rage quitting debates with me, which is hilarious.
Hey.
Gosh.
Future rage quitting.
And you know
All
what?
right.
I just got banned from his channel for life last week. So.
Let's
He's
hit
a
the play
dramatic
button.
little fuss baby.
The left is the only party of violence. Only the left uses violence. Only the left commits violence. Only your side, or only the other side's violence. Only the left commits violence. Only the Democrats use violence. Only the left commits 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 violence.
All violence occurs on the left wing. Only violence occurs on the left wing.
The only group that engages in violence is the left. I will no longer associate with anyone who does.
For a minute, I thought him and EOD had the same exact voice. Like, I'm not convinced. This is AI, guys. It's AI. It's AI.
I just want to read a super chat from my end. Orthodox guy comes in with a $10. Says, "Congrats on your victory. Thank you, Orthodox guy, for the $10, and I will enjoy this victory. Thank you, Dusty, for the assist. I mean, I think we did fantastic. And again, throughout the night, my opposition, including Rob, who is obviously rage quit.
Out of that fat boy.
My opposition, who has committed himself to rage quitting from any future panels where he might find himself next to me because he's such a big baby coward. He will never be able to demonstrate that there is a governor right now refusing a federal court order, like what happened in Little Rock, and the police are incapable of arresting people and carrying out their duties, which they are doing on the ground. They are arresting people, and ICE is also carrying out their duties, and they bragged about it on DHS. They bragged about how they deported 1,500 people in the past month, and Rob denied that even happened, which is hilarious because DHS is bragging about it. So which one is it, Rob? I don't know. He'll never be able to demonstrate that there's justification right now for invoking the Insurrection Act based on previous precedent. It would only be massively lowering the bar and setting a very dangerous precedent for the rest of American history, which I don't want to see as an American. Maybe Rob thinks it'll be funny or whatever while he sits in the street and watches the military be deployed on U.S. citizens. I don't think it'll be funny. I think it'd be absolutely terrifying. And I don't want to live in that country. Apparently Rob does. So.
Well, I mean, I think it would be funny.
You're admitting
hilarious.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm not just saying random U.S. citizens. I dropped Rob, but I'm not saying to drop them on random U.S. citizens. I'm talking about like if violence being committed by either side is bad enough to where you need to bring in National Guard or even the full-on military to take care of it. That's one thing, but you don't drop them on random ass people, obviously. And if they're illegal on top of it, as well as committing violence in the country, well, I say fucking beat their ass in the street and then deport them. Beat their ass in the street like Rodney King.
So the whole illegal immigrant panic is, I'm not gonna like it, it's making the right look retarded for real. Like, I don't know about you, but there's not an immigrant issue here. I'm not on a border. I'm in the middle of the country, so that might be it. I have seen no change in immigration in the last 10 years. What I have seen here locally is a big change in homelessness.
Are there more?
Right. So
are you seeing more of it or less of it? Okay. Yeah. They're saying that there's
more of it. There are definitely problems that are observable.
Yeah. They're saying there's at least 22 million illegal immigrants, and a lot of them came in the last 10 years. I get you.
But we gotta check what we're being told against what we're experiencing, right? And I'm just not at all convinced that the panic of the immigrant is really the huge problem that people are saying it is. Also, it ignores the fact that there's a lot of economic, and the right hates to acknowledge this, but there's a lot of economic benefits to having illegal immigrants here. It's a cheaper input. It brings in more labor force for jobs that need done, but that we don't want to do. And it's just, to treat illegal immigrants as a net negative on the economy it's oversimplified for fucking sure, but I don't think it's accurate. I would suspect that they're net positive, but that would be impossible to untangle for sure and know for sure.
I think a lot of the data that as I understand it, does agree with that. Although I'm not going to claim to be an expert on that either. I do want to read another super chat from Nikoti. Says, well, obviously I can't ask Rob because he quit, but Trippy, he's designated this to you. Yeah. So his super chat was, and there's a clarification after this. So he says, ask Rage Quit Baby if he was watching the video where Chicago had palm trees, and then he clarifies, unless you guys know what he's talking about.
Not really.
Okay, he clarifies they dropped a video from the White House that they tried to say was Chicago, and it was a Florida protest in 2020. There were palm trees in it. So I'm asking you to ask him about the propaganda. I think it's a great point, and I believe Trump was talking about seeing that video. I think Trump was on Fox News talking about that video as well. What do you think about that they're playing protest video from 2020 and claiming that it's happening right now? Does that disturb you?
Yeah. It should be as current as possible. It doesn't matter if it was last time Trump was president or not. We need to know what's happening now, not then.
Correct.
And we do know what happened then, and they were talking about
if we're getting fake information now, it's pretty hard to trust anything that comes out of a source of fake information, which is why I don't trust either side in this at all. I don't trust the federal government. I don't trust the radical lefties.
That's why when there was a video put up on my Facebook, it was sent to me, and it was supposed to be proving that Charlie Kirk was racist, right? And one of the clips was Charlie on stage with Cenk Uygur, and he screamed Cenk, and everybody was like, he was yelling that at an Asian man. It's like, no, he was yelling the guy's name at him. So if you put that one clip in there,
that is a
misleading clip on purpose, right?
Sure.
It's a misleading clip on purpose, so it makes the whole thing feel like it's all fake.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of footage of Charlie Kirk saying, like, objectively racist things, like when he blamed a black fire chief for the deaths of those young girls in Texas, or when he said that he would be scared if he saw a black pilot, or when he said that, like, the black judges...
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Okay,
we have the problem,
it is, but...
because, like, the problem is you can sit there, anybody can sit there, anybody, not you, Ryan, not you specifically, but anybody can sit there and quote a video out of context, not show a clip. And not you. You didn't just do that. You were just saying what you say, or what
That's at least my understanding of those clips. And I'll defend look. There's the one clip that people like to cite, especially now, which I think is in very bad taste, where people cite the clip of him saying there are going to be some gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment. I think this is just an objectively true thing. If you're an American, then you do. If you're an American who supports the Second Amendment, then you do acknowledge there are going to be gun deaths. If you have a country that has more guns than people, there are going to be gun deaths. This is the reality, and I agree with Charlie.
Yeah, that's just how it's going to happen. Like whether it be somebody shooting somebody because they did something wrong to them or not. Or some psycho who slips through and gets a weapon, But if a person's going to like say what they saw somebody say, like I could sit here and go, I saw Powdered Dusty say that wiping your ass with sandpaper is a good thing. I could say that.
A good thing. You should try it. Really get you clean.
And then people could sit there and go, oh yeah, that's definitely what he said, but I didn't show any context. And a lot of those people, a lot of those big video people, YouTubers, Twitchers, TikTokers, whatever, on both sides do that a lot. They just say what they want you to hear and they don't show you the facts. So like when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the black pilot, what it was he was saying that if there's DEI in place and we're hearing all of this different shit about DEI and the people who are actually the ones hiring folk are exclusively hiring people based on skin color and they're letting people like inexperienced pilots fly planes. That's really what he was worried about. He was saying that the DEI is causing him to have
the introduction of DEI.
Racist. Yeah,
it undermines the credibility of the group it's supposed to help, right?
Yeah, in other words, a real short way.
It depends on what the reality of DEI programs are. Like if they are putting unqualified people into those positions, like people allege, then that would be bad. But that's how Charlie represents it. Obviously,
it doesn't matter how the outcome is. What matters is what the incentive. What's the priority here, right? When we're hiring pilots, if we're prioritizing anything other than fitness for the job, that's concerning. And even if it's not being implemented in a way that's harmful, even if it works exactly as would be hoped for, the fact of the matter is that it introduces that element of doubt because it does change.
But in reality, and
priorities.
someone like Charlie Kirk should know this, that's not what's happening. They're not lowering the standards, right? And he shouldn't be spreading it to his massive audience. And
Right.
secondary, what they are
Hold
doing
on,
is what they are doing is expanding the training programs and expanding opportunity. So a lot of DEI programs are specifically about expanding opportunity, expanding
lowers the
application
standards
processes.
for minority applicants.
It's not true.
They get priority over whites, which means that they don't have to do as well.
As much, yeah. It's called
Right.
it's called affirmative action. It started taking place in the 1970s, full effect by the early 1980s.
I guarantee neither of you have any evidence this is happening to pilots. There's absolutely.
It's happened to all of corporate America from top to bottom. It's gutted everything.
We
Can you show,
don't,
like, a
and we
single
don't
example?
need to have. You don't, like I said, it doesn't even have to have an outcome where that's happened in order to have the negative impact on the public's mind, because rightfully so, it changes the priorities from qualifications to skin color.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's an absurd way to prioritize getting a job done.
And
And
the
that's
short
when
way to
people get
say,
hurt.
like the short way to say what Kirk was trying to say is, before DEI, he never would have thought of skin color. After it, he's wondering if the pilot was hired on merit or if he was hired on skin color.
Yeah, and he's spreading
that's just
propaganda and
easy,
misinformation
quick way
about
to
how
say
DEI
it.
works. Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, like
That's
if
not
Ryan, if
misinformation,
you were
that's actually how it works.
It's
yeah, if
literally
you
not,
were
but
if
okay.
you were a pilot and you were going up
This
for
is
the
not
job,
a DEI debate. All right, you guys are running. Trippy and Nova
It's-
are running.
I mean-
because they don't want to engage with the Insurrection Act.
Look, Ryan, we
Go ahead.
won.
I'm not the
what you
panelist.
want.
I was the flipping host, dude.
Yeah, but
she
you
was
are
the
now
host, and
you are now
she's my
stand-in for
debate
Rob.
partner. He's
Oh,
yeah,
God.
exactly. You're now the
Oh, we're all in
Rob.
trouble.
Well, Nova, let me ask
Yeah.
you: do you think that Donald Trump should invoke
You're
the
gonna have to
Insurrection
talk
Act?
faster and be spazzier.
I think if the issue is bad enough, yeah, you got to do what you have to do. But I don't really want.
I
I
agree
don't
with
want to
that. Is the
personally see
situation
it
that
happen.
bad or that bad?
I don't want to personally see it happen.
Is the situation that bad?
Yes.
Yes.
You're getting to that point. Yeah, you're getting to the point.
Yes.
By
The
what-
situation
It's
is
getting
bad
to the out of
in
control point.
places
Yeah.
By what
like
standard?
Oregon.
What
and-
metric? What metric is crossing that line for you?
The minute you have more than one attack on a official government building, and the people who are getting caught in the crossfire, along with whatever ICE agents and whoever's getting ready to off himself after what he just got done doing, which just happened over here in Texas, wasn't it?
Oh, you're talking about the guy that shot into the facility and ended up shooting himself or whatever. That person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
do
one
you
of
think
them.
Wait,
that's
that,
one
do you
of
think
them.
local law enforcement couldn't have arrested that guy if he hadn't ended his own life?
That's the problem, right?
The problem is what?
If local law enforcement would actually do their job, then the federal government wouldn't be looking at them going like, "Why aren't you doing your job?"
If they are,
You
that
have
would be
to-
good news, right?
You have to remember that there's checks and balances in the system, right? And so the
I'm
top part
very
is
well
supposed
aware.
to the top part is supposed to be the checks and the balances of everything below it, right? But it's not. And each side is kind of battling it out. That's
So
the
it would
problem.
be relieving to you to find out that the cops are actually doing their jobs. They are arresting people. They are charging people.
If they actually do it and you don't hear about anybody else getting killed, fuck yes. Otherwise,
people
no, they're
still
not.
there still might be people getting killed, but those people who
Perfect
kill them will get
enforcement
arrested.
of
Right?
the law. There's
There's
I don't remember how many
there's
hundreds.
no situation though. So
What?
I don't know how many laws
there's no
are on the
such
books
thing
in the
as
U.S. But
perfect.
right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason to try to turn up the enforcement of immigration to 12 now, right? You're not going to have if you have a crackdown on, I don't know, people rolling stop signs, and you know that stop signs are getting rolled in every community in America.
I know
Do we
what you're
wanna-
saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what you're saying.
It's just overkill. It's just obvious overkill, and it's bad management, and I believe it, in my opinion, it's meant to be antagonistic, and that's probably why Rob didn't want to stay here.
Well, it looks like he did stay here. Is he still?
Oh, good.
Can you hear us, Rob?
I'll stay
He
muted
said
for a
1
while.
minute. He's
All right.
back.
I think Powdered. I think he likes the more slow roll method, so it doesn't incite the public to write. I think is what he's just trying to say. But
Yeah,
Uh,
Hold on.
there's
Let's bring
there are
Rob
right
in
ways
for a
and wrong
minute.
ways.
He's
Now-
here.
We're gonna just do like timed, like I get 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and then someone else. That's how we're gonna do it.
If we would like to, yeah, I
if
think
that's
so.
how you guys want to swap
Sure.
to, sure.
Uninterrupted.
All right, just 2
Uninterrupted.
minutes will be fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
So first, I just want to say to Trippy and Noah, I am sorry. Even Dusty, I thought our back and forth was doing good. But Ryan clearly has a lot to say. And I didn't want to be in a position where people didn't get his opportunity to say, to hear what he has saying. Clearly, he has a lot of great stuff to say.
Dude.
And so I just wanted to make sure that people had the opportunity. Jake Rattlesnake, thanks so much for rating me, man. Apparently, I might be doing the show next week, and the ShamWow guy might be coming on. So I wanted to take this time, seeing as how clearly everything Ryan's saying is unassailable,
Bro, he's here to advertise.
to quote my favorite ShamWow commercial. He says, "Hi, it's Vince with ShamWow. You'll be saying wow every time. It's like ShamWow. It's like a towel. It's like a sponge. A regular towel doesn't work wet. This works wet or dry.
My nuts.
This
Did they
is for
hire
the
you
house,
or
the
something?
car, the boat, the
I
RV.
know.
ShamWow holds 12 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just
I know.
does the work. See that?
I'm-
Most
How much
towels.
do you get paid for that?
Let me know when my 2
Rob.
minutes is up. ShamWow leaves
Almost.
it dry.
You're taking your 2
gonna
minutes to do a
spend
ShamWow.
Hold on,
$20
hold
every
on, hold
month.
on. I'm
This
gonna
is
let him
very
go.
telling, right, guys?
I was gonna let you go.
No,
Here,
if the 2 minutes is up, it's up. That's no problem.
I know.
Just go ahead and give me a signal
it's-
when my 2 minutes comes back up. That'd be great.
I don't have hands.
So does
Oh,
that mean I
No,
need to
I
respond
know
now?
Larry,
I'll do it.
Yeah,
Wait,
this,
I
I do
this
have a
is
way to do something.
So
I
actually
appreciate it.
retarded.
I'll respond
I'll
to the
just-
ShamWow guy. Yeah. So
Look,
again,
I want to do this. I want to put you
Just
and
let me know
Ron.
when it's my turn again. I'll
I would
sit
like to
patiently.
put-
No, but just give me a signal. I'm sorry, I won't interrupt. I know you have a lot to say, Ryan. Go ahead.
Well, Ryan, what would you like to say to Rob? You got your
yeah.
2
So
minutes.
I challenge Rob to illustrate some example of a governor who is refusing federal court orders, like what was happening in Little Rock. I challenge him to demonstrate that law enforcement is not capable of carrying out their duties, which they are doing in all these different cities. I challenge him to demonstrate that ICE is incapable or is being obstructed in any meaningful way when they are bragging. The DHS is bragging about doing 1,500 arrests in the last month in Illinois alone. I don't think he can support this. I don't even think he's actually listening right now. It looks like he's talking to his chat. So I'll yield my time to Rob.
All right. So he was talking to his chat.
Dang.
Yeah.
Dang.
What's going on, y'all?
Oh my God.
Maybe we should just break this down to a one-on-one between Rob and Radical, and we can have Nova go up there, and he can.
I think that
She
you
can
need
be-
to. I think that you need to take a look at the situation and go, you're getting dunked on and disrespected like a motherfucker, and
Yeah.
Rob's not debating anybody. He's just
Well,
sitting
that's
here
why I
being a
brought him
fat
back up
douchebag.
to
Yeah,
see what was
so-
going to happen. I mean, you two did a good job, but I'm thinking like if I could get Ryan and Rob up there, and they can have their complaint fest or argument or however. I know Radical's ready, raring to go. I know Rob could be raring to go if he decided to actually be part of this.
Yeah, no, he's not though. That's what it's.
I know. Like, hey, man, we were getting into a good little thing between us. Well, I don't know. How should I say this, Star?
Well,
You should kick Rob off the panel.
I would start.
I swear to God,
actually-
this is-
I would probably do, and then close it probably shortly after, unless somebody's going to take somebody's place.
Unless somebody's going to give me an extraordinarily high amount of money to drop Rob. That'd be great. It'll go to mom's medication. You guys out there
I mean, it
can
would
help.
Mhm. I think that we should. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I
You
think
do
that's
you.
off the
It's your
table.
stream.
I
But
think that's off the table.
Oh, is my time up again? Ready for
Look,
the
I
rest of my
want
Made
what I
it
would like to
halfway
do,
through.
Rob, is what I would like to do is I'd like to have you and Ryan have an argument. But
Oh,
I'd also-
what can I say? Ryan's
just
unassailable.
between you
He-
two.
No,
I'll
he has
put
so
you
much
guys-
to say. I wouldn't want to step on his time.
No,
Please,
I'll put you
please.
guys both on screen.
Nah,
with
no
Nova.
need. I wouldn't want to
No?
step on Ryan's time. If it's my time to talk, let me know. Otherwise, I just want to sit here and listen to Ryan. He's absolutely amazing. So, if it's my turn to speak, let me know. Otherwise,
Would
you're
Ryan
gonna
can go in
passive
for-
aggressively
Trippy-
crash out.
Trippy, I
Yeah,
would be
like having
happy
you
to
here.
make it up to you and Nova Star to come on and talk to you guys. I'll raid over to your channel, everyone that's watching, no problem. But for now, everyone needs to be educated in the fantastic wisdom of Ryan. He clearly has so much to say. So I'll sit in the back until it's my turn to speak again. But go ahead. Just let me know when it's
What a bitch.
Yeah, so
What
once
a
again,
crybaby.
I guess I'll respond once again. Rob, as you can all tell, is not engaging. He is not demonstrating that there is a governor who is refusing to follow a federal court order. He is not demonstrating that ICE is
Put them up there
incapable of
together
carrying.
one on one. Just see if
ICE
he's
he's
feeling
not
engaged.
demonstrating that ICE is incapable of carrying out their duties, or the police are incapable or
He's
unwilling
not
to
gonna-
demonstrate to carry out their duties. He's not showing that the courts are not working. He's not showing there's anything comparable to the 1992 Rodney King riots. He's not showing there's anything comparable to the to Little Rock. He's just asserting that because of some bastardized standard of the Insurrection Act that he has engaged with by debating a bunch of left-wing streamers, that he can now invoke the Insurrection Act based on that standard, I guess, which is very silly. But if he doesn't want to engage, I mean, that's on him. Like, I think it's a bad idea, and I think it's very clear it's a bad idea. It's going to be, as Dusty was explaining very well, it's an escalation, and we're obviously going to see escalation. There's going to be more and more people who are protesting. There's going to be more and more people who are potentially even breaking laws in their protesting or even engaging in violence, and the police will likely continue to crack down on that, as they have been, thankfully, because they are able to do their jobs. So we don't need to invoke the Insurrection Act and send the military
Put
onto
them
U.S.
up
cities.
together.
Stop.
Let them up
Okay,
together.
I'm
He's
taking
not
off.
listening
Thanks for
again.
having me.
Wait, no. Why?
Oh, bye, Flo.
We're not
Thanks
gonna
for
be Dusty
coming,
doing this.
honey.
I'm not
Thanks,
gonna
Rob.
because Rob's punking all of us, and he's trolling and he's being disrespectful, and I don't know
know.
why any of you are still taking it.
I was
seriously.
trying to be as fair as possible. That's the truth. You know, I was trying to be as fair as possible.
No,
I know
I
he
mean-
doesn't. He's saying he doesn't want to be spoken.
No, I
up
mean you do
over,
whatever you want.
but-
It's your
No.
channel.
Yeah,
but
I'm not trying to play
he's
favoritism
not-
at all.
He's being disrespectful as. No, I know you're not. But he's being disrespectful. As
Yeah.
shit. It's clear as day at this point. And
I
I'm not
just
going to
can't-
sit here.
I
and
can't
continue
take
to be disrespected.
I can't fucking take that.
yeah.
That's why. Look,
So-
look, dude. I don't give a fuck whose numbers are higher. I'm not gonna take that shit from anybody. I don't give a fuck if he comes to the channel and he goes, "Oh, Trippy said this and that about me." I don't give a fuck. I don't know him very well. I thought it'd be cool to have him on here. The other person, you know, he was gonna take your place, Dusty. If you didn't end
Who
up
was,
being
who
able
was
to
the other
show up,
person?
we were gonna try to get Pisco. And I was like, I don't know who Pisco is.
Did you?
Rob,
Were you talking to
I
him?
think Rob's also running from Pisco.
Pisco.
so
I've seen
makes
a
sense.
little bit of him.
Yeah, and I saw his numbers
Yeah,
and I was like,
that's
that's
my
cool. We
understanding.
could get Pisco. And I was like, I don't know who
Pisco's
the
based.
dude is, but you know, like I ain't got no problems against nobody. You guys can tell. Like I'm not trying to start shit. I'm not trying to run away from a fight. And I've been doing a lot this week. Mom was in the hospital since last Tuesday. So like I've been kind of busy. That's why I wasn't able to really study up too much on the topic.
Yeah, and you know, Trippy, with all respect, like we've obviously clashed a lot, and I've been kind of mean to you in many cases, and you know, I do appreciate tonight. I think you've been very level-headed. I think you've been, I mean, despite some of the things you said about the Insurrection Act, I think as a host, you've as a channel host, I think you've done really well. I think that I'm embarrassed for Rob that he's treating people who graciously invited him onto their channel like this. I think it's sad and unfortunate. I mean, I apologize, I guess, for interrupting him, but I mean, I always told this was a blood sports debate over and over.
No.
I heard that a lot in the opening as well.
He's faking,
Yeah,
he's
that's what
faking
I
an
was
injury.
told.
Oh God,
He's faking an injury. It's like a brittle soccer player. Oh,
I was going to say soccer too. I was going to say he must have sprained his ankle by getting touched on the soccer field,
right.
or maybe he got
Right.
touched behind the soccer field and he doesn't want
That's
us
what
to
he's
know where he was touched. But like Ryan, when I say like I want people beating the street, I'm not being honest. You know, I'm being the jokester. I do respect you. I respect Dusty. Obviously, I respect Nova Star like 3 ways. You know,
All three of them.
Wild.
Yeah, all 3 of those personalities.
Yeah. I have 5 though. He hasn't met the other 2.
Oh man, I'm getting a
I was
message from
thinking-
Toasted in the back. He's like, "Get Pisco." I'm like, I don't know the guy. I can't reach out to him. I mean, I
don't
would
know
if
him
I could.
either.
Yeah, I would if I could, but I can't. So I don't know how. But my God, guys, you know they were trying to. We can go back into this a little bit. In 2020, when they were doing the whole Summer of Love, there was a thought to start the Insurrection Act at that time, right? I don't know if you guys remember them mentioning it, but that was Trump's first administration. They were talking about invoking the Insurrection Act due to all of the rioting and it was terrible at the time. Remember, there was newscasters on TV going, "It's a mostly peaceful protest," while there's a flaming, flames roaring in the
All
in the
this
back.
shit is meant to antagonize, right? The whole it's peaceful in front of a burning building is meant to antagonize, and it does so well.
It
Look
does.
at anybody watching. If you haven't looked into color revolutions or the Hegelian dialectic, look into those things and figure out what's going on. But yeah, I think that from my perspective, obviously things are getting more polarized, and they will continue to get more polarized as the economy gets worse and worse, which it will. I don't know if you looked at gold prices; the dollar is collapsing currently, and during bad economic times, people get politically polarized. I think that it's the responsibility of anybody operating in good faith and with good intentions to try to calm down the division instead of stoke it up. So Rob is obviously a fire starter, and when Charlie Kirk got shot, man, I've never seen anybody be so personally wounded by a murder that he witnessed, right?
Yeah.
You'd think the bullet went through Charlie Kirk and hit him in the heart too.
Well, okay, I want to come. Believe it or not, I'm going to come to Rob's.
And I don't mean hold on. I don't mean to be callous, right?
No. That's not it.
Well, I know I wasn't holding on to you, but go ahead.
Yeah. So like the day after it happened, when I went live, and Rob was fed some misinformation about me, and so I understood why he reacted the way he did. But I actually went on stream and I talked about how it hit very close to home as political pundits, right? And obviously I'm a very small fry. I'm nowhere near like anything like Charlie Kirk. I'm not trying to pretend otherwise. But like I am in spaces with people who are growing. I am in spaces engaging with people like Rob, people like Andrew, who are rapidly growing political influencers on the right. And it horrifies me to imagine something like that happening to them, genuinely. And that's what I was talking about on my stream. And so when Rob had blacklisted me after he heard about what I'm about to say, which was, if Rob, I was curious. I wanted to talk to Rob about this. Number one, because in that stream, I say I think he has a good heart. I still kind of believe that, despite his absolutely embarrassing.
He's got to have bad arteries, though. Like that
yeah, perhaps. Yeah,
up and working hard.
But I think that I think he wants America to like be safe for his kids and stuff. I believe that about him.
You do? You buy that? I don't buy that.
I do. I don't think Rob wants the world to be more dangerous for his child. I don't believe that. Right?
I think that
I sure don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I don't either.
If you're getting paid to exacerbate it, hypothetically, right? Like there's ways that people will make their world more dangerous to their own gain, right?
So that's number one. I agree with that. I think that there's an audience capture feature of all this where Rob may be doing that, even if in his heart he doesn't believe that that's what he's doing. So I want to give him
that heart with its sludgy blood.
You're saying
it's easier to throw it to somebody like Destiny or Hassan and say like they're the ones that are doing the bad thing and they're the only ones in blah blah blah. But it can happen on a small scale too. Like me with, I don't know, the average 10 to 20 people that watch me, I could still, inspire some crazy lunatic to go out and do something, and then it could be politicized.
Sure, anything could inspire anything, right? We don't really know how the butterfly's wings flap.
Exactly. And, that just reminded me of that movie, Butterfly Effect or whatever. We should watch that.
Love Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, we should watch that on stream.
We should watch that.
Yeah, sitting and watch the Butterfly Effect right now. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I love time travel shit. That was fun.
Me too. No, we're getting all off topic. I don't care at this point. Back in the day when I was still in ninth grade or something, our teacher had us watch The Time Machine, the original. Like the old The Time Machine movie, the one that won the award for
or the movie based on the book, I assume.
Yeah, the one that won awards for like best makeup back in whatever year it was made. I want to say like 60s. That was a good movie. I enjoyed it. Like time travel. It didn't always have to be Back to the Future.
Do you guys ever want to try this again? Maybe with people who will.
Participate.
Follow through, I guess.
I would frankly, I did a lot of research for that. I learned a lot about the Insurrection Act. I learned a lot about the condition. Like seriously, I feel very confident in my feelings on this. And
That's
cool. I would love to have this conversation like with someone who's.
I feel very confident in my feelings. Is weird.
I understand why that's just some
live by.
I have a particular like view of how logic and knowing things works, and I think it's kind of maybe a controversial framing of it as especially as a computer scientist. But I think that like logic is kind of a feeling. So I say things like that. They're maybe a little more whimsical than I feel. It does. It does have rules. I agree, but those rules are established.
There's
I think
a formula.
by feelings.
There's a formula to life too. You know that, right? There actually is.
Maybe so.
What's the formula?
Knowing how to play the system and playing within the system. That's the
Teach
formula.
us.
Yes.
She's like, I don't do that for free.
I'm doing nothing on streams, honey. Not
Notice
me.
senpai. That's right, sensei.
You're not gonna
Sensei.
help us know the secret formula to winning at life.
I don't want to wake.
Not the secret formula to winning at life.
Care about
But
my body turning up somewhere, probably. You know, I'm good. I'm just being a good girl.
thank you, Even Lord, for the 2. He says, "Good, great panel, Mr. Trippy." Well, thank you.
Evan.
Evan Lord's the homie.
Definitely, or Def Not Test said something
Right,
to
Ryan's
Riot.
got his guns out, so the sun must be out.
I'm
S in
Florida
the
man.
chat says, men rub Ryan the wrong way every day. He pays them for the service.
Yikes!
Apparently. If you want to return, if anybody wants to pay me for the service of making Rob run terrifyingly, not very fast, obviously, but run away from me, and return to talk about ShamWows and then run away again.
Damn, I thought he was going to say
rolled
something
downhill.
else.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
ran and rolled. But if you want to support my endeavors, making Rob scared like the big baby he is, please come over to youtube.com/radicalcoder.
Now hold on.
Give me
How
some
come
success.
you get to make him scared? I'm the one that he was trying to appease and go. I think I'm scarier than you are, buddy.
Maybe.
Man.
I would.
Yeah.
See,
Totally, I was all
that's
prepared
the
for blood
formula, Nova
sports.
Star. You just put your dick energy out there.
Yeah. I've been told in
Big,
the past
big
by a
D
few folks
energy
the
testosterone.
same
Yes.
thing. Yeah. Like
I think you almost made Brian excited when you said that last part.
I know.
I saw a
That's
little
okay.
glint in his eyes. I was like, "Oh, damn! Okay,
That's okay.
No.
I don't live my life
Fellow
being concerned
BDE
about
enjoyer.
me turning on the
oh,
gays.
okay."
They can.
don't
If the gays get turned on, and they get turned on. Thank you for the compliment. Keep your penises away from me.
Strike a
right.
pose, dear. Strike a pose.
don't
yes.
kill me, Nova Star.
I
But
could
there
practice
used to
blue
be
steel.
there used to be a
Right.
girl that used to come into my chat like every time I was live, and she'd be like, "Trippy, you have big dick energy."
That's
Something to
funny.
Yeah, that was during the time when I was like busting doxers.
Damn.
You know.
What was the? Do you remember? You made some comment on a speakeasy video a long time ago that got my attention, and that's how we even.
Oh yeah.
What
I
was the
said that
comment?
He sounded like me. I was like, this guy, Flow State sounds like me. He must get all the ladies.
he
get
must-
all
That's
the
great. Yeah, all the,
He
all
must
the
slay
cooking.
the V or something.
Yeah, slay the V. That's right.
I was like, this guy sounds like me. He must too.
Hey,
I
Flo,
mean-
someone in my chat asked, was this guy, was Joker Dude actually a fucking Proud Boy? Well, I assume they're talking about you, because I don't think
Mhm.
Trippy was a Proud. Were you a Proud
No,
Boy?
I
No.
was.
Oh,
Yeah, I
but
heard
Dusty
you
was,
talking
yeah.
about that. I actually got to ask, what the hell was the Proud Boys?
What do you mean?
You
what
got like
was
a quick? Can you explain it?
it?
Like kind of quick. I know Gavin McInnes. It had something to do with him.
Right. Well, I mean, he was out of it before. By the time I got there, it was basically
Ah.
the other side of the Antifa coin, right? And around the 2020, 2021 is and so yeah, I joined in. When was it? Probably it was early 2020, and then I didn't go to January 6th. But when I saw what happened at January 6th, that was like I was out.
Yeah, didn't you guys might know better than me. I heard like pieces of this. There was talk about like more than half of the people involved, or maybe the number's wrong, but I heard there was a shitload of FBI agents at January 6th.
What I can say is that I was in the Kansas City chapter, and there was one Fed in our group, and he drove a full carload to January 6th, and he was in talks with his handlers the whole time. Yeah, I mean, it's basically entrapment in my mind. I don't know how it wasn't, because they like to drive 5 people from Kansas City to DC to participate in this, and then to go into the Capitol with them. Like, it's crazy that, but anyways,
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing
I'll-
was infiltrated.
Well,
I think
I'll
it's
add
been
in a recently
Intensely
deleted
illegal.
DOJ report. The DOJ in December of last year clarified that there were 26 people who had CHSs, who I guess people who had been at some point informants. I don't even think that means they were active informants, but apparently there were 26 people who qualified as confidential human sources, and none of them were instructed to enter the Capitol. None of them were instructed to do anything illegal that day. And the more recent reports that have come out from Kash Patel. And Trump's administration cite a number like 276, but these are agents who were deployed after the Capitol had been breached. People were deployed after the attack had already begun. So there's a lot of misinformation about this going on, and there's a reason that, to be clear, that the DOJ deleted the report that clarifies that there were only these original 26 people there, and that they were not instructed to do anything illegal because Donald Trump would not be. It's not convenient to his narrative about what happened that day when he tried to overturn a free and fair election.
Ryan, I got to tell you this with all due respect. You are so polarized that you are the most useful of idiots. You know that, right?
If you say so, elaborate.
You and Rob.
Well, shit, let's go.
It's just the same as Rob. Rob has this double standard. He wants more authoritarianism against the people he doesn't like, but doesn't want it at him. You doing exactly the same thing, and together you two make one perfect, useful idiot for the system.
I don't want authoritarianism against Rob or Trump. Even I want
Well, why
Trump
are
to
you
face
sitting?
charges.
You're sitting here caping for the FBI when they did a clear honeypot. They drove people from all over the
I don't think
country
it's
to
clear.
DC. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you're a useful idiot.
Okay. I mean, I just don't agree. I don't think the facts on the ground back up what you're saying. So, what am I supposed to do? There were people who were clearly. There were plenty of people who were charged with seditious conspiracy who were planning to do what they did that day. Enrique Tarrio's text said, "We did this." He planned to do it.
Enrique Tarrio wasn't even there.
Yeah, duh. He wasn't charged with entering the Capitol. He was charged with seditious conspiracy because he helped organize it. So what does it matter if he was there or not?
He was a snitch before he was a Proud Boy. Probably, I'm just going to speculate. The whole thing looks contrived to me. I think both sides are contrived.
Okay, well, I don't think it was contrived. I think if anything contrived it was Donald Trump telling people for a year that the election was going to be stolen, and then telling them for months that the election was stolen, and then telling them to fight like hell or they won't have a country anymore, and then telling them that Mike Pence failed them, and then tweeting to stay peaceful after they'd just broken down Nancy Pelosi's door. So
that still doesn't account for the fact that the only person that was killed there that day was an unarmed blonde woman who got shot through a door by a security guard. That guy wasn't even a full-on government employee. He was a private security agent for a politician. And he shot her through a glass piece on a door because she was going to come through the glass piece that's 6 inches wide?
She was breaking into the building.
She never would have fit through the opening. And he shot her through it into a crowd of people, which there was other agents and police officers and guards behind her.
You don't see it. You don't have an issue with the double standard that you're having with Antifa right now and the January 6ers?
I was going to ask.
I've literally said that anybody who's engaging in violence against ICE should and is being arrested. That's part of my whole argument tonight, is that they are being arrested. These people who are committing crimes are being arrested for it. So I just don't know what I support them being arrested. I might morally even in my heart of hearts be yes, we should. I want to see ICE not doing what they're doing, but that doesn't mean that Antifa attacking them is the way to get that done. That's me. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I'll eat crow whenever they escalate anyway and deploy the National Guard anyway, or invoke the Insurrection Act anyway and further escalate the situation. But I don't believe that that's the way we need to be interacting with the situation.
Yeah, that's right. You guys heard it here. Ryan will be voting for Donald Trump in 2028. That's just his opinion. He said he will vote.
I think if Donald Trump stays after 2028, then we'll be having a very different conversation about what to do on the ground.
That would be a very different conversation. Yes.
I was just going to add something more stupid. I was going to be he will vote for Trump when Trump dyes his hair rainbow. You guys. Hey, I think I got something we can all agree on. Trump would look much better if he shaved his head bald and grew a goatee.
Probably.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
he would look a little bit more.
There's got to be a
little bit
Photoshop
more.
version of that, right? I feel like
You should
Yes.
make it.
Maybe
make
we
it-
should
make it-
make one happen with AI.
I have a meme of it somewhere that says he should just go for it, and I don't know where I put it. I mean, hell, he would look good. He'd be like
someone in my
Luthor.
chat asked an interesting question. How would anyone know that Ashley Babbitt was unarmed until after the fact?
Well, because everybody
I
in
mean,
that building was checked for
ev-
weaponry, and yeah, she did not have a weapon.
You was. I
other
think
people
that if
did
you're
have
a cop,
weapons.
No, they
you
didn't
assume
have
that people
firearms.
are not.
I didn't say they have
armed.
firearms.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
know
you
that.
you just don't start shooting and then check for guns after.
Yeah,
Right.
it's kill first and ask questions later. That's not quite right.
That's what the Nazis do, man.
that was
I think
what
frankly we're
administration-
talking about a very extreme situation. I'm undecided on whether it was the right thing to do. I am generally critical
To
of police
just
shooting.
blindly
You
shoot
don't-
through
you
a
don't
door. To
shoot
just blindly,
first and then
blindly
ask
shoot
questions.
through a
I don't
door
agree
into
that
a
he was
crowd of
blindly
people.
shooting through a door. I think somebody was breaking into the
So you
building
think that
and
they was
entered the
intentionally
building.
shooting somebody?
I think yes,
Yes, they were
intentionally
inside the
shot her.
building. They were
Yes.
inside the building. So
Yes,
he
exactly.
either
Unlike what Trippy
intentionally
was saying,
shot to
right?
kill her. Right.
Yes.
I don't think that that's better.
I didn't say whether it was better or worse. I'm just describing the facts.
Would it be better or worse? Is it better if the cop just shot into the crowd, or if he shot specifically at Ashley Babbitt when she's not armed?
It would have been better. Wait, than
That's
shooting into
pretty
the crowd
good.
blindly. It would be
Because
better
those
to
are
shoot
your
Ashley.
two
Those are my
options.
two options. It would be better to shoot her, which they did. So yeah, Trump actually looks sharp like this.
Yeah, he looks
does.
way
He looks
better.
a
That
little,
looks way better.
He's got a different demeanor, like a little bit more of a stern look.
This looks like a younger photo, though. Also,
Yeah. What do you guys think of the Times? Was it the Times magazine photo of Trump? It's like an under his face.
Oh
you
yeah,
know, a
with the
shot from
Nicosi.
under his head
Yeah,
looking up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if he sues
Trump
for it.
finna grab himself by the by the pussy.
He gonna grab himself by the pussy. That I mean, he's got the turkey gobble, the little gobble neck hanging, you know.
yeah,
Wait.
so many people look at their worst.
Yeah, there's the one that I had saved on the computer, where it's like his facial hair is just a little bit longer, and it said he should go for it. Like, yeah, he should go for it.
Mean in my
I
chat
would.
said that's like Alex Jones Trump. I think that's actually really funny. He looks a lot like Alex Jones there. That's crazy.
Well, like there's a question about his hairline, right? Of course, obviously, that was a dumb way to put that. People say that back in the day, that one of the ways that they used to there was a surgery to make you not look bald,
Bro, we're
And
not
they
even
would go
talking
in,
about
they would
Rob
cut
anymore. What are
down
you
the
on
center
about,
of your
Michael
scalp.
Jordan?
right? And then take the hair from each side and try to make it meet in the middle. So he might have like a huge
That's
scar
absurd.
on the top of his head from one of them surgeries. It was more experimental back then, but you know, they stretch the skin just like when they do those hairline lowering,
Oh no, it's over
surgeries,
for me.
you know,
delete my channel.
and there
I
is a
don't know
little bit of
about
a
those.
scar. Yeah, but that's what they do. They'll take your hairline and they'll cut where they think it should be, and then they'll stretch the skin down toward where they want it to be. And
Fuck
So-
that shit.
Sorry, someone in my
Yeah.
chat says that Ashley Babbitt was running at someone with a gun pointed at, or like what? Like if you do
no,
that,
she didn't
then-
have a gun.
She did not have
No,
a
no,
gun.
no, 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 no. Let me be clear. They're not saying
she
that
was
she
running.
ran. She was running at somebody who had a gun. Like what are you supposed to
There
do?
was a door between her and him.
with a window and a window pane, and they could see each other,
Yeah, and he fired through the window pane.
and he could
To
see
kill
that she
her.
did not have a weapon.
How does he know she
He
didn't have
may
a knife
not
or
have
something
meant-
on her?
He may not have meant
Can
to
you
kill
stab
her.
through
Maybe-
the door?
Maybe he just
I
freaked
can't
out.
stab
I
through a
assume,
door.
I assume that they expected her to open the door, and she was running towards them probably because she intended on
And
opening
this,
the
and
door.
this is what I'm talking
What?
about. You're caping like a motherfucker for a cop that murdered somebody, basically. Or
No, we're talking about someone
And-
who broke into the Capitol and was running at
she
an
was
armed
in-
guard.
yes. There was
She-
tons of people there.
With due respect,
They
she
were-
fucked
they
around
had
and found
a
out.
door between them. They had, yeah, exactly. See, this is why you're a piece of shit and you're a useful idiot. You and
Okay.
Rob are the same fucking person.
Okay.
Hey, man. You guys
It's okay.
can go at
It's
it. I
okay
don't-
if we kill them if they don't agree with me.
I don't think
you
it's
guys.
okay. I think they shouldn't have been
She-
there. I think it's a terrible
She
thing that
fucked around
happened.
and she found out. Really,
She did. She literally, if you run at somebody who's armed and has a gun, and they don't know what you're gonna
There's
do.
a door between them.
Okay, and when she
Do I
gets to the
need
door,
to-
would it have been okay to shoot once she opens the door?
If the door was open, the door wasn't between them, then maybe he could have been, in a
Okay, well it
defensible
seems like
set.
she was probably gonna open the fucking door, Dusty.
It was locked, closed, and there was already people trying to push
I
it open.
I don't even think
See,
you
that's
believe
how
that.
the glass
this
got
is
broken
the point. This is
originally.
the point, though. You don't have any clue about the details of this, but you're still caping for the cop that shot her.
Look, if it comes out that the door was locked, like Trippy just alleged, then I might change my position on this.
Because you are so biased and such a useful tunnel vision idiot that you don't give a fuck about right or wrong, or you don't have any standards of your own. You don't care. Just my people, us good, them bad.
Latavian in my chat says she was breaking in through the window on the door.
The door was closed, locked. It was
she was
a security door.
she was breaking the door? Breaking the
The
window.
glass
On
I'm
the
sure
door?
that the people in your chat
already
are doing the same thing
cracked.
you're doing and trying to do mental gymnastics to make excuses for a cop that shot an unarmed woman. It's
I
crazy.
mean, it's possible. It's possible, but I
you
also
recognize how.
Hang on. It's also possible that I have people in my chat who understand more about this than even I do, and I'm trusting them.
It's possible, but I wouldn't trust. Like,
But so far, all
like
you've done
Latavian-
is speculate, right?
No, well,
So,
I mean,
not that your
well,
chat
sort
is
of.
untrustworthy
As
or
more
anything.
information
I'm
has
not
come out in
trying
this
to say that.
conversation, I've adjusted my understanding in real time.
Well,
why don't you ask yourself why you're so eager to cape for somebody who murdered a woman?
I'm not eager to.
And what does that say about you? Does that mean that you're a piece of shit as well?
Maybe it does, but I think what she was doing was extremely stupid and reckless and dangerous to not only the people that she was running after, but herself.
Everybody in that room was doing.
It was stupid. It was stupid and reckless. There's thousands of people that did stupid, reckless things that day. That doesn't mean that a cop has the right to shoot them in the face.
Let me tell you guys this as well. The person who shot her was also in the news prior to this, prior to the situation where he killed Ashley Babbitt. The guy left his government issued, or not government issued, maybe it wasn't. By the way, he left his firearm in a public restroom sitting on the hand dry, like the towel holder. The same guy is the one that was in the news about leaving his gun in a public restroom and forgot it. He fucking forgot it.
I'm just reading from the Wikipedia article right here. It says, despite multiple warnings not to proceed, Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window beside a barricaded door in the speaker's lobby and was thwarted when she was shot in the shoulder by a United States Capitol Police officer.
He was shot in the neck. That article's way off.
And the door was barricaded.
A
window on a security door is like this big.
That video, that article, that Wikipedia is way off, dude. She was shot in the throat.
You better go correct it, man.
Shoot all trespassers.
Ryan, you never actually watched the full footage?
I've watched a lot of footage from J6, but I haven't watched that particular one. No.
All he knows is that Ashley Babbitt deserved to get murdered because she's MAGA, and he's got such Trump derangement syndrome.
Anyway, I don't think that. And like I said already, there's information that could come out that would change my mind on this. I think she was a victim, right? I think a lot of MAGA is victims.
Honey, you need to find the unedited, undoctored videos. I can't believe you haven't actually watched that
tonight, y'all. So this is the exact situation. This is January 6th.
Wait, are you about to play the video of her getting shot?
I probably will stop it before that. That's the broken window.
I don't think
that is the firearm being aimed at her through the glass at the bottom left. And Ashley is in the front. She ends up getting shot in the throat.
So he wasn't retreating. He was going forward and reaching through the window to get a point blank shot. That's crazy work.
Wow. That's fucked up.
But here's the thing. Anybody who's ever had a bunch of cops come to court, when somebody points a gun at you, you can look in their eyes and you can know if they're going to do it or not. Right? And in my gut vibe, about half of the cops want a reason to move on, right? We've got somebody here who wanted to be a hero, who saw his opportunity, and he smoked it.
Also, there's chairs stacked on the opposite side of that door. The door's not even broken open. It's not even open up yet. And he shot through the glass and hit her in the neck area. I wish he got hit near the neck because in the footage where you can see her being carted off, she's
there's so many people. They're going to push it away up here.
If this was 15, 20 years ago, that would be a massive fucking lawsuit. Everybody would be all up in arms about this shit. And in 15, 20 years, man, look where we're at. Nobody gets to talk about anything. They justify people getting killed over stupid shit. Yeah.
That's you, Ryan. She's talking about you, Ryan.
It's not even, I mean, is that who you are, honey? Like, if this political shit is just who you are as a person, that's not who you are.
Wait,
you realize
talking
that,
to me? I was watching the video. But what?
You got honeyed.
What's the question?
Like, you do realize that political ideology and shit isn't actually who you are as a person, don't you? Do you realize that?
Yeah.
Are
It's
you
not
sure?
a personality trait.
Because when you start justifying people getting murdered over for stupid shit, that
Do you know what the fuck we're here to talk about tonight?
I mean, but it's the same constant discussion over and over and over and over and over and over.
We're literally here to talk about deploying the U.S. military onto U.S. cities. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I know, but you're justifying like this dumbass.
What do you think is real quick? What do you think is going to
stupid.
happen? Do you think that the military is likely to kill American citizens if that happens?
You're justifying some dumb girl doing.
Do you think it's likely? Do you think it's likely for the United States military? Do you think it's likely? I'm asking a simple question. Do you think it's likely?
I'm asking you a simple question.
Okay, I'll answer your question if you're going to answer mine.
There's no difference between the two. There's no difference.
There's no difference between invoking the Insurrection Act, sending the United States military onto American cities, and somebody shooting someone who is coming up on somebody with a gun.
I brought up
trespassing, violently trespassing.
A moral clause. I can bring up different shit. I don't want to just sit here for nothing.
And attacking an armed guard.
She didn't attack anybody. She was going towards her. She was just doing, you know.
I just showed you this. He fired at her through a window.
And she's just doing illegal trespassing, man.
Ryan,
like,
seriously. There's furniture. There's all sorts of shit between him and her. And he walked up to the glass and then shot her. And that is the same officer who was in the news prior to that because he left his.
Oh, she was literally climbing through the window. She broke the window and was climbing in. I just watched it. I just watched it. I know. I just watched it right here.
It's trespassing.
And so, hold on. And so
trespassing.
What is?
So yeah, it's trespassing.
Please send me the link to what you just watched.
Hold on, Ryan. So, okay, so if somebody's given that situation, you think the cop is right to run up, reach through the window, and cap her?
I think that if they had not, which, you know, whether or not we think it's good or bad, if they had not, then she would not have been the last person through that window.
Well, genuinely, there were a lot of people that wanted to go that way.
Exactly. They were all trying to go that way. What do you think they were going to do, guys?
What was going to happen on the other side?
Well, they were trying to get to Congress members.
One person got shot.
There were no Congress members on that side.
They didn't know that.
There was no Congress members. They left the building. So
these people didn't know that.
Ryan, what were they going to get to?
These people did not know that. Stop playing fast and loose. These people thought they were in there.
I'm not even trying to play fast and loose. We got to toast it up here. Did you want to be up here?
Oh, damn. I assumed that Toasty was you.
No. Yeah, I didn't buy that narrative from Flo, but yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
You're a real independent person.
Yeah, he's a real solo.
I'd like to apologize for the shit show. I told Rob this was going to be a fight, not a fucking ring corner, fucking hideout. That's fucking bullshit. I'm not going to fucking put up with that. And if he wants to come back, he can come back. But if he is, then he's got to play. If he's not going to play, then he will give a closing statement and he will be eliminated from Fight Club.
Yeah, I'm not playing with him. Not at this point. If he comes back and wants to play, like, I'm not playing with him.
Yeah,
not tonight,
okay, man. I'm taking my ball and I'm leaving.
No.
I have an extremely high tolerance, and I'll still sit and do timed. If Rob wanted to come back right now, which I don't think he will, but if he wanted to come back, I would still do timed, like sit back and forth. He would probably just do ShamWow memes. But for the record, another person in my chat, and I don't. Maybe this is not true, but like someone in my chat is one of the people I generally trust is saying that that's where they took Congress members. They weren't gone yet.
I thought that I was under the impression that they all evacuated long before. Like even AOC attempted to say that she was in the building and she was, down the block and to the left. You know what I mean?
So the one rogue cop who, instead of like protecting Congress, ran to the door and stuck his hand through to shoot.
No, she was climbing through the window. I just watched the video. She was climbing through the window when she got shot.
Then what was his hand doing sticking through the window?
Wait, what? No, his hand wasn't. He was on the other side.
We just looked at it.
I just watched the footage of her getting shot.
He was on the other
side. She falls back because she was climbing through the window. Like she was literally climbing in, and he was standing on the other side. So
this is not a group of police in a defensive position trying to protect Congress people.
It literally is.
This is one cop attacking a mob because he sees a chance to be a hero and kill somebody.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening. I think that there were elected officials who were still in there. Mm-hmm. and that there were people, not just Ashley Babbitt, but a bunch of people who were about to climb through that window, and in a moment, an extreme decisive scenario, this guy decided to shoot her. Whether it's justified or not, I think that you guys are kind of representing, like acting like this is like a very careless thing to do. I think it's extremely.
That you're so brainwashed by the Mockingbird media that your opinion on whether or not cops should shoot protesters is entirely different.
You're not just a protester when you're breaking into the building, going to trying to attack the Congress members. What do you think they were going to do if they got to them? What do you think they were going to do if they got to them?
There's training and protocol. They're not supposed to just shoot out into people who are unarmed like that. You do realize that there's protocol. So, like, if this was the case was reversed, you guys would be screaming your ass off. But you know, like,
if some Antifa
that's
moron,
why I brought up the moral clause.
If some Antifa loser, let me say, if some Antifa loser goes, so there shows this. Okay, now fast forward a little bit, right?
I'm gonna let her play.
Or skip right past when she's like falling back, right?
There is no point when that glass isn't there. She wasn't able to
I understand. She's on the other side. Yeah, she's over here, right? So she's not shot through the window right there. She's
not
climbing
through anything.
She literally is. What are you talking about?
She's not climbing through anything. She's right there, and he fires.
Wait, where's she falling from?
I don't know. Maybe the chair she's standing on to try to get to the window. She's not even climbing, though. There's literally no climbing happening. You know? And besides,
like, she's not falling from a standing position. Like, she's on something, right? She's climbing in.
Still got shot through a window.
I have another super
by
chat.
A guy who walked up like he was fucking Hitman.
I have two super chats.
I've got super chats
if I can read this.
All right, we'll get to him in a hot sec.
Yeah.
But he's like,
what I'm saying is that you guys are seriously misrepresenting what's happening here and making me, like, you're trying to gaslight me and act like I'm some bloodthirsty maniac. Like,
no,
which I'm
you
not.
have to understand how police protocol works before you can just go around making.
Look at what is happening, and you're talking to me about fucking police protocol.
But they don't have any fucking guns. They're not supposed to do that shit.
We know they're not supposed to try to break the window.
What are you supposed to do when people are doing this?
Well, first of all, you don't start shooting through the door while it's still holding as it's.
It doesn't look like it looked like she had already broken the window and was climbing through it.
Still, that door. Everybody is still on the other side of that door,
except for her. She was the first one who breached it.
He's not inside of it.
She didn't ever pass through the door.
You see right there, Ryan? They lifted her. There's a guy
lifted her to do what? To do what?
Her to try to put her through.
Yes, literally.
Because the glass isn't even broken yet.
Trespass.
What are they putting her through if the glass isn't broken?
I don't know. He shot through the glass.
Ryan.
Pow, pow.
Ryan.
You guys are calling me brainwashed. It's so crazy.
Ryan.
The gaslighting's
Ryan.
insane.
If you have
hold on. If a 5'6" or 5'4" blonde woman runs up to you and she's 105 pounds, do you put her down or do you shoot her in the face? Do you put her on her ass or do you shoot her in the fucking head?
You put her on her ass, you taser, you pepper spray her, you do anything but put a 9mm into her face.
Yeah, she got shot in the throat.
Nobody should have shot her. It doesn't even matter what the.
Why didn't you answer? Why did you hesitate?
Because I did answer. I said I wouldn't.
You waited though. You waited till after everybody said something. Why did you wait?
You wouldn't shoot her because
I'm thinking about the actual context, which is a bunch of violent people attacking, trying to get to Congress.
Okay,
right?
How were they violent?
The guy who shot her, his job is to protect those Congress people from violent rioters who are trying to get to them. Like, you guys are not engaging with the stakes.
They don't have, honey. There's no pitchforks and
they were.
There is no congressperson whose life is in threat right there.
That's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, if those people had started going through, all of their lives would have been a threat.
You have a barrier that's still intact. You have
the reason none of their lives ended up being a threat is because Ashley Babbitt was shot.
Nobody was in there for their life to be.
They were all trying to get in there. What are you talking about?
If the doors were wide open and all of those people ran through at a cluster of cops with guns, who do you think would win?
Probably not. And the cops would have to start shooting.
Exactly. Those cops had it handled either way. They had a barrier that was still intact, and they were armed, and the crowd wasn't.
It was not intact. That's why she was able to climb through, because they had broken through the window. Why won't you? Wait, okay. If she had broken through the window, if she was climbing in, okay. What do you think that you said they should have tased her?
Tase, pepper.
What about the next person? What about the next person? Another tase? You just keep tasing everyone who climbs through?
There's more cops with more guns. Yes.
Just one by one, keep tasing them?
Was Antifa getting shot like that? Was Black Lives Matter getting dealt with like that?
Were they breaking into the fucking Capitol building, going to the Congress chamber where there were Congress
people? They
people?
were breaking into other federal buildings. They're all different types of shit. My point is,
to assault,
a bank is even a federal building. My point. Were they getting shot like that? No, they weren't.
Yeah, there might have been some cases where it would have been justified.
No, there probably was, but no.
I challenge you to find me an example that's anything comparable to that, but I don't think you will.
Can we agree that the guy could have just fired a shot off into the air as a warning to see what would happen before he put a slug into a person?
Or he could have retreated back further. There's any number of things he could have done that are better than that.
I know.
That was called gross abuse of power.
Instead,
that's not what the court decided, but
he
I guess
fired his gun at somebody who was also unarmed, just like everybody else in the room.
And this is what I'm talking about.
A lot of them were not unarmed.
You
keep saying unarmed.
Who was armed? There was nobody with a gun in that building.
What the fuck were they breaking the windows with? Weapons. They had weapons.
A stick. They had a stick.
What do you think they were gonna do? You think they were sticks of peace? Peaceful sticks? You think they were fucking? You think these are pool noodles?
It's only property that was broken.
Dude, you guys are acting like I'm the brainwashed one. You are so fucking brain broken on this.
You're insane.
You understand that cops are not supposed to just shoot little women like that.
Yeah, Ryan, you do know that like there's a difference between breaking property and actually threatening a person's life, right?
So this is a quote from
you do know that. I'm asking you. You know that they were only breaking property, right? Like that.
So this is a quote from Lieutenant Michael Byrd said that they opened fire. Yes, they opened fire as the last resort after the rioters failed to comply with their commands. He said, once we barricaded the doors, we were essentially trapped where we were.
That guy doesn't have a conflict of interest.
There was no way to retreat, no other way to get out, and if they got through that door, then they're into the House chamber and upon the members of Congress.
Why are you engaging with the House chamber? They should have gone to the House chamber and waited till then. That's the final stand before you start shooting people. But regardless, hold on, Ryan, hold on.
They have protocol.
Let's play.
The protocol is protect the people in Congress from the violent people trying to fucking attack them.
If this was dude,
oh
my god, I just lost it. Well, there it goes. I'm getting stupider talking to Ryan.
Dusty, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. If these people can't handle their job, then they shouldn't be in that field, right?
Correct.
Like if they couldn't handle the possibility of putting their own life at stake, then maybe they shouldn't have that job.
Yeah, but if the chamber is behind that, that means they're in a whole clear room before you get to the chambers. They can still fill them back to the chambers. Also,
can I phone a friend? Can I phone a friend?
One example of a bad DEI hire.
Let's say that the cop did do something wrong. What do you think that Admiral Wilson or whatever the fuck his name was? What do you think the cops would say? Do you think that they'd go, "Oh yeah, our dude behaved violently," or do you think they'd cover for him like cops always do?
Yes.
Sorry, what's the question?
Why are you gay?
I had sex with your mom and it ruined me.
Oh no!
If the cop
I phoned a friend. Okay.
If the cop behaved poorly, do you think that his lieutenant or sergeant or whatever would tell people he behaved poorly, or would he cover for him?
Well, there would probably be an investigation, like there was, right?
The cops investigate the cops. The cops cover for the cops. That's how that shit works. Everybody fucking knows.
So cops never get indicted for wrongful murders.
That's
not unless the public films it. Basically.
Okay, well we have this one on film, right?
What you guys accuse police of all the time just happened in front of your face.
I'm phoning
it's really not.
It really is.
A Google AI bot.
You're looking at bad DEI hires right there.
It says, yes, the officer who shot Ashley Babbitt, Lieutenant Michael Byrd, had a past incident where he left his service weapon in a bathroom. But this is a separate event, obviously, from January 6th. But Byrd acknowledged that in 2019, the incident was a terrible mistake for which he was penalized and moved
He's incompetent.
and moved on from.
He's
He's an
incompetent.
incompetent asshat.
So what you just read the report about the chamber being right, that was actually the dude. That was his own self-report. Well, he's not going to snitch on himself, of course. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, I had other things at my disposal I could have done first.
Not to mention, it would leave the entire district liable for litigation if he does that.
This is and that's probably why he was found innocent.
Or
yeah,
maybe because he acted.
Let's also
the entire rest of DC managed to not shoot anybody that night. Yep. I find it hard to believe that this bullet was the one that saved
just the one situation where the people were right next to the fucking chambers where the Congress people were. Just that one scenario. Nowhere else, conveniently.
It's not justifiable.
Yeah, if it weren't for that one bullet saved all of Congress. Otherwise, they would have been decimated. Sure, that's what.
Yeah, it would have been.
What do you? How many people do you think would have gotten in before they just stopped and decided, okay, we're done here?
I don't know, but it's way too speculative. It doesn't matter. He had not retreated far enough.
Did you not watch it with the same video I just watched where the people were slamming fucking sticks on this window, breaking the windows, trying to get to the Congress people? What are they doing? Why are they doing that?
They had a whole nother room to fall back.
Oh
they did.
God.
Also, there were officers
if this is the standard, why not just shoot him on the steps?
By the way, I'm curious. How many of you guys think that Derek Chauvin was a murderer? Just curious.
Yeah, I do.
Not me.
Curious.
Anyways, I don't think he murdered. I think he did a textbook hold where he held his knee slightly behind that man's back. And if you watch the footage, you will see that he held his knee just above his back, and George Floyd had asked to be laid on the ground on multiple occasions. He didn't suffocate the guy to death. He just did a textbook hold on somebody who was on fentanyl and happened to have a fucking heart attack or
you heard
a stroke or whatever the actual cause of death was.
Endless justification for that, but
yeah. Also, Ryan, did you know there was 2 other black people in that car the day that George Floyd was pulled over, and neither of them got arrested. They didn't get punched or anything. So it's not a race thing.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It's not a race thing. Like, you want George Floyd's murder to be a murder, and you want it to be like a race thing. But why were the other 2 black people just let go?
He didn't.
Could it be because they didn't
put his knee on those guys' necks? Maybe I don't know why.
They didn't get.
I don't think Derek Chauvin went out that day thinking, I'm going to put my knee on a black guy's neck. I think that he just carelessly put his knee there, and he had no regard for whether or not he was putting his life in danger.
I think that he's a dick on a power trip. I don't think he meant to kill him, but I think that he did end up being his dickhead ways caught up with him.
Hey,
I don't think he should be released from jail.
Do you guys see the guy named Latavia in the back? He's trustworthy, I promise. He's one of my mods, and he's
Latavia. You did say you were going to phone a friend, and I also said I do like the idea.
He's already in the back chat. Shoot him!
Let's shoot him through a door.
We'll bring him up.
Oh, he's white. We can't shoot him.
He's breached the back chat.
Yes, sorry. Now you can shoot me because I've now entered the space right where everyone important is about to be.
You do know that when the guy fired at Ashley, there were officers behind Ashley, and there was also a bunch of other people. He could have shot his own, he could have shot a police officer if he missed Ashley.
Yeah.
So, this guy's just totally in the right?
Somebody in my chat says no capital.
Good thing she was in a really small area where it's very easy to aim from that distance. So yeah, good thing he did.
Also, good thing she couldn't get through the glass, or else they would have just
you don't get to fire into a crowd.
Through.
Bullets travel through people regularly. Somebody in my chat says
that's true. But fortunately, you've already admitted that she was being lifted up. So from the angle that he shot, there was nobody directly behind her because she was being lifted up, right?
No, the guys that were lifting her up probably would have gotten shot. There was also no way she could have gotten through there because the glass was still in the fucking way.
Really? Did you even look at the picture?
I've watched the footage. I saw the footage.
We just watched the footage.
New.
Oh, so you guys are just blind. Oh, okay.
Hey, buddy,
I mean, that explains a whole bunch of stuff. But
you need to blow your nose or something.
No, I don't. I just need you to fucking look at reality because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I don't know why you want to be so brainwashed.
I do actually, but I'm still on here because you guys are 2 dumb fucks that I'm more than capable of dealing with you, plus with Ryan here. So I can be sick.
Do you need
Ryan's just got your back?
All right.
I know Ryan doesn't need you to be here though.
I trust that Latavia has more knowledge of the specifics than I do because he was giving me specifics that then were backed up by things that I started looking up.
You do. You had no knowledge of any of it.
And as I develop my understanding, I feel more confident in my initial assessment. So.
Right, because it doesn't matter what new information you get. You're just reaffirming your own belief system, right? Oh,
Well,
MAGA bad.
no, it's
shoot
that
MAGA. Okay.
it said I already had beliefs.
That's a
Yes,
cult.
I had.
That's the definition of a cult.
Yeah, a cult is
Yeah,
where
you're-
I have beliefs because
It
of
is.
various things
Go
I've
watch
heard and
my
understood.
go watch my series,
and then I get more information that
very
confirms
educational.
those beliefs. And
Has great
you guys
edits.
are giving me information that does not disconfirm them. And when we watch the video, it further cements the things that I'm saying. But
Okay, well,
Okay,
you're forgetting
that's a cult.
that you're still forgetting that they have training and protocol and standard protocol to go by, which you are ignoring that fact.
Yeah, no, but
okay?
can you tell me what the standard protocol is?
A standard protocol is that you assess the situation and you just don't start shooting off into people where you can directly see that they are not armed and there's fucking police officers
can
directly
you cite a
behind
statute
them.
or something?
And they're
Right,
being
yeah,
guided into
hold on.
rooms. You do
Yeah, hold
realize
on.
they were being guided into rooms.
No,
or did
they
you forget that fact?
They weren't, but that's a different fact. Let's stick with Ashley Babbitt.
Please.
Okay. So first off, do you?
I say it's day, you'll say it's
Nova,
night. I say
Nova, just
potato,
real
you'll
quick.
say potato. It doesn't
No,
fucking matter.
Nova, quick. I just want to understand. You do realize people can be concealed carrying, right?
Yeah, I fucking know that.
Yeah,
so-
but
so wait,
it's
wait,
safe
so
to-
wait.
I own
Whoa, whoa, hey.
assume that they're not.
multiple firearms.
Whoa,
Sure,
okay, hold on.
I do.
It's
Why-
safe to
Bro,
assume
they
that
are
they're
so
not
scared.
if they
They're so
haven't
scared.
if they've
They
gotten
can't
that far and they
engage.
haven't used one yet. You don't get to just go, oh no, they might have a gun. So and treat them as if they do.
That's okay. First off, that's just stupid. But like, second off,
I think you might.
How
just
is
be
that
stupid.
stupid?
yes, I'm
How is
happy
that
to-
stupid?
I-
You don't get to shoot people because you don't know what's in their fucking pockets.
That's right.
Yeah, wait. You do realize cops do that all the fucking time, right?
I
The
know,
cops
and
that
it's
you
always
imagine
bullshit.
to.
It's
No,
always
it's not
bullshit.
always bullshit. It's not always bullshit. Okay, okay.
It's
Would you-
not
you
always
think-
bullshit?
Let's just
No,
imagine.
it's not.
What if she had like a combat knife or some sort of bladed
Look,
weapon that she had in her? I'm just asking.
there
What if? Okay?
If then at that point, once cops become aware of that, then the situation changes.
Okay, but
Yeah.
what if she's now in
But
the
she
area?
didn't. But
hold on.
she didn't.
Powder. Wait. Okay, hold on.
Why are we
No,
playing in a hypothetical? That's not the situation. She did not have
okay,
one.
dumb fuck. The reason it's not a hypothetical. She had a fucking knife in her pocket. That's just documented fact. You just don't know anything about this.
What
So
kind
I'm
of
trying
knife?
to set you up.
Okay.
I'm trying
She
to
had a
set
knife
you
in her
up.
pocket.
People don't
I have
just
a knife in
carry
my
pocket
pocket all the
knives.
time.
She did. Okay, great.
Pocket-
You carry pocket
knife?
knife?
Wait, Powder.
Pocket-
That's
Do
even
you
more.
carry a
A
pocket
legal
knife?
pocket knife is not illegal.
Yeah.
I never said it was
A
illegal.
pocket knife
I
is
don't
a
know why
fucking
you brought
tool.
that up.
It's not a weapon. You paranoid little bitch.
Oh, wow. I didn't know you just can't stab somebody with a pocket knife.
You can stab somebody with a screwdriver. You can hit somebody with a roll of dimes.
Oh, I'm so
you can
glad I
do all
rolled with
sorts of
you.
things with
Yeah. But
anything.
what do you think is going to cause more harm? A roll of dimes or a fucking pocket knife?
Was it in her hand?
To a guy with
when
a
she was
gun, neither of them
approaching?
are going to get
No.
that.
Shit, I'm asking Powder. The entire
I don't
point.
care who you're asking. It's my show, bitch. Anyways,
That's
was it
fine.
in her
I don't know. I
hand?
don't know whose show it was. I thought it was nobody.
It's my show. I kind of own it. Anyway, was it in her hand? Had she stabbed any other
No, it was in her-
people?
No, it was in a pocket. But
It was in her
right,
pocket.
Effectively, they had
Safely.
no idea she had a knife until they shot her.
safely.
They didn't
Yeah,
actually find the
They
knife
didn't know if she
until
had a
it
weapon.
went to
It's not
forensics.
justifiable. It's
not
only
justifiable.
justifiable until somebody pulls something out and starts making moves to attack. Then it's
do you think-
justifiable.
What do you think about Trayvon Martin? He deserved it too, huh?
I have no opinion on Trayvon Martin. 'Cause I'm
See?
Oh, I have a
Crickets.
really nice documentary on Trayvon Martin.
Yeah,
You guys should watch it at some
bet.
point.
I-
It's good. It's good.
Sure,
It goes
cool.
into a lot of
Yeah,
detail.
you can-
I'm not
you
going
can
to say
send it
that he was like a killer or anything stupid or he deserved
You
it
can
or
send it to
anything
me and
weird.
maybe I'll watch
Nova
it.
is like
We're talking about a very
she does
It's
her own
good,
channel,
though.
but they
Anyway.
collaborate.
This is almost
I
like
just
shooting
wanna,
a
like-
toddler.
You-
I'm shooting a toddler who's got this little tiny pocket knife in their hand.
You're
Why are you guys
you're
hating her
treating
so
you're
much?
treating a grown ass woman who is literally
No, you're
trespassing-
treating the police are the ones with all of the weapons and the
I just want to
authority.
hear. I just want to
So-
hear. You just compared Ashley Babbitt, who was climbing through a broken window, multiple doors into the.
Oh my
Capitol.
God.
Yes, it's the
With
equivalency
a toddler.
to attacking a toddler. That's right, because she's unarmed. She can't do jack
Oh,
shit.
Yeah, I'm not,
She's
no, but I'm
not-
not
she's
familiar with
unarmed.
you. I don't
She
know. if
can't do
you're-
jack shit. She doesn't have a gun. She's not wearing
Okay, I don't know.
protective clothing. Bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
It was a pair of force.
You didn't even know there was a knife in her pocket. Well,
I never
It
said
sounds like
anything.
you don't
What the
know
hell
what
are you
she's
talking
talking
about?
What
It's
he's
not
talking about.
relevant to the situation.
It's a pretty.
She wasn't
a literal hidden weapon is not relevant to the scenario
It's
of
not-
whether or
first
not.
of
No,
It's
because
not
it
a
wasn't.
pocket
It
knife? No,
wasn't.
it's not
There
a
was no
weapon.
intent to use.
Let's pull
What?
off this for a hot second.
How do you know
know
that?
Because,
Yeah, what?
because
How
it
do you know
wasn't in her
That's not
fucking
Did
Did you
hand.
read?
There's no
Wait, did you
intent.
read her mind? Are you like
Wait,
a?
wait, wait,
Are you like a
hold
fucking
on.
medium?
No,
wait.
you did.
That's
You
all
did.
she
There's
had.
a legal
Okay.
standard
You
for
guys
what
are
is the
crazy.
All she
protocol.
had.
retards.
First off, I hope you realize that's you can.
There's a legal standard.
kill someone
for
with
it.
that, by
the
There
way.
is a legal standard for it. Go
And
fucking
any
educate
cop-
yourself and look it up. I ain't
Nova,
fucking educating
I know the
fools.
legal standard for it.
Sure
Yes,
you
Don't
do.
have to. You don't have to
I'll tell
literally
you this.
brandish a weapon. That's why there's reasonable suspicion.
There is a protocol
Okay, hold on.
behind how
Did
they
Ryan say
handle
this guy's name?
No, but you don't know what the Capitol Police.
How
Ryan, I
did
thought
you
you
say
said
his
this
name?
guy was not
And
retarded.
you do? You
Okay,
sure,
but he
you
is.
sure seem
Was
like
it
you do.
Letta
I don't even know
Vance?
who you are. I don't know
Letta
anything
Vance?
about you.
Letta's fine.
All right, Letta. That knife, what you do as a police officer is you wait until somebody, has it in their fucking hand. Like if you had a knife in your pocket and I pulled you over, if I pulled you over and you had a knife in your pocket and then I find drugs on you or something, I end up having to check your pockets. I find that knife, I'm not going to then shoot you.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
okay,
Tim,
I agree.
wait, can I come back in for 1 second? Like, I think this is why we're frustrated. You guys are ignoring the broader context. Like, okay, let's say they wait for her to pull out something or whatever. She climbs in, and then she starts to pull out the knife, and then they start like detaining her or whatever. While they're doing that, other people are climbing in behind her. Right? You guys are not engaging with the reality of the situation on the ground.
That pocket knife does not meet the legal standard of a weapon. It's a tool. She's allowed to have it. She wasn't brandishing it.
You're not allowed to have it in the fucking Capitol building. What
Yes,
the fuck
you
are we talking about?
No,
Yes,
you're
you
literally
are.
not. She wasn't even allowed to be in the Capitol
Wait,
building.
The powder dusty.
That's true.
Okay, I want
That's
you to
true.
go grab it. Go buy a paraknife and go walk into the Capitol building when you're not allowed to be there. Okay, and let me know what happens.
Okay, she wasn't allowed to be there at all.
Yeah,
But
break a door that you're trying to get through too,
It's
like right into
legal
the house
you can have
chamber.
it, so
That's
it could
like
be
You're not
legal
having
to
literally-
have-
Wait. Can you? Okay,
It's so
you can
small.
legal carry a fucking gun, right? You can legal carry guns, right?
Not in DC. That would have
Yeah,
been
and you
illegal.
can't legal
Not in the
carry the
s-
paraknife in the fucking Capitol
Yes, you
building.
can.
No, go do it. I want you to go do it. I want you to go travel to DC with the paraknife. I want you to try to.
You want me to
enter
do
the
it right
Capitol
now for the
building.
sake of this fucking argument?
I
No,
don't
I
want
want
you to do a
to-
crime. I disavow. I don't. I will not encourage you to do crimes, and especially not ones that will get you killed.
Oh my God. Hold up a second. Kazak had dropped $50. I didn't even see it. He said, "Thanks for the stream. I hope you for the best for your mom." Yeah, guys in the chat. Mom just got home from the hospital. Please don't. Yeah, mom got home from the hospital today. She was in there for a week and 2 days. Lots of medication is needed. Lots of it's very, very expensive. And only Mr. Bill also dropped $5. He said, Ryan, if it's okay for Ashley Babbitt to be unalived for getting close to feds, is it okay for ICE to do the same when they feel threatened by Antifa women? Oh man,
That's
If
what I said earlier.
I mean, potentially there might be some cases where they feel like actually threatened, and they might be justified in using force. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, this is why all the analogies for like when a cop pulls somebody over, okay? And why do you think they command like put your hands on the wheel, keep your hands there? If somebody jerks and reaches for their pocket or reaches for someone else, they get shot because the cop has no idea that they're about to grab a gun and shoot.
Look,
Like I mean, like this
The
is
knife-
just obvious. I
I'm
don't
looking,
like,
at
other
I'm looking at the knife law right now.
yeah, worse
That
ones
was
in
a-
this case.
That was a legal knife for her to carry. That was nothing
Not
there.
in the Capitol building. Not in the Capitol building.
Yes, huh?
It's
Yes,
like
huh?
literally
He's looking
saying,
at it.
oh, because you can carry a gun in some states, then you can carry a
Letta,
gun in
he's
DC.
looking
No,
at it
I'm
right
looking.
now.
I'm looking at the law right now.
Okay.
Here, let's
Show
let's
me
do.
the law
You
where
guys,
it says in the U.S. Capitol building you can bring a fire knife.
It doesn't specify anything about. There's no special clause for Capitol buildings.
Then how
They
the,
d-
what the fuck are you looking at right now? Wait, are you looking at D.C.? Are you looking at federal? What
Washington D.C. knife laws. District of Columbia knife laws.
You understand that you understand that federal buildings are governed by not D.C. law, right?
You don't. You think that? What are they governed by?
They're governed by federal law.
And so you don't think that this is going
Garuda,
to?
that's a fucking hilarious
DC's
typo.
knife
You didn't
law.
realize. You didn't realize. You
Need a
didn't
coward's
know that.
pee-pee.
All right, let's look up federal. There is no fucking federal knife law.
There are federal weapons carry laws. There are federal laws all over the United States. There are specific regulations and rules built in.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna
Capitol
go
building.
down this rabbit hole, and if I'm wrong, I'll bet you $20 that you're fucking wrong.
About what?
wanna play?
That there are specific
I bet
rules,
you
regulations.
$20 that knife is legal to carry. Her being there was illegal.
Okay,
but
okay,
that-
hold on. You want to bet me $20 that it was totally legal, that you could face no repercussions from bringing it into the Capitol building? Yes, sir.
That I will bet you
That's-
$20
is that-
that there's that. Okay, granted that it was illegal for her to be in the building at all. There is no restriction on knives in Capitol in that building.
Okay, yeah, I'll bet you $20. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
While you guys
Okay,
figure that
well.
out, I want to point out that actually, I think less than a month ago, I think it was a couple weeks ago actually, there was a woman
Definitely.
who was shot by ICE because she was allegedly driving towards them or whatever, like, or she's like hit one of the officers, and or this is like the report from ICE. Although this I think has been argued about by witnesses and police reports and stuff. But apparently she allegedly rammed into an ICE officer's vehicle, and then afterwards they mentioned that she was armed, which she did have a concealed carry, but they shot her in her car, and then she drove away and drove like a mile away before being transported to the hospital. So actually there's a situation where if things did happen the way that ICE says, which again is apparently disputed, then perhaps it would have been justified. So just as a very specific real life example.
And also, to be fair, there are, like, we're also ignoring the context that there are some, and I'm not even granting it, but there are some legal situations that still are major factors for determining a response in force or escalation, right? Like, there's a lot of times where you can legally carry, but if you pull out your gun and point it at a police officer, like, yeah, you are legally allowed to have that weapon. But if the cop
Yeah, but they can shoot you for pointing the weapon at them, obviously. Yeah.
What does the AI summary here say? Let's read this AI summary. What does it say?
It says, as I expected, you cannot carry a knife into a Capitol building or a visitor center. It's prohibited any size. You're just not allowed to walk in with anything.
Nice. Latavia, you should spend your $20 on my channel.
Detectors.
I'm putting a link backstage. You're wrong. 2.5 inches.
2.5 inches inside of the Capitol building? We got to be specific. Specific.
Are you understand the link that says DC?
I clicked the wrong link.
Yeah, I don't see a link, so just whatever.
I put it in the wrong StreamYard.
Okay,
cool.
like my over.
Are you looking at the AI? Because here, this is
the AI is up there. And
okay, there you go. There's an official. There's an official document.
Okay, well,
right
I'll go through it. But so while I'm doing that, I just want to say, January 6th is one of the most documented events in human history. Okay, like there's more footage.
We're not talking about all of January 6th. We're talking about the one thing. I get it that you're Ryan's buddy. You don't like Trump.
Wait. It says knives. It says knives, and then additionally it says other blades with a length larger.
Okay, click that item on the fucking menu and go and look what it says about knives. 2.5 inches.
Where am I going?
That's what. Wait, that's what I thought I just did. Hang on.
Like which page? Which page, Dusty?
Oh, hold on. I just.
Oh wait, I found. Okay, dangerous weapons. So wait, let's see.
5.2. So it's at the top of page 8. Top of page 8 says knives, swords, daggers, and other bladed devices with a blade of more than 2.5 inches.
Yeah. So the other bladed devices is what it's saying there. Other bladed devices with that length, right?
It's
or is that modifying all of them?
If the blade is shorter than 2.5 inches, you can carry it in the federal building.
I don't know if that's true if it's a knife.
What? What do you think you're referring to? There? That's
the other bladed. It literally says the other bladed.
Here's a box cutter, right? Would be a bladed.
Yeah.
That's used, right?
So it says other bladed devices with a blade of more than 2.5 inches.
You guys are full of fucking shit. They're all on the same bullet point.
In the military.
A, B, C, and D. If the 2.5 inches applies to all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
First off, it says.
I feel like I'm on the wrong page here.
Saber, so knives are included, and then it says and other bladed device with a blade of more than 2.5 inches, which is separated out from the comma. So
it would be and others, so knives and other blades. It's the same thing. It's blades of all sorts.
All the blades have a 2.5 inch limit.
There's literally first off, there's literally both readings of what we're talking about can be understood in plain English. So we need to dive deeper.
Where am I looking?
Right, but.
I have another link as well that says prohibited knives in general.
If the 2.5 inches only applied to the other bladed devices, whatever the fuck that is, it'd be on a different bullet point. Look,
it doesn't
the same standard.
Honestly matter at all because she didn't take it out. She wasn't using it in a threatening way.
It doesn't matter at all. Well, what it matters for is the 20
even
bucks.
Holding it.
No,
give me my 20 bucks.
No.
I don't think you won that.
Anything stuff. But secondly, the issue, the reason of talking about that she had a knife on her. Okay, first off, I want to ask, why did she bring a knife to the Capitol building anyway? First off,
it doesn't fucking matter. She doesn't need to
question.
Whoa! What do you mean it doesn't fucking matter? What if she?
It doesn't matter.
What if she literally brought it there because she was intending to stab politicians?
I got this one. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. How about that? Like if you walk through the Capitol building and they
you don't need to justify having something that's legal for you to carry.
Yeah, it's legal for you to carry it. Maybe she forgot she
You
fucking had
You
it.
guys are wild.
Isn't that
understand-
possible
You do
at
you
all?
understand that? You do
Since we're
understand that
doing
the-
all this what if bullshit, Letta, like what if she forgot it was in her pocket?
Yeah, right.
Oh, oops, busted that wide open.
Oops,
Accidents happen.
oops! I was breaking into the Capitol, into the area where the Congress people were, and when I'm trying to overturn an election,
They weren't
and I just
there.
forgot I had a knife on me.
They
So
were-
silly
okay,
of
first,
me.
first off, Trippy, they were literally in the. They were in the. So I don't know if you realize this, right? The police
They
were
were
in that
gone
room.
because
No,
the
they
building
weren't.
was evacuated.
Hold on a
right
second.
because they
Hold on
were
a second.
told.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Oh.
No. I don't want to brush off this. Latavion, whatever the fuck your mustache name is. Are you gonna pay me for the bet you lost?
No, you haven't established shit. You haven't even established you've won.
He
I literally
worked
just
very
said you
hard
can
to.
have- I understand
How
it.
do
You
you
still
think-
haven't done it.
You don't know how to read now?
Apparently, I'm the only one here besides Ryan that does.
Now, was there even any proof that the people that were inside of the
This
building
dude's a piece
had
of shit. Fuck you.
physically
Fuck you,
or
little
in any
mustache
other
bitch.
fashion?
You little lion ass bitch.
Was there
Hey,
anybody there
listen,
that had
Little,
even
little
heard-
nasally
Don't
voice
read.
bitch.
Listen, don't get so mad because you don't know how to read and you got called
No,
out.
I get
for it.
mad because you're lying right. You're playing in my face. You lost a bet, and then you're going. Well, I don't know if that's what they mean. Of course, it's what they fucking mean.
Yeah, that's a
Wow,
lot.
I- I- I-
I do like that. I just assert that I'm right. Yeah, okay, yeah, cool.
Well, you're
Why
trying
didn't
to
you
weasel
find-
your way out of it.
There's a reason.
Yeah,
You're
you're
trying to
I
weasel your
literally
way
got-
out of it.
Can
He
you share
found a
my-
fucking document that
Trippy,
told
can
you
you
what
share-
it was, and you're like, but it says and. You got to have a definition for what and is.
Can you share my screen?
Yeah.
The one I'm
Look
showing?
at if you look at the whole sections, it says axes and hatchets on a bullet point, bows and arrows on a bullet point, ice axes and ice picks on a bullet point, throwing stars on a bullet point. Then
So does this?
knives,
Hey,
saber, swords,
can you
if
guys
under
read this?
2
Can
inches.
you guys read this with me? It says knives to include sharp tools, pointed objects, or implements such as a switchblade, dagger, dirk sword, etc. It says prohibited across the board, right? On the prohibited
Did you
items
put
list.
it in the back chat? I don't know what the fuck you're looking at.
I will.
It doesn't
This is
matter
just
because
a-
your boy already proved he's a liar.
I don't think he did.
Just
I
a
think.
prohibited items list.
But yeah, here I
don't know
posted.
what
I posted
exactly.
the link. Yeah, I
Thank
posted
you.
it in the back. It's specifically
All right.
about the
And
U.S.
you can
It
drop
says
the
U.S.
screen
Capitol
share.
Police.
I'll re-screen share.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'll
you know, I
re-screen
mean,
share it so we can do
here,
it. Yeah. As soon as I find the fucking button.
Here, let me
All right, I
read
need your
some-
help.
let me-
Where to go?
I don't
Never
know,
mind, I
but
found it.
here, let me read this for you. Okay. Excessive use of brutal force is when law enforcement or others use amount of force, right? That is unreasonably excessive and not necessary to handle a situation. Often considered police brutality, correct? That's the term you guys love to use. And a civil rights violation, another one you love to use, yes. Examples include unwarranted shootings, beatings, chokings, unnecessary use of tasers, others restraints, even against compliant individuals. This can
yeah,
lead
which
to
she was
severe
obviously not
injuries or
complying with
death,
shit.
and victims may pursue legal claims against it. No, it has to be weighed against the situation. It's not.
Yeah,
black
the
and white
situation
like
was they were
that.
trying to break into the
It's
Capitol
not
and attack
black
Congress
and
people.
white.
It's
That's
so
why
this
they
is
have
black and white.
training. They have protocol that they
Oh my
where they
God.
go
Yes.
from
Why do you
escalation
think
to
they waited until
escalation
why do you think they waited
before
until
they
the
can
very,
use brutal force.
Yeah, why do you think they waited until the very last space before there were Congress people?
They weren't even in the same area.
Yes, they were. They were in the other room, right there.
They were in the other room.
Incorrectly.
Literally stated.
No, you're just
proof
lying.
that
It's
they were
like
even there in
walking
the first
into a
place.
classroom
They were
of
there. They were literally on the other side of the
young
doors.
Kids, there's nothing. It's like it would be the equivalent to going into a mental facility and shooting up the mental ward.
Obviously
okay?
not
The
comparable. You're
situation
literally
has-
just you're just
no,
lying through
no,
your teeth,
they
dude.
don't
This is
have the
embarrassing for
weapons.
you.
They don't have the initial brute force threat that warrants brutality in that manner. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
you
you
don't
don't. You're
understand the law.
you're just lying.
You don't
You're just lying about what
understand
happened.
protocol. You read from a fucking script. You're into the business of swaying public opinion. You're not into the
Bro,
business
who am I?
of
I
anything
have like
else.
17 people
Don't fuck
watching me
with
right
me,
now. Who the
kid.
fuck am I
I've been
swaying?
in the
Like
industry a
you're just
long
coping
fucking
because you're
time.
so wrong about this.
Don't fuck with me, kid. I've been in the industry a long fucking time. You don't got nothing
We're
on me,
gonna do
honey.
this.
Don't
We're
get
gonna
who
have
cares?
to-
You're still wrong. I don't care how long
Oh,
you've been
no,
in whatever
I'm not
industry.
wrong.
You're still wrong.
Oh no, I'm not wrong. In a court
You
of law,
are.
I'm
What
not
industry-
wrong. Court of law, I'm not wrong.
What happened to Dusty?
Here, I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and have that discussion.
No, I'm
about
done.
more
I'm done.
people.
I gotta go. I gotta take care of
Wait,
my
you're
dog.
running too?
Yeah,
Okay,
dog.
Rob ran, Nova ran.
No, I got a
She
dog.
actually-
No,
she
unlike
actually
you,
has
I'm just
that-
fucking
I
with
have
you,
a-
Nova.
I
I'm just
have a
fucking with you.
life. I got a
I'm just
dog.
fucking with you.
I
Calm down.
got
Calm
like
down.
a kid.
Yeah,
you
he's-
know, like I
He's
got a
playing
life.
it up for the,
Oh,
for the
okay.
fun.
All right.
But yeah, she's got the little muskrat, the little
Yeah.
Frenchie. You'll have to
Yes.
put her on screen at some point.
And she's in
get the
heat
cute
right
points.
now, Ryan. I'm trying to decide.
That's
if
why
I'm
do you
Ryan's
wanna do to
here.
her?
He knew
I'm
your
going
death.
to.
Leave
Yeah,
her
I'm trying
alone.
to
Leave
decide
her
if I
alone.
wanna. If I
Yes,
wanna.
He
My
wanted
little
to
weenie
mate
boy.
his dog with yours.
No,
That's
she's a
why he's
Frenchie.
here.
No.
Yeah, but that
She's
would
a
be weird.
Frenchie.
Like, you could get like a long-nosed Frenchie out of that.
No, that's
That'd be
creepy. That would be
some
weird.
hyper strange
I'm good.
dogs.
All right,
Let's
I
do
gotta
it.
go, and maybe I'll come back. If you guys are still going, I'll try and come back. But I've
All right.
been
Thank you for
a busy
moderating,
day.
Nova. I think you did a
Bye,
mostly
honey.
good job before
I'm
Rob.
trying. I don't have
think it was-
Chance.
control of anything either.
She
so
didn't
it
get
was
a
really
chance.
hard.
Hold on. Okay. Bye, Nova.
Bye, honey.
All right. I got to do some super chats.
Yes. We got a
Hold on a
we
second.
got a
too, after.
Dusty who's a powdered, and then Ryan. I mean, whichever. Yeah, Ryan. Dusty, go ahead. Oh,
Hold on a
he's-
second. I'm pulling him up.
He's
Let's
slowly
see.
pulling it out,
Ooh.
guys.
All right. Mike23 sends $10. He says, Rob, I'll add peanut M&M's your favorite. Come on, dude, stop being a fat little baby.
Bro.
The Cardinal Conservative says, Sir, let me on to assist Trippy.
Ooh, who's that?
He'd be a good partner for your side, but I don't have the energy in me to start up a whole debate now. But if you want, I can give him a link.
Okay, yeah, do it.
Right.
If you don't mind. Drop them in there. You got another one to read, or?
Yeah. Okay, here. Yeah, I'll drop those after. I'll drop that
Yeah.
for you, Cardinal, after I get the link. Lower class sends in $5. He says, for the grift. Thank you, lower class. Chuck in Tennessee sends $2. He says, get out.
Douds.
Well, that's. I asked my chat earlier. When you brought Rob back up, I asked my chat, I was like, should I stay or should I leave?
Yeah, I understand.
They're like, go the fuck on. Yeah. All right. That's what I got. Thank you, guys. I'll drop the link for Carnal, and some of you I owe some bombs to a little later.
Bongs?
Bombs.
Oh, you
you know
said
I drop
bomb.
bombs when
You'd be like
bombs.
All right, Ryan.
$2 and Snow sends in $2. She says Dusty wins. Dusty always wins. Snow. Thank you for the $2.
But Dusty's winning Snow. Don't send him any mystery packages.
Thank you, Dusty, for the support and for most of this. Even when we clash, I expected us to at some points anyway. But I want to.
Yeah, I tried to get in front of it, but it was inevitable.
I'm gonna run through some of the ones I missed earlier. So
Go right
Jen X, I don't know if you're still here, but Jen says for $4.99, the only standards Rob has are double, which is true. And then there was Nicody asked about the Chicago palm trees thing. Orthodox say congrats on your victory. We already read that. And there were 3 from Josh who says, number 1, Babbitt should have been posthumously dishonorably discharged. He says her life was taken as she crossed through the last barrier between the mob and Congress. And then he says, you are brainwashed, but Flo was wrong on every single point he made and never educated himself because he doesn't like cops. And then he sent a link to the table that I shared with you guys shortly.
Real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Carnal, I gave you the wrong link. I put the right link in the back chat.
That works perfectly. That way you don't have to put it out to a huge group.
Well, it's too late. I already put it out to the huge group.
Oh shit. Okay, that's
This
fine.
link?
Oh wait,
dude.
no, I didn't. Actually, I didn't. I put my link out to the huge group, but I'm share screening. So yeah,
I did.
Anyways.
I do for sure know. Let's see.
Flo is,
I wasn't for
Dusty.
sure if there were even Congress members present during January 6th, like
Well,
in that
There
specific
were
building.
That's what
I
we're
still
letting you
don't-
know that now. They were there. And that's what they were. But they were
Where's
between
the-
that room that we see in the video,
that
where there's
room?
people, where the people were
Because
standing. The ones who shot Ashley Babbitt, they were
when the
standing.
security
And then the next
officer-
room over, that's where Congress people were. That's where they had.
When the security officer said, talked about it, he said the only option we had was to move to the next room. He never mentioned that there was Congress members in there. He just said that they
were
would.
saying that move to the only option moving to like which officer was talking about. Move to the next room.
Like, we don't need to scream and yell or anything on that, but that's on me.
True.
Yeah, let's see. Is your homie in the back yet? He
I don't
happens
know.
to be. What up?
Oh, this guy.
Arnold
What's up, Cardinal?
Conservative. He's got that stank eye. He's giving stank.
no,
eye.
he looks like he's ready to throw down for conservatives, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
Ryan's
looks like
looking
he's
for the exit.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hey, look, Rob ran and then Nova ran, and now I'm still here fighting battles that.
Ryan,
just
do you
keep
have a
winning.
degradation kink?
If I did, then why would I talk to you guys? It never seems to happen. So
James Lintz in the chat. You must have got
He's
here.
like tame me harder.
James must have got here a little late. He says, "Trippy, this went better than I expected. No dumpster fires yet." That happened earlier. It was
Ryan gets his degradation kink on Sarah's channel.
Yeah, when I'm allowed. Although since Sarah raised the price, I have been able to stick around longer, which is cool. But Carnal, what's your what do you think about the Insurrection Act?
I think it's obvious that what's good for the goose is great for the gander. I mean, honestly, it's hypocrisy on both sides. It's the right wing's turn now. As far as the courts are concerned, may the courts enforce their rulings. I mean, it's about power now. That's what it's been about.
Are you quoting Are you quoting the alleged Andrew Jackson quote, which led to the Trail of Tears?
I don't think he is. Is he? Oh, are you?
No, I mean, sure, yeah, curious. I mean, that's just a wild position to hold, but I mean, yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of world you want to live in, I don't know. Are you an American?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that seems
Are you
pretty
Ryan?
drastic. Yeah.
Proud to be an American.
Oh, my mind went right to American Dad.
Also, former Proud Boy, Dusty. I don't know.
Right on.
Sounds more like a current
Proud
one.
Boys. And as we all know, the Proud Boys always their calling card was
Dem Arby's boys, wheels up, ski skirt.
Dem Arby's Boys. That's what we'll do. We'll start a new crowd and we'll call it Dem Arby's Boys.
Garuda, if you DM me on
Ryan will be the poster child, but not a member. Yeah. I don't know, guys.
No,
like,
Proud Boys was fun. Proud Boys was
You know what? It was fun. It was because 99% of the time it was a drinking club, right? We went out and drank.
I had heard that.
Yeah. But no, it was no more drinking club.
I heard that from Gavin, like right when it was, he was talking about when it was new, and it was mostly just like guys hanging out at bars, talking about stuff and trying to provide security for politicians when given the chance.
Even when it got like a reputation and known, right? Like whenever he said "stand by, stand strong" or whatever, Trump did it at debate.
Stand back and stand by.
Yeah. Of course, thank you.
Yeah.
Even after that, everybody. Most of it was just going out and drinking. Most of the shit that we did was not anything to do with anything political.
Yeah.
Well, long before that, when Proud Boys first started, it was Gavin McInnes got a bunch of guys together around Berkeley to protect journalists like Milo and Ben Shapiro and Lawrence Southern from just being attacked, just being violently attacked. Like, they hadn't been shot yet. They were being bike locked. Like Lawrence, there's still pictures of Lawrence Southern in a freaking like literal baseball helmet.
Yeah.
Because they kept throwing shit at her.
And Andy, no.
And they needed security.
Let me pause you. Guy below me. I will accept your reading. Somehow, once you were in the right, you learned how to read. So even though you're a snaky piece of shit who wouldn't pay me, I want you to know I'm better than you. Put your Cash App or PayPal in the back chat, and I'll pay you $20 so that everybody watching knows I'm better than you and you're still a bitch.
Wait, but if I'm ultimately right, then how are you right in the first place?
Because you pretended not to know how to read when you were wrong.
What? No, I was establishing that I said there's an alternative reading that we need to read deeper on. I never said.
You pretended not to know.
We both expressed uncertainty based on the.
You pretended not to know how to read when you were in the wrong.
Powder Dusty, you can literally rewatch the stream. I literally said there are two plain English readings of this text that you can go with. One of those was yours. One of those was ours. Right. So I said we need to look deep.
In order for you to be right here, you have to accept mine. What you did in the comment you just made in the back.
Oh yeah, correct. I am saying yes. That's why I said on further reading.
Right. Once you read the other thing, then all of a sudden you knew how to read the thing that I showed first. You're still a snake. You still wouldn't pay me, but I'm still going to pay you. Put your payment shit in the back chat, and I'll send you $20.
All right.
But all I'm saying is, I literally
$20 is $20.
But, it's just...
Take the $20.
I'm just going to lay this out here, just because I think I already know the answer. Dusty,
Yo.
If he had paid you and come back with this later, would you have paid him back?
Yeah. Because I'm paying him right now, you know. Even after he's demonstrated, he wouldn't pay me. So
I literally said, first off, I didn't say I wouldn't pay you.
shut the
First
fuck
off,
up and
I
put
said,
your thing back there.
I will. All I said was there needs to be further reading on this in order to make sure that you're right, because there is another reading.
And there was, and you weren't.
Yes. Whoa, actually, Ryan, you're wrong.
You were talking about another way to read that sentence, not the whole other document that Ryan found later.
Yes, correct. Oh, but that's why I said I was actually just.
So you pretended not to know how to read, and then you lucked in, and then you lucked in. I'm no chill.
No, I was literally about to agree with you. I was disagreeing with Ryan because he said you're wrong. I'm here saying, yes, your reading was the correct reading on it after I looked into it further.
No.
However, it turns out I was still right and Ryan was still right.
Which is why I'm giving you the $20, even though the deal should be void when you reneged on it when we thought that you lost.
We didn't think I lost. I literally said.
Yes, we did. You didn't say anything about that not being the right document.
I'm just here, guys. I'm just here.
What you said is you don't know how to read that sentence. All of a sudden, Ryan comes up with a different document, and you know how to read that sentence again.
Anyway, hey, once you get that money, can you make sure that you could, demonstrate that you have it by sending me a super chat?
Yeah, a super chat of $20 and $15 more. Give him 30.
You know what? Ryan, I'm gonna send it to you. You can send it to him if you want.
You got it.
Ryan's collecting tax.
Based?
Ryan can collect.
He's a good leftist.
I mean, yeah, Ryan deserves it more than you. At least hasn't immediately demonstrated no integrity at all.
But we held literally the identical position. I don't know what up until he still said you were wrong and I said you were right. So if anything, I have the closer to your position than he does.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, Dusty, are you sending as a super chat? Or
you're being retarded on purpose. I was gonna send it during a different way so that you don't get taxed.
Don't forget,
if you got a different
I posted my cash app in the back.
Don't forget Trippy Cash.
Thanks,
chat.
Latavian. Thank you, Latavian, for the $20, I guess.
Y'all can become a member of the channel today, and my Wednesday show is much less of a craziness, but you'll still enjoy it. We watch videos of people doing insane stuff on Wednesdays. Yeah.
And also, I was gonna say, Trippy, Dusty, you guys don't know me that well, so I get the fiery comments coming in heated. If I did finish reading, and it was the case that the Capitol building also allowed it, I and Radical Coder will vouch, I would have paid out the $20.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe you.
That's fine. If we continue to interact, then maybe you will change.
Did you say?
I would say he's more reliable than I am, but although I think if I made that bet, I also would have, but I wouldn't have made that bet because I don't even have the cash to do that, so I'm broke as shit.
All right, you know what, guys? We were gonna take a little video and we're gonna put it in my picture thing, and we're gonna watch it together, and we're all gonna laugh and smile.
How long is it? I got to get out of here in a little bit.
Seconds. It's 29 seconds. It is that time that Michael Jackson went on to Hot Ones.
Staying 350,000 Scovilles. Ready, Michael? Let's do it. Ooh, it's burning. Fire on my tongue, but I'm feeling alive. Heat in my heart, got me ready to flip. Ooh, that's got a kick.
We all remember this episode.
Woo, that's fire. It's a big step up, right? Yeah, man. You weren't kidding. Here we go. Last one. Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's got a kick. Oh, man. That is hot. Give me a minute. Oh, this ain't smooth.
AI is getting ridiculous, and we're all going to have to watch our ass.
Yeah, boomers are absolutely cooked. It's going to be.
I'll add this, okay? Be really careful when you order from a random new hot chicken place, okay? Because the other day I ordered fucking Angry Hot from some new chicken place with no context. Turns out that was fucking ghost pepper sauce, and it was quite a bit hotter than I was expecting from a random order delivery. That the only context was Angry Hot. So
yeah. It's like ordering from any Thai restaurant. You go for like the extra hot, and you're like, wow.
So I actually have a follow-up question for Carnal, if you guys don't mind, because you were saying they're basically saying like Trump should do just whatever he wants, right?
I don't think that's what he said.
No,
I mean, all I heard really from the last discussion was, well, the courts are working the way that they're intended. I'm like, well, yeah, sure, but you also have the court of the people's opinion, and that was Trump. That's our House of Reps. They're doing what we elected them to do. So may the court enforce their rulings. Let the courts do what they want to do. Ultimately, The American people are getting what they voted for. But go on.
Does that include violating the law?
It means pushing whatever we voted for.
Americans don't
even
vote
if it breaks the law.
Yeah, including violating the law.
I mean, Antifa obstructing the
We're
law.
not talking about
sure.
Antifa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, do you would you agree?
Thank you for having me. I
was gonna say,
have a
you
good one.
closing thoughts, but yeah,
Listen, again, I appreciate it. Well, I'm sure you'll.
no, for Dusty because he was trying to get out.
No, yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
Cardinal,
as far as me, I'll stick around for a while.
would you say, is it clearly obvious that Trump running and becoming president for a third term is unconstitutional?
Obviously.
Yeah,
so
like unconstitutional and likely impossible unless he were to invoke something like martial law. Like I think that's one of the ways that you can continue to be president and run for a third term is if martial law is in play when the election happens. I believe.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about like remain president for like a temporary period of time. Potentially, I'd entertain that, but like not literally like you could just become a third term president. But
I think it happened in the past, didn't it? Wasn't there a president that got a third term or ran for?
That was before the amendment.
That was before the amendment was passed, which is just more the point. I mean,
I thought that was a singular president after the amendment, though.
Yeah, but to do another amendment, you have to do a constitutional convention. You don't do it through executive order like Trump has to do. But go ahead.
To tie this all back, yeah. So, Cardinal, you're talking about this will of the people, and the people voted for this. If a bunch of people, if Trump ran somehow, it's just not even somehow. If Trump just ran clearly against the amendment that bars him from doing so, coming up with some excuse, and the people voted for him, and he got enough votes that he would be the winning candidate, would you say then that he should become president for a third term?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that right now.
Yeah, you want to see more time pass, and you want to see how he does up until that point, or you just don't know.
I want to see how bad or how good things are.
Okay.
I'm not sure
So
at this point.
if things were good enough, you would be fine with violating the Constitution in order to have Trump again.
It's not whether it's good or bad. It's whether it's how hot things are getting.
Can you explain that? What you mean by that? I'm not sure.
I wouldn't say whether it's good or bad, whether things are stable or unstable.
Those sound similar to me. So I'm just trying to understand what you mean. Like you're saying this. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm talking about this other concept like stable, unstable. But like I don't know what you mean by those things. Like what circumstances would you like feel like would justify a plain violation of the U.S. Constitution, breaking complete constitutional order in an unambiguous way?
Again, I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, that's fine. It sounded like you were meaning something when you said like stable or unstable or something like that. But yeah, it's totally fine if you don't know. I would ask that you think about it, and I would love to hear an answer after you think about it.
All right.
Honestly, I don't trust anyone for shit. I don't even trust Trump, to be honest. I don't trust, but I certainly don't trust the other side either. Like,
are you saying like if it was clear that the other side? Sorry, I don't know if I'm lagging out or if you're lagging out. I was just gonna say
we all did a cycle on my saying. Well, all I'm saying is I don't trust anyone really.
Is it like the case that if you felt like the Democrats were going to violate the Constitution in a clearly unambiguous way, and Trump would do the same thing by just running for the third term, but then not do it in other ways, is kind of what you're thinking of a potential evaluation?
And we still have a lot of moving parts. For example, this is going to be a nice whataboutism. Is the GOP or GOP operatives have bought the Dominion voting system, the Dominion voting machines. So that's going to be a new angle.
Yeah, they're probably going to try to fucking actually rig it like they alleged with no evidence before.
I think everyone's going to rig it.
The people who own the voting machines, they're going to, yeah.
Like I would be more concerned about the people that own the voting machines rigging it than somebody who doesn't own the voting machines rigging it, right? Generally speaking.
Well, just beforehand, who owned it before?
A company. I don't know. I don't know what their donation patterns
Who?
were to politicians or whatever, or vice versa. But presumably, its own private company. I assume that they were probably
Well,
pretty highly regulated. But
no, go research it. Do your own thing. I'm not gonna do
Yeah,
anything.
I
because it
mean,
was like
give me the shortcut here, so I know what I'm looking for.
The
you
other
gotta wait.
side bought the voting machines.
Okay, so you said the Dems owned Dominion before Republicans bought.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
but that there was no
Huge is true.
court findings or any evidence that the Dominion voting machines manipulated votes, right? You agree with that?
You're saying there was no evidence that
in
showed that
2020, yeah.
Well, I can vouch for what I saw when I went to go vote in 2020, was it 4? When Biden was running? I got the years all fucked up. My brain's a little bit scatterbrained right now. But I can tell you that there was multiple voting machines that were directly hooked up to Ethernet cables. Now, where those cables led, I didn't get to see, but I saw the Ethernet cables, and those machines are not supposed to be hooked up to the internet in any
On the
fashion.
internet at all.
Okay, so no speculation, so no direct evidence, but just like this seems like this could be a weird scenario, right?
Well, obviously, I knew to look for it
weird
because
shit like boarded up windows, recounted ballots. You know, just
ballots turning up in different places,
recounted ballots happen
unofficial,
on every election,
speculative.
right?
boxes of ballots showing up in different states that weren't ever, weren't
Yeah,
ever
I
put
mean,
in.
listen, maybe you should do a stream one time where you jump into the actual
exceeded by 100+%. You know, just
Yeah,
Just
no,
was a
listen,
lot of weirdness.
Trippy. I think you should do a stream sometime where we like deep dive into all the claims
Yeah.
that are being made here. Yeah, I think
We can do that. It's just we'll
I
find
think
the time.
But
I don't mind doing deep dives and hearing the opposite perspective. I love hearing the other perspective.
Yeah, I like starting fresh and like looking at
is,
things and looking at it either way.
My point is, there's a lot of moving parts, and I don't know what's going to be what in 4 years.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you. There are some. I could imagine there are some crazy scenarios in which certain things might be justifiable, but they would be pretty crazy. But I know you said you don't trust Trump.
Shit's gotten crazy. Shit's gotten crazy, dude.
Yeah, that is true.
Right.
But you were saying earlier you don't trust Trump, right?
No, I don't trust Trump himself. No.
I was in an argument with somebody a couple weeks back, and actually, Ryan, I might have to introduce you guys. You guys, well, I'll rephrase that. Ryan, you may not like her. She's very loud and very on the side of like, this person is this and that's all they are. But hey, I don't know. She might be different, behind the scenes. But she was screaming at me and calling me all sorts of fascist and racist, and it's like, I'm not a racist. I'm not a fascist.
I don't know. You might be a little bit. You might be a little bit of both.
Hey,
but
I was born in Detroit, man. I don't have a reason to be racist.
Not at all.
Only Mr. Bill, $2. He says someone more bad faith than Ryan. Wow, I think he's talking about you there, Letta. He just dropped that.
Yeah, probably. Tell him he's welcome to talk to me anytime.
As well as I got $20 from Kaiser Gaming YT. He dropped 20. He said, because moms are priceless. Thank you, Kaiser. And he said he's a po' boy, but don't worry about that, man. I'm a po' boy too. Why do you think I internet?
So Cardinal, I'm curious. If you don't trust Trump, like when you hear, do you believe Trump attempted to steal the election in 2020 with the fake electors plot? Or like, how much do you know about that? And also,
you cut out there for a little bit. So would you?
Apologize. Sorry, I was speaking.
You cut out for a bit. Would you mind just repeating just a little bit?
I was just saying. So you had mentioned that you don't trust Trump. I was just asking if you were familiar with like the 2020 fake electors plot and your opinion on whether you think Trump attempted to steal the election from.
I don't believe that he tried to steal any election. I think he was like the most likely to have won. You know what I mean? Like, I think he was the most likely candidate to run at the time, and he was extremely popular.
Sorry, when you say most likely candidate to run, I'm talking about like in the general. I'm talking about
I'll be very honest. I don't think Trump lost the 2020 election.
I gotcha. But regardless, he made moves that were not legal in order to switch the votes certified by states to him, right? Do we agree on those basic
You
facts?
mean he used the nebulous reality of the electoral college to his advantage?
No, not the nebulous reality. It was quite
No.
specific. Yeah.
He had people lie and say they were the electors from various states, I believe 7 states, and states did not select them to be their electors, and he had them go and lie and say they were selected by the states, and they were not. He had them lie.
And then he tried,
seen that.
to force Mike Pence to read them in, and Mike Pence refused, and that's why Mike Pence got the hang Mike Pence chance, and Trump said that he didn't do the right thing on January.
You really
6th.
weren't aware? You didn't know about that? You didn't know about the electors that were?
Yeah, there was like a whole plan. They literally
states?
went out, found dozens of people willing to sign affidavits, lie on affidavits in order to say that they were the certified electors, had them show up to their state capitals to try to get them certified. The state capitals rejected them because they were not the rightful slate of electors. They made videos talking about how we need to get these. This is important. Like, I'm ready to go. Like, at the moment Trump calls me up, I'll be there. And then had them attempt to come to Congress, and then attempted to have those 7 states, or the number of states, he tried to force the Republicans to vote to say, we don't trust these, and then have Mike Pence just read in this completely invalid, completely illegal slate of electors that would say that Trump won that state instead, in order to almost exact number overturn the election so that Trump would get the favored result. You don't know anything about that?
Should I?
That sounds like bullshit.
No,
because if it was illegal and it
familiar.
really happened, and you guys
Go
have
on.
proof that it happened, then that means that the government also has proof that it happened, and they would have hit him with something.
They did.
No, they
But
did.
Instead,
They tried, but
No, they
Trump
did.
got elected.
and they failed because what?
Because
Because
got
he
elected.
wasn't the president
wait,
at the time.
He won the
Or
election.
was?
waited too long. Yeah, they waited too long.
Yeah.
Right, they waited too long.
Literally.
No, I mean, unironically,
Because
they
This is
literally.
literally. How do you guys not know about any of this?
Oh no, I know
Hold on.
about it.
Whoa.
I just don't think that you guys should actually take it at face value like that and believe that it's just illegal and he did an illegal
No, there are
thing. And then
this is all This is all
was
so well
allowed-
documented.
he was allowed to continue to be president at the time, and then was able
No,
to
it's
run
not.
for another term.
Wait,
when
but
there's
you know what?
supposed to be proof that he tried to fake the win.
Yes, but you understand. So when he was impeached, okay, when Trump,
Yeah, because he's just the baddest guy ever, and
Hold on,
he's a
hold on, no, no,
complete. Hold on, no.
Okay, yeah, you can.
He's
you
just a
can finish out.
complete dumbass, but yet somehow also the most genius person on earth to you guys.
No, he
He's
was a
stupid
complete
and
dumbass.
smart.
No. The plan was obviously fucking stupid. It was like, but he attempted to do it anyway. He stupidly attempted to steal the election. That's
Which
the,
got him
that's the
arrested
claim I'm
or
making.
got him impeached, right?
So he had
It didn't
two
do either. It didn't
Hold
do
on.
anything.
Wait, no, hold on. I'm explaining. So he had 2 impeachments, right? One was for the perfect call he had with Zelensky in order to force some. That was the first one. That had only bipartisan, that had partisan support. Okay, so if you want to hand wave that, that's fine. The second after January 6th, which encompassed both January 6th as well in his absolute failure as a leader there in order to call supporters off, as well as the fake electors plot, he was impeached for that. That passed with bipartisan support. And then when it went to actually convict him, to remove him from office and bar him from going, that had both Republicans and Democrats, but not enough support because you need more in the Senate. But what they said was that there were multiple Republican senators that said literally, verbatim, I would vote yes.
No, Eva, Carnal
permanently
is,
impeach.
and
But the reason
Dusty
I'm not
was.
doing it is because it's purely procedural grounds. Because at this point in this case, Donald Trump was no longer president of since given a few days sort of deal. So they literally said what he did was he would be the first president ever convicted for impeachment, removed from office. They admitted the number of people needed to actually do that, said verbatim, what he did was that bad. I just can't vote yes because I don't believe in impeaching a non-sitting president. So so enough people said what he did was convictable for the first time in U.S. history. Bipartisan support, by the way, in order to do this. They just disagreed, and I highly disagreed with their reasoning because it's
Bipartisan doesn't mean anything to me.
We're
It
talking
doesn't
about
mean anything.
So we're talking about over 60 people said enough in order to say yes, he should be permanently barred from office, stripped immediately of his presidency, never be allowed to hold presidency again because of his actions.
Yeah, but it
House
didn't
or
go
Senate?
through
It didn't go through, but it didn't go through because they disagreed on procedural grounds, not from
this was
merit, right?
just not brought up for his current term, like whatsoever.
Of course it was.
Well, it was from the Democrats and other people because it was like, listen, this
you guys
guy
don't
tried
listen
to
to us though.
Yeah, it was like literally this guy tried
listening.
to coup the government and the election. He tried to steal it, and he failed on Jan 6 to stop these people from attempting to harm the sitting Congress people. Utterly failed at his duty.
You mean where the FBI just admitted to have over 200 plainclothes agents active?
All arrived after the Capitol had been breached. All arrived after it had been breached.
I'm not even saying that. All I know
that
is
is true.
I'm going to call bullshit.
Sorry,
In
so
plain
Colonel,
clothes-
You can call bullshit. You're wrong. You're lying, or you're
If
just wrong.
you're
I don't
showing up
know.
after the fact,
Hold on.
if it's after the fact, you're not showing up plain clothes.
Sorry, Colonel.
You're going to show up in gear.
Colonel, who was the president and who was in charge of the FBI at the time?
Hey, it was Donald Trump.
Who was in charge of the FBI at the time?
It was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
No,
During
Trump was
this
not in charge of the
insurrection that you
FBI.
guys keep
Who was
insurrecting.
in charge of the FBI?
Who was the president? Who was the president at the time?
Who was the director of the FBI?
Sorry, I'll answer that question, but who was the president at the time?
Trump was moving out at the time.
I know Trump
and
was the president, but tell me who the director was.
I don't remember
the
specific
FBI
name.
director.
It was literally.
Was it James Comey? Was it Comey?
Was it James Comey?
Was it
it
still
Comey?
Comey at that point, or was it
I'm actually asking. I'm sorry, Chad.
I think Comey got removed prior because Trump didn't.
So it was Ray, right? Christopher Ray. Is that?
Yeah, it was Chris Ray because he was still the FBI director under Biden, but he was appointed by Trump, right?
Was he? I'm sorry. I shouldn't even ask.
He was appointed by Trump. Yeah. So this was Trump's government, Trump's presidency, Trump's appointee to the head of the FBI. So first off, so those plainclothes people were literally Trump's own appointed. Like he appointed the guy in charge of them. Like what do we?
It was Christopher A. Ray.
I'm sorry. You're coming at me like we're stupid. Like we don't understand what the March of Institutions is. But like you want me to believe that whatever institution is automatically going to be lock and step with the current president.
No, I never said that.
But don't insult the audience like this.
I'm not. I'm just saying. But it is a meaning. It is a. I'm not playing dumb. I mean,
No,
it is a.
It's not meaningful. We all know it's
Did my
not
mods
meaningful.
ban you?
Head of the FBI.
It's shameful that you tried to make
You might
it
have done
meaningful.
something that was ban-worthy. I
Don't
trust my
do
mods.
this.
The person who's in charge of the FBI is not meaningful at all to how the FBI is run. Can you say that for me?
No,
Did any of my
the
mods know
president was
why
clearly
he
not
was banned?
in charge of the FBI.
Did
I'll
I just
ban
say
you
that?
again if they give me a good
Did I just say
reason.
that? I said
Or if you do.
the person
Did you imply it?
appointed. I said the person appointed by the president is not meaningfully in charge of the FBI. I want you to say that for me.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that like he reappointed the same. Oh my God, no, he didn't. He didn't reappoint the same guy.
Okay, and that's why I said that's why I would agree with Cardinal that there's a clear difference. Trump realized appointing just regular ass Republicans that actually care about the Constitution and the rule of law, as opposed to just loyalty to him, it wasn't good enough. He learned from his failure and Trump won, and that's why he appointed all these Trump
Apparently Wi-Fi got banned.
completely fired
No,
anyone
but you're
related
saying
to any of the other stuff. Yeah.
you're also saying at the same time
says
that the
for no
guy
reason,
that he
but
appointed
I
helped him add FBI
I feel bad.
agents to make January 6th worse.
No, what I'm saying is that the fact that the guy Trump
I think it
hired,
was
he
when Rob was
appointed
still here,
to do this
so.
job, that was Trump's pick. Okay, he
Christopher
still
A. Ray.
yes, that despite this being Trump's guy that he picked, who is ostensibly still following the overall paradigm of the presidency and his general
Fair enough.
commands
I
and
trust
orders.
Michelle.
Not as specific,
We
right?
call it the Uniparty, and MAGA hates it.
Okay, so Trump
You
appointed
understand that,
party
right?
people. That's fine. Okay, so Trump
Yes, yes, Uniparty appointee, correct?
No.
Gave us a Uniparty
I mean, I agree.
result.
You would have just say yes. I would say no, but I don't think there's a uniparty. But
Okay,
I agree with
and now
what
Bama
you're
Law in the chat is mentioning back when we were talking about the knife on Ashley Babbitt. And Bama Law, he's a lawyer. He's actually a lawyer. He showed me his stuff. He says, federal law, like I said, we're going back in the talk from earlier, right? He says federal law treats a pocket knife with a blade under 2.5 inches as not a dangerous weapon for purposes of possession in federal facilities.
Yeah,
Knives with blades longer than 2.5 inches are
Yeah.
prohibited.
This aligns.
And we saw
aligns
that.
with.
I don't think Bama was there, but we did go over that, Bama.
we did address that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then
We clarified that the Capitol building has tighter rules.
yeah. So
little
so
boys
I said,
would like to
sorry.
chime in.
Oh, sure.
too.
I was just going to explain briefly what we came up with.
Shoot, man, go ahead.
Yeah, so yes, there's federal laws that apply to all federal facilities, and that's totally right. That the baseline federal laws do not consider that I don't know about deadly weapon, the consideration there. I didn't read into that, but they, generally speaking, they only prohibit blades over 2.5 inches from all federal facilities. But every individual federal facility can have their own rules and regulations that actually prohibit more extensively. That's the baseline, right? Every other facility can add additional prohibitions, and so for the Capitol building specifically, they prohibit all bladed weapons, regardless of the 2.5 inches or not. So even if you're following the baseline federal compliance rules, you also have to follow the standards and regulations for every individual federal building, which again, the Capitol prohibits all bladed weaponry. And so that's why it was not allowed for her to bring that there, even if she was legally allowed to be there.
There's fucking libraries that do it. I mean, like, yeah, you're going to be walking through a metal detector. A knife of any size is going to be picked up by the metal detector. At least I would hope.
Well,
and
yeah,
you shouldn't be bringing in anything.
Some buildings will allow you to bring in less than the 2.5 inches. I mean, but there's also in the same regulations, there's a lot of discretion for officers. It's not necessarily literally a blanket case saying all of these things are maximally allowed. They are allowed to provide exemptions to it based off of a variety of factors and scenarios, such as like what the fuck is happening at the moment, which in this specific case with the Capitol was there's a riot happening where people are breaking in like that. So that creates different standards than if it was just like a visitor visit. But all those things contribute.
Well, yeah,
to why it was
going to be different standards, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, Spittlebuggies in the chat says articles of impeachment are for war crimes. That's in accordance to actual documentation.
I'm sure she'll tell us
this
later.
Is why it wasn't precedent. Okay. Like war crimes for impeachment? Yeah. I mean,
war crimes might be impeachable.
Hey, Kaiser.
Impeachment.
Yeah, I think they're
much
also
larger.
True.
Yeah.
It's like also because they did impeach him for stuff that wasn't war crimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously they didn't go through with the whole make sure he can never be president. I know that's what they were shooting for a while.
Well, so there are some interesting things relating to the 14th Amendment that I think are actually like pretty interesting. Like there's deep legal rabbit holes you can dive down about why some states attempted to bar Trump from the election because they said that he met the definition of aiding and abetting insurrectionists and so forth, which means that you're prohibited from running for presidency. And you can do a deep dive into the Supreme Court ruling onto it, and it was pretty unprecedented in terms of what they ruled relative to other disbarments, but that's a whole other topic that I don't want to get into.
Ooh, Bama Law. Bama Law dropped $5. He said the statutory definition, 18 USC 930 specifically executes pocket knife. He's repeating as a blade of less than 2.5 inches in length from the definition of dangerous weapon. So, like, we get it, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for dropping the money.
Actually, I'll defend him. It's possible that the definition of a dangerous weapon there is something unrelated to what we've been talking about in terms of prohibition.
I see what he's saying. Yeah.
That could be true. Dangerous. It's not relevant to the context of the conversation.
Sorry, Bama. But I got what you're saying now. Sorry, I kind of misread. Not misquoted so much, but misread more than anything. But yeah, like I know in Michigan, right? I'm in Michigan. If you're carrying a blade that's like longer than your palm is wide, then it's considered to be a weapon. What's up?
Yeah.
Go blue.
You want to go blue? Oh, Michigan. Okay. Yeah. I don't really choose sports. Sorry. But yeah, go blue, I suppose. And like, don't put money on the Lions. That's pretty much where that goes.
Oh yeah, I mean Lions are good. Lions have been good the past few
years. Have they? I haven't been paying attention. I haven't talked to my cousin, and he really loves football. He's big into wrestling, football, and stuff. Do you guys, Ryan and Letta, do you guys believe that when Jimmy Kimmel's show was taken off the air, that was silencing his free speech?
Yes and no. It was not literally because it wasn't the government doing it. You could get into more nuanced conversation about whether or not the Trump administration put pressure on them to take off the show. versus like his supporters. I don't know that I've seen any evidence that they directly pressured them to remove it. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to that specifically. But that's like the studio and everything is a private business entity, so they can choose what shows are on and not on for any reason, and that's not silencing free speech in a legal way. In the same way, if the government tries to suppress free speech, like has happened a bunch of times,
Right.
In recent memory, but so. And I think colloquially, and this is where I sympathize with a lot of Republicans, where they talked about like the silencing of free speech on like social media platforms. It wasn't literally like under the definition of like what free speech means under the First Amendment and everything. It wasn't the government strictly doing it. You can get into some nuance about like the pressure the government has. In the same way, we could talk about like pressure onto like the studios and stuff. Colonel, I feel like we could probably have a very interesting conversation about that. That I would probably be sympathetic.
Well, we could actually, because I just got my channel back for being ban-hammered for about 3 years.
Oh.
Because of the recent changes happening on YouTube.
Oh yeah, so I just want to differentiate between policies by the social media platforms, which are their own independent companies that have the ability to host or not host any content they want. That's not a strict violation.
I, of course, you're not incorrect. However, when we're talking about the amount of pressure, there was a recent congressional hearing, subpoena document, whatever, where YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, I'm pretty sure, basically said, yeah, we got direct notices from the government saying, take this guy down.
Doxed
direct
the guy,
action from the government saying, these accounts need to go. No due process and direct government involvement via the Biden administration to silence the voices of regular Americans on social media.
And the Trump administration, right?
No.
Yeah, the Trump administration.
Not from the Trump administration.
Yeah, so you should look into this. The Trump administration did actually specifically petition these places to take down posts critical of Trump. You can just Google it if you want.
I haven't seen that in that report.
You're welcome. Not necessarily in that report. I'm just saying this also happened.
Did they also ban the users, or did they just take down certain posts?
No, they would literally ban the user. Like
I was talking about the Trump administration. I was asking Letta. Sorry. Did the Trump administration also ban people or just take down posts?
So I'm not even talking about, because the Biden administration and the Trump administration didn't literally ban anything. They petitioned or apply pressure to the companies that then banned.
And then the company followed through with bans.
So in a lot of cases, no, for the Biden administration. Like a lot of them specifically talked about how they wouldn't follow through. Now there were some posts that they did that they felt like met TOS violations and so forth. That's actually like again, there's a much more nuanced discussion there. But yes, the Biden administration did pressure a lot of social media companies to take down specific posts. But I think there's also an interesting conversation to be had about whether that was like specific political viewpoints versus like other things. Like they were not pressuring anybody to be banned for being conservative, because there were a lot of conservatives that were not targeted for being conservative. It was like very specific things, often relating to like COVID misinformation, specific, which they were deeming a healthcare and health crisis, and that this was dangerous because it
that was mainly under Biden though.
Yes. Well, I'm not even mainly. That was entirely under Biden. That was entirely under Biden.
Let's be perfectly clear. When you say that they would allegedly reject a request from the Biden administration, we're talking about the tail end of the Biden administration, where it became clear he was not going to win.
No.
When it was clear that Kamala was going to...
No, not even remotely close. No.
This was the whole.
This was literally the main finding of this was the main finding of the Twitter files, was that the social media companies largely rejected any pressure from the government in order to ban people for the posts and everything. And that there was a lot of very intense good faith discussion within the social media companies about whether or not they do ban people, what's their policies, is this something that is ban worthy, and overall rejecting a lot of the government's direct assertions. Yeah, but like, I'm supposed to say the Twitter files,
tune.
But Trump did directly reach out to Twitter and ask them to take down the post from Chrissy Teigen, who called him a pussy ass bitch. That did happen, right?
That's funny.
Which also I would say
that's funny.
that has significantly
less of a pussy bitch.
I would say
if you're going to be like that.
Isn't Chrissy Teigen like a felon now?
Who cares?
Is she?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I have no clue.
That being a felon doesn't justify the president asking Twitter to take down your post calling him a pussy ass bitch, which he is, by the way.
But also I would say this.
It also Chrissy Teigen was like, she was sitting there. She's a hypocrite. Like
Sure,
I
but
don't know if we can all
I
agree,
somebody's a
but
hypocrite or not.
I believe her to be one
it
because
doesn't matter to me.
she was judging like children's beauty pageants and simultaneously tweeting things like, "Oh, all these people are gross and there shouldn't be children's beauty pageants," while she's like literally a judge.
I mean, you can agree or disagree with the piracy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to
Her
me. In terms of
co-star was caught like in Epstein trafficking.
Look, Wi-Fi. I have the chats. I'm not going to repeat their name when you say who. I have the chat. I'm looking at them.
It literally doesn't matter.
I have a database of all your fucking messages.
Ryan, you are.
We shouldn't be listening to, especially political.
No, I was talking to my chat.
I
Sorry.
say that about every actor.
But regardless, so I would say, hold on, real quick. I was
can
just gonna say,
see it.
regardless,
Zip it up.
I think there's I think if we're being good faith, right? I think let's just assume, okay, the Democrats had a good faith belief that like COVID was a serious issue and that like masking or like there were legitimate things like posts about COVID misinformation that did lead to people's death. Let's just good faith. Let's just give that for a second, and then we can talk about not giving it. But
well, I don't know if they would have led to people's death. Like I wouldn't go that far, but there were definitely medical
if people were
misinformation.
talking about, if people were saying like take ivermectin, which had zero clinical evidence in any capacity that it was going to be helpful, like if people decided to take that instead of like the actual COVID vaccine or something.
But like Joe Rogan and how he actually like got rid of it within like 4 days instead of having to wait 2 weeks.
Okay, wait. I don't want to. If we disagree on that fact, I don't want to go into.
I was hospitalized for 2 weeks with Delta. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks with Delta, sir.
Okay.
And my wife had to sneak in ivermectin pills to get me better.
Okay, Colonel. We would
That's
both agree.
what healed me.
Yeah. Okay, but Colonel, we would both agree that like
sure it did.
Anecdotal evidence is not super convincing, right? Like, because I could literally come up with any number of stories or say any number of other things.
I don't care if it's anecdotal. It's literally what I experienced.
Okay, so
I don't.
You know what usually is gone by about around 2 weeks is when it starts to reduce. So that's kind of.
But regardless, all I'm trying to say is if we disagree on that fact, I don't want to go into it right now because that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, let's.
You could imagine there is COVID misinformation that would be really bad. Like, that could potentially lead to somebody's death. We'll ignore ivermectin and all this other stuff. If they're just like, oh yeah,
my video. That'd be cool.
If somebody was saying, you know what, COVID's a hoax, go cough on all of your grandparents.
Oh God.
Right? Like if somebody was saying that, right? Like, and that this is actually going to boost their immune system, that person's giving advice that's going to probably lead to people's deaths, like in a conglomerate, right? Like.
I mean, we do know that it wasn't as deadly as it was meant or claimed to have been. We know that
1 million Americans died.
Yeah.
Yeah, in how many years?
But regardless, like I thought we would. I thought everyone, even
the first 400,000 died in the first year and a half, I believe.
Yeah,
but what was it like for similar countries? They didn't have anywhere near as many deaths.
No, but per capita they did. Yeah, the U.S. was pretty bad. Yeah.
We were like the highest, but we also have the most amount of people.
Well,
like you can't like
relative to like China and shit, but China was
I was gonna say except for certain places
in India. But the point I'm making though is I thought even conservatives, the most conservatives would agree that like the most at-risk population was like the elderly, right? Like your grandma, grandpa, right? It was the youth, the men, the women that were like young and fit that were like not affected by COVID. So
people with pre-existing conditions.
Sure.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is like I'm trying to get us to at least agree that there could be some degree of misinformation that was like that might kill people.
Well, also, I have to push back against that massive like multi-million-dollar number, because you have people who got COVID but would die in a car crash and they count as a COVID death.
I didn't say multi. I said a million, ridiculous. Not multi-million. I said a million.
Yeah, he said like a million.
1 million.
Okay.
1 million.
But still, we're counting. We're not counting comorbidities. We're not counting. Accentuating incidents.
No, hold up.
Like the numbers obviously super inflated.
It's not obvious. It's not obvious at all.
I'm gonna put this in there.
Trump if anything, it's probably under. Okay. It's actually probably.
Yeah, Trump just got the COVID booster.
I wanted to bring that up while Ryan and Letta were here. I wanted to bring that up while Ryan and Letta were here. That Trump just had a COVID booster.
That's because COVID's still out there. It's still killing people. So it's probably smarter.
All I'm saying is we could imagine there is some kinds of misinformation that if people
the Black Plague is still out there. So
not as prevalent as COVID.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to say is there's some amount of misinformation that if it got spread around could lead to people's deaths, like unironically. Like You would just be killing your grandmas and grandpas and the people in their thing if you listen to it.
Well, not necessarily,
well,
because
I mean, like, in good
Yeah.
faith here, okay? Right? Like, if
you're not
some
just
big
directly
person-
killing people because you accidentally gave them a cold.
No.
And-
Like, I'm talking about somebody saying, listen, COVID is totally bullshit. It's not killing anyone. It's actually boosting people's immune systems. If you cough on your grandparents, okay, they might get sick a little bit, but like,
No,
they're
I'm
gonna be healthier for it.
Pretty
right?
sure that they've proven
Okay.
on multiple occasions that natural immunity was better than getting a COVID vaccine, because the vaccine was like new and
Right.
it was like obviously not as tested as it could have been without Operation Lightspeed.
No. That's not true, but you're correct. But that's not true. But it's also what your point is actually irrelevant. But again, this isn't like a full in-depth COVID conversation. About the
Right.
vaccines. All I'm trying to say is, like, we can imagine that there's some misinformation about COVID that could actually cause
Yes.
people to die. People listen to it. And so what I'm saying is,
Could.
like,
Yeah.
yes. And there's obviously a spectrum for where you might have reasonable disagreement over what exactly does. But in a super good faith attempting to say, hey, listen, we think that this COVID misinformation by this poster might lead to people dying, so we want you to ban that account or remove that post. That feels intuitively to me, and again, we can disagree about
I feel like
specifics.
if you're gonna ban the post, right? Like some part of my brain says like it should have reached a certain amount of views or likes or something before you go ban it, right?
You know,
Maybe,
I'm
but, like,
just gonna be honest though. I'm gonna say, like, okay, sure, extreme posts of obviously negligent behavior, sure, but the sheer mass of attempted information
Colonel,
control
I don't
regarding COVID,
don't disagree with you.
not excusable. But
That's a
that
good
sheer fact, that the amount, the sheer volume of narrative control is what throws away the good faith.
So one, I don't disagree with that, but two, the point I'm trying to illustrate, right, is that it's about the fundamental positioning. Because I can agree, somebody may genuinely be like, we need to get rid of these posts or ban these people because they're doing things I think might cause people to die because of healthcare misinformation, and that person's just wrong, right? But they're still approaching it from, and they could be pretty wrong, but that person's still approaching this from like, I'm doing this because I'm trying to save lives. I'm saying the framing of like the Biden administration here is very much from a, listen, COVID is crazy. Like, this stuff's new. We have no idea what the F is happening.
there probably
People
would
are
be.
coming up with
I don't
all
wanna
these
step on
conspiracies.
William's
There's no
toes.
evidence to back this up. If people believe this
cooking.
stuff, they could be doing things that are severely harmful. Like, they may have been very extremely overbroad in attempting to
Mean
correct
has the
this
past
position,
in my chat.
but it was
He can say
done
whatever he
from
wants.
I'm trying
That's
to
a joke.
limit the amount of people
Obviously.
dying, the amount of U.S. citizens dying, by trying to get rid of the voices spreading the worst misinformation.
Me too.
Compared
Well,
to
not
the
really,
Trump
but,
thing, right? Where
yeah,
Trump is
sometimes, I
literally
guess.
just doing it because they're criticizing him for being a pussy bitch. Okay? These mindset justifications are worlds apart, right?
Well,
One of
did he
them-
ask for it to be
You really
taken down,
think-
or did he threaten for it to be taken down? Did he say, I'm going to sue your company if you don't take it down, or did he say, hey, can you guys
Well,
take
I
that
never
down?
know,
That's a little
Eva.
bit too much.
Trump sues everyone, so probably, but I don't know whether he
Yeah.
actually specifically
Only mean
threatened to
contestants.
sue them.
One's a little bit further than the
Mean
other.
stuff.
But well, like on the topic,
I
right
don't-
quick.
Wait, hold on,
On the
Trip, do you
topic.
not see, like, do you understand the position I'm coming from here, right? Like, one of them,
True
there is, like, it could be
laws.
way overbroad in its approach, but the core fundamental idea
I was
is,
joking.
like, we think that there's people doing things that are killing people, and there can be some we all agree that there could be some extreme examples with
That's
this
the
is the
joke.
case, or at
Thank you,
least there's a
Eva.
bare
Hey guys,
piece
Eva got the
justification.
joke.
Could be
I
way
would like to know
overbroad.
that they're actually trying to make sure first that there's actually a good reason for justification. But let me go with this on the topic. I am Charlie Kirk in the chat. Says, why did Dems put COVID sick people in nursing homes with old people? And there's proof of that. There was a man from
Yeah, that's
Michigan.
true.
There was a black dude from
But,
Michigan that was COVID positive that beat a what was it? What did he have? An Alzheimer's patient. He beat an Alzheimer's patient, and the only reason that he was able to do that is because the state put him into that nursing home while he had COVID.
Sorry, you said he beat? So he didn't, the other guy, like, COVID didn't get spread here. This was just like one person got into a facility and then just like killed another dude.
Yeah, he was put in the facility because he had COVID, and
Oh,
then he
don't-
viciously attacked a man with Alzheimer's,
Yeah,
who
I
then
don't even
refused to
think
eat, and he ended up dying.
Yeah, I don't even think that that's the weakest possible objection I think you could have made about that situation. There were
True
people
Apex
that
hacker.
did get
No,
put into.
it's just an example that I was
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
Well,
why
but
were
the
these people
example.
put in with elderly in the first place?
Oh, sure,
If the
sure, sure.
elderly were the ones that could have caught it the
Yes.
easily or have died from it the easiest.
All right.
Like,
I have a
why did
question
they do
for
that?
Trippy, actually.
Because New York and Michigan both did it, huh?
So, would you call yourself a conservative, Trippy?
Yeah. Yeah, no question. Conservative beliefs, morals,
No
values,
question.
like mostly in the morals and
Okay, all right.
values and stuff like that. But
All right.
Wow.
So, and you've been online for 20 odd years on
Do you
some
think his
form of
internet
social
connection's
media,
slow,
so on and
or
so
like
forth?
absolutely,
do you
like at
think the
least
delays like
the
All right.
internet was getting new when
Yeah.
I joined
Okay.
it. You know,
internet?
Me too.
You know what I
Me
mean?
too. So I want to say since at least 2010.
I'd say to like 2004 is when I started really using the internet a lot. Maybe 2000, somewhere in there.
Different span of time. I'm going to say since 2010 to about last year.
Yeah.
Was it safe to say conservative things on Boomer Book?
I would say yeah. Well, not up until last year. I would say like it was okay from like maybe 2000 up to like I'd say around like 2013 is when there started to be some problems.
Yeah.
Like what? I mean, I was in a bunch of right wing Facebook groups up until like even the past couple of years, and I've seen some really insane things that were never taken down. So
specifically from 2015, from when I started being politically active to until around maybe last year, maybe 6 months ago. I would be banned from Facebook for 3 months at a time. I would be
for like
on
what?
Facebook 6 months out of the year.
For like what kinds of things?
Just
Can you
posting
show us a
normie
post
shit.
that was? Can you post?
Yeah.
Can you share a post that you?
Do you have like a
posted?
specific example?
Of course not.
Can
Yeah,
you
wouldn't
cite?
be
Well, you
able
don't have
put
to
that
show
on
it to us,
my
but can you
channel.
cite a specific example?
Yeah, and I just mean you can also send it like in DM.
No,
or
no,
whatever,
no.
Like,
No, you'll enjoy this, Ryan.
Maybe.
Posting the family proclamation.
The family proclamation. What?
he's okay.
He doesn't want to go too far.
Type it into the private chat, okay? So we at least know what you're saying.
No,
he's gonna be busy typing for an hour. It's like, look, if I go onto my Facebook, even right now, and I post something positive about Charlie
Wait,
Kirk,
you're saying that marriage is between a man and a woman? You're saying you're not allowed to say that? That's bullshit.
Without backlash?
Not in so many words, no.
Oh, when we say backlash, do you mean people getting mad, or are you talking about getting banned or
People reporting your
I'm
profile?
talking about getting.
Okay, whoa. So we understand that there's a huge difference between like a profile or post getting reported a bunch and there being automatic flags that trigger a ban from happening, because this is a big thing in like
there's
Twitch
absolutely
and YouTube stuff like that. That's a huge thing all over the place. That's very different from there being like a top-down policy from a platform saying any person who says like a marriage is between a man and a woman, they ban them. Okay, you find their posts, you get their posts, you ban.
Well, that's a little low on the totem pole. If you go on there on Facebook,
you get the point being made there, right? Because that was what the Cardinal Conservative just brought up, was the declaration of man and woman. He said yes, he would face repercussion, but the repercussion is a bunch of people getting.
Well,
mad
I want to hear from him.
Okay, yeah.
I want to hear from Cardinal.
No. I'm not talking about people getting mad. I'm talking about getting kicked off the platform.
Yeah, but I'm tying if a bunch of people get mad and report you, there are oftentimes in a lot of social media automatic triggers. If a post or person receives X number of reports within a period of time, there'll be an automatic ban or suspension of that individual.
I don't think this is true on
because
Facebook,
that's
Michelle.
just oh shit, if a bunch of people are reporting this person, they probably are doing something bannable or suspendable. So they'll automatically do that in order to avoid it remaining on their platform, because that can cause legal issues or other stuff. But that's very different from them actively just, if you post this thing and no one sees it, you just get banned, right? Like there's a very big difference between those two things, right?
I think it probably also depends on context. Like where like, are you just posting it like on your, like you're posting a status that says it, or are you like going into like gay people's posts and being like, no, your marriage isn't real or whatever?
No. I would run my own page.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would
run
run
your
my
own
own
page?
page, run basic bitch conservative opinions. Couldn't survive. Couldn't even stay active on the platform.
I am miserable
I
because you
mean,
guys haven't
again, we're
donated any
talking
money in a
about
long time, and it makes
there's
me
not
sad.
a whole lot of context to that because
I
you
need
could
my
be saying
monies,
things one that you
not
consider to be
memes,
basic
monies.
conservative opinions that we may
Okay.
disagree, but
Nothing nearly
secondarily,
as extreme as Destiny or Hassan. Nowhere near.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but like also Destiny's been banned from a bunch of stuff, and
True.
He
Hassan
has.
hasn't.
He's been banned from what?
Hassan
Twitch
has
for
not,
a
Not until
year?
surprisingly.
Saturday.
No, he's
Not
also
until
had
Saturday.
videos and a bunch of other stuff demonetized and other things too. But
I was talking to somebody about that yesterday, Lita, and I made a joke. I was like,
pours out of
if
my
I
chat.
had great grandkids, by the
Just
time I
kidding,
have
we
great
love reporters.
grandkids, I was like,
I myself
we
am a
could see
porter.
robot dogs and all this, and I was like, and Hassan will still be on stream, throwing water on his electric dog, and he still wouldn't have been banned.
I don't believe Hassan shocked his dog.
Ryan
Why
just
not?
Ryan,
well, no, you know
Ryan's a
what?
complete
We know.
dumbass for that, by the way.
I want to
Yeah, he's
ask why
so-
not.
I haven't seen conclusive evidence, and with the shot caller or the alleged shot caller doesn't seem to have been that. So,
Did you
Okay,
see
Ryan,
the clip
you're
of
just,
him?
You're just like completely stupid. Sorry. I'll retract that.
Don't call him.
I'm being too aggro. Okay. You're being extremely ignorant right now. Okay. You're being very.
did you
ignorant
see
about the
where the
scenario.
video where he like shows the caller?
Yes, where
Yeah,
it's
and he had tape
literally
on it?
it's just to be clear, where he shows that it's literally it's the shock collar version of it. By the way, that he has removed the prongs from that shock that he taped over, which he then
He
later
removed
said
the
wasn't.
prongs.
Yes, which he
Yeah,
later
they're
said.
removable.
By the way, which he later said wasn't even the collar Kaya was wearing at the time. So why did he show that collar?
Yeah,
Well,
this
that-
version, the one that shocks, he wasn't wearing.
I mean,
But here's
maybe
some
okay.
electrical tape.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But based
Yeah.
on
Did you
the
see,
information that I've heard about,
Yeah.
it sounds
That's
like that
why
was
I
the
swapped.
call.
I said you are.
But wait. Are you wait? Because Latavian, last time we talked about something Hassan said, you were very wrong on the when the facts hit the when the.
True, but I did admit that. But this
rubber hit the road.
this is not wrong.
Oh,
Right. Yeah, I'm
Ryan.
just going to take a moment to
Yes,
say
sir.
thank you to Ryan, by the way.
What's that?
Ryan,
You're welcome.
Dusty showed
Thank you,
me the
Fuzzy.
video where you stood up for the Latter-day Saints and the whole Michigan bullshit.
Wait, in regards to what?
So, you were on a panel where they were debating whether or not Latter-day Saints were Christians.
Oh yeah, I grew up Mormon. Yeah, they're obviously Christians. My mom's a Mormon. Like,
Yeah.
I was so far out of the loop on that, dude. I literally went,
Mormons.
like when that was going, I was like, yeah, I can't comment on this.
But yeah, okay, yeah, Ryan. He has legitimately given 10 different, completely, totally separate reasons for why Kaya reacted that way. Again, he waited an entire day to show the collar. The collar he showed had the prongs removed, and he had taped over the back, which makes no sense. I don't know why you would do that.
wait, I wait because his phone number's
Wait.
on there, right? That's what I heard. That's what the.
That's the bullshit reason. But then he said there wasn't. Then he said this is the collar. Okay, this is the collar. It's just a vibration collar. It doesn't have any shock capabilities. He said it's just vibration, not shock. Then people figured out, they matched the numbers and they matched the actual model to it, and we're like, this is the shock variant. This is not there. There's literally, you can purchase a vibration only or a vibration shock. And he said he bought the vibration only, but he had the shock variant, but he lied about that. Then he later says, oh, this isn't even the collar she was wearing at the time. Which, keep in mind, he waited a whole day afterwards to reveal the collar to people, and then later said it's not the collar. Why would you that makes zero
Well,
sense.
it could be that he has multiple like versions of the same collar. Mean says in my chat, after removing the removable prongs, there'd still be threaded studs that protrude about an inch, which he'd then have to grind down in order to have the tape
No, there wouldn't
also
be.
sit flush against the casing.
No, that's not true. You can watch.
Yeah, like
watch
they've
They're saying
shown.
you're lying, Mean. Mean, are you lying to me?
Yeah, mean. You can literally look. There are a bunch from just today. Dan can't stream. He literally purchased the same version, and then literally removed the collars. You can see exactly the degree. They are completely removed. There's not an inch. First off, an inch is practically half the size of the device. First off, which is like less than the length of the prongs. So to even say that there's still an inch left over, what the fuck are you talking about? That would literally be 2/3 the size of the device left over after you remove the prongs. which the prongs themselves are only like 1/3 the size of the device. So that's
Yeah,
just
when you
like,
pop them out,
no sense on its face. I like.
What about the argument that the dog clipped her foot? Not Laws says that.
Why did?
I'm undecided. On, for the record, I'm undecided on it. I'm not. What I'm saying is, I'm not convinced either. I thought it was initially, but like the more I've followed, I'm not convinced. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I've also seen videos where
beyond a shadow.
They've actually zoomed out on one. There was one shot where they did a pan out, and you see him moving the remote.
Yeah, I know about that shot. That was from last year around Christmas. And I guess Cutie Cinderella was at the house, and you see
they were decorating it for Christmas.
The overhead camera look at Hassan, and he slides something off his desk. And when you zoom into that, you can see it's the same remote for the shock collar.
Zoom into it, but like,
well, he ran.
But he says, "Let's do it to the high stream view."
He fucking ran.
And then like looks around, notices the fact that the shock collar is in this very same placement he's reaching for in the initial video.
Oh,
pushes it out of stream, like off stream, fiddles around for a little bit, and then literally looks up and checks the stream camera. And that's where the meme about his face is, of like,
yep,
yeah. And then not only that, go.
Oh, I was gonna say that's just one thing. Like, Ryan, have you seen the clip of Hassan pulling on his dog's tail, the dog before Kaya? He had a pit bull or something like that. Maybe it was a Staffordshire, and Hassan's like out at the dog park. Yeah, and he he grabs the dog and he goes move, and he pulls the dog's tail so hard that the dog steps backwards like 4 to 5 steps. And that's an older clip that's got some years to it, but it is him physically doing something pretty terrible to a dog.
His followers have some contradictory messaging. Somebody pointed this out in your chat, Ryan, but Hassan says this was not a shock collar, it was a vibration only collar.
That's what I'm being told also, yeah.
But Cutie literally admitted on live stream, she went over to check it afterwards and was like, oh, I saw where the prongs were removed and it was taped over, so it's not a shock collar. He's just using it for vibration only, admitting that there were the prongs that were removed and that he taped over so you couldn't see it, and that this was a shock collar model, despite the fact that again there are 2 models this company sells: shock collar plus vibration and vibration only, which does not have those prongs. Why would he buy that shock collar plus vibration model? Why would he not show it on stream? Why would he say, oh, she just clipped herself when there's nothing she could clip herself on? Why did he show no remorse over the fact that she clipped herself? If it was something random, why did he not check on the dog? Why did he call her a dumb bitch or like a pussy bitch or whatever the case? What was the actual terminology he used? Why did he reach over to the same place we saw there being a very mysterious, matched up when you look into it, to the shock collar controller that he moved out of the space? Why did he look over, press it, at the same moment he's reaching over and pressing it? She goes, yep, goes back to the bed. Then he doesn't show it on stream, despite the fact you can see the shock collar on the stream. That's the same one he shows. He then shows it the next day after there are now no prongs with tape over, saying it's not a shock model. It is a vibration model. Like
it's just like,
yeah, sorry.
I'm going to show this clip of him with him with his old dog, and I'm trying to censor it on OBS.
I'm honestly having a hard time following. I'm inclined to believe you would take it. I'm hearing a lot of mixed things, and I'm going to remain undecided. So sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. But this is an old clip of Hassan with his old dog, and like I think it's from 2019, but that's the date that's on screen. So let's check this out.
If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like I'll actually kill you. Okay, in front of everyone.
Did you see how he yanked her tail?
Wait, yanked the tail? Wait, play it again?
No, not yet.
Motherfucker.
He doesn't.
There we go.
Oh, there.
Stay.
Is it a yank? Wait. Okay. So play the.
You should not ever pull your dog by.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree with that. Yeah, bad. Like, I don't think he yanked. I think he just like hugged until the dog backed up.
He grabs and pulls.
Yeah.
Still not. And
Stay.
So like the initial
one,
this
now,
one's different.
Fucking kill you. Like so I'll actually kill you. Okay, in front of everyone.
They play a slow.
Motherfucker, come here.
So then they do this. Okay.
Motherfucker, come here.
The initial part you can easily
Stay.
write off.
If you run,
the initial part you can easily write off as a joke, just a joking statement for stream. But the point
like right here, he moves the dog by the harness, and then later, use the tail to move the dog, and it's like that is terrible for their spine.
He shouldn't pull the dog by the tail. I agree.
That's the clip afterwards, him yelling at the dog.
5-year-olds not to do.
Yeah, but also, like Turby, sorry, because I know Ryan's probably not going to go into it, but the stuff I was saying, that was the first, like, 1/5 of the spiel of all the lies he's telling and all of the very obvious clips where this thing happens. Like, there's just also the one where there's the clip, this was, like, when the first one found after the initial thing, where he has somebody over, and that person's playing with Kaya, feels the collar, says it's too tight. Okay? It's too tight. You're supposed to have 2 fingers. I can barely get 1 finger. And then Hassan is like, you need to have the. Hassan says, well, that's because it's aged. Well, okay.
And then he removes the collar.
Then not only does.
I'm looking for it.
You can do it. But not only does he actually then goes, okay, he removes the collar. And when he removes the collar, he sleight of hands to deliberately keep it under the desk out of the stream view the entire time. Instead of just removing it and putting it onto his desk in no person, he deliberately keeps it out of the stream view. Where he practically admitted it was a shock collar. Like, well, that's because it's a. And then he says, she has meaty neck muscle. She says
there's a lot of neck meat there. Yeah, this is the woman that was screaming with
what's
him.
her face? I love her.
There you go.
And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
It's here we go.
You have to.
That's where he says, "Well, it's and then he just takes it off."
Look! He takes it off, but then pull up her sleeve. Like he pulls it from the bottom, so you can't see it on stream, and then sets it off to the side. Like again,
wait, what?
I love her.
Yeah, it's a lot of neck meat.
I don't feel like this is as definitive as the way you made it out to be before, Latif.
It's a little. It's definitely strange. The shock collar that everybody is saying is the model wouldn't require for it to be a tight collar.
I think Not Laws in my chat makes a really good point. 50,000 Americans expected to die because of the ACA cuts, but conservatives focus on this tripe and cry like little bitches. True.
No, what the fuck? True. I'm not. First off, I'm
not a conservative. I agree. I agree. You're not.
I'm not a conservative in any fashion. The reason one, I just
but to hate Hassan, you will be.
Okay, yeah. No. I don't need to be a conservative in order to hate Hassan. But what the problem is that I have is the lying, the clear grift he provides. Like, the thing I have the biggest problem with is, one, he could have just admitted it and moved on, and that would be the biggest thing. He's doing the pirate software.
What? Wait, okay. What if he's not lying about the shock collar?
No, there's no world. There's like a.
You're saying it really seems like there's a lot of people who have mixed feelings about this, who are not just like brainwashed cult members.
No, the people who have mixed feelings are the Hassan fans.
Right.
I am not a Hassan fan. I have mixed feelings.
Understood.
I'm going to take a moment to admire that big, chunky face.
Which, the doggy?
The biggest thing is just the
fact
beautiful
that dog.
Biggest thing
it is.
He lied. He just lied. He lied to like legitimately 10 times. He has 10 different excuses.
Let's watch the actual clip.
Yeah.
Let's watch him.
Of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
What's he reaching for right there?
And why did
I have no idea. Like how? What am I? How? Like we can only we can only speculate, right?
Yes. But here's the thing: you can speculate, but then there are 13 other clips that you can look at where it's like this is kind of clearly a shock collar, and then he's lying about the collar. He's lying about the scenario.
That's if I trust everything you've told me so far.
See what happens here.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know if they're going to replay it in slow mo or anything.
Such a baby.
Also, what is this? I haven't even gotten to the worst part.
It's just.
That's not even the worst.
I think that's,
you're making her stressed. She just.
I think that's about it. But we'll go back. We'll rewatch it from the start.
All of America's much more consequential violence.
It's the body movements.
It's the same reason as to why.
Also, he looks at, just by the way, to clarify, he's looking at his OBS right there.
Yeah.
So he
you can see that
he sees watching. That Kaya is leaving the mat. First off, I want to ask, why is Kaya leaving the mat a problem?
You can also hear her cry, just whimper just a little bit before she gets down. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm just saying, like, I heard it this time, but I didn't hear it the last time.
Yeah, people will speculate it's because she's uncertain about stepping off the mat. Because, by the way, keep in mind, she has been on this mat for 3.5 hours or 4 hours.
Was it 4? I think it was 4 hours and 34 minutes
for a bunch of hours. Yeah, I agree.
And by the way, it's
crazy.
That's not very bad. That's horrible. That's like really bad. That's like legitimately.
She's not being allowed to stretch. She's not being allowed to walk around.
Go get water. Go get any attention. Can't come up to her. Like, this is like you're keeping her.
Wait, she doesn't have any water. How do we know she doesn't have water over there? Wait, is that confirmed?
You never see her drink water.
I don't know that. I don't watch the sun.
Me neither. Like, if it was me, I'm saying, like, if I was in this streaming room and it was my setup, I would have a bowl of water and a bowl of dog food, like right there at the edge of the edge of the bed.
How many donos to shock him right now?
Shock him? What are you gonna be like? What, are you gonna look at him and go, "Lady and the Tramp wasn't reality"?
I'm gonna tell him some shocking news.
Okay, I just want to say, why is Kaya getting off her bed a problem where he's bitching and complaining about her, and he reaches for something at the same time he's doing this, and then she yelps and then gets back on the bed.
And she only yelps after his hand movement.
Yes, and she yelps, and his response isn't, "Oh, are you okay?" It's, "Why are you being such a bitch?" Like,
dude, I mean, this guy yelps when he's jumping onto a bed.
Like, watch.
Okay, but you would go and look.
It's right here. You see his arm stretched.
He yelps literally all the time.
Okay, I need.
Like, do you have dogs,
Lativia?
Lativia?
Difference to Ryan.
Yes.
No, Ryan. I've raised pit bulls most of my life.
Okay.
That dog right there looks a lot smaller than it is. That dog is massive.
No, I know it's a big dog.
And
it's a big boy.
My parents, they've owned the gauntlet of dogs. You have what? A dachshund?
Yeah.
All right. My parents owned not a dachshund, but they owned Yorkies. They've had little yapper dogs. They've had those little a mix between a dachshund and a Rottweiler, actually. And she was like a hyper blood tension breed. Yeah, that dog is not a small breed. She's not going to yelp for nothing. To make a dog like that yelp,
big tank,
means you had to do something. You had to,
I don't know about all that. I've been around big dogs too. I feel like sometimes
take
dogs
note
just make noises,
of like where and when his hand goes straight. Okay.
Isn't that suspicious?
Kaya, please just fucking go.
Hand movement.
Stop.
Also, not only
the
that,
yarp is right when his arm goes straight.
You could be really psychoanalyzing. I do this. He does that move aggressively.
Yeah, he like thumped on it a little, but
so now he's aggressively shocking the dog. It's not just shocking.
No, he did it with intention.
Go back and just tell me that this doesn't look intentional and also angry. Okay.
Violence.
Like, tell me what this looks like.
Okay. It's the same reason as to why America. Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
That poor doggy.
Yeah.
I still don't like, even if he didn't shock her, I still don't like how he's treating her. But like, it's not like gonna kill her.
Look, I'm not saying that it's. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't know. I'm not sold, but you know.
This is the first clip. The thing is the lies. Why is he lying so much?
I'm saying I don't know if he's lying. So how am I supposed to condemn him? Like,
no, I understand, Ryan. That's why I said you're ignorant. That's why I said you're ignorant.
Maybe.
Because he first said
I'm ignorant.
she clipped her. She just clipped herself on something. There's nothing to see that she clipped herself on, but maybe that's true. But then why does he not show the collar? Isn't the simplest, easiest thing when people are attacking him on this because they joined his stream afterwards and were attacking him? Isn't the simplest, easiest thing to just say, okay, listen, you guys think it's a shock collar? I'm going to take it out. I'm going to clearly show it for everyone. There's no prongs. There's nothing. Like I'm later going to say it's just a vibration collar. There's nothing shocking about this thing. Isn't that the easiest thing? He doesn't do that. He waits till the next day.
What you do is you take the collar off the dog, you show the camera, you go, look, it doesn't shock her.
And because he didn't do that, we conclude absolutely that it was a shock collar.
He took 24 hours to do it.
It's like it all adds together. That's the point.
Yeah, and I think this is the clip where they show the overhead. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yeah.
Boom.
And you see right here, everybody's saying that's the shock collar remote, which it looks just like the shock collar remote. And watch what he does here.
Do we have the product?
Whoop, right when he sees that it's on camera, he slides it right out of frame, which is like.
Yeah. Why does he move that outside of frame? Let me ask you.
Yeah, because that's the shot, or
Well,
that's
yeah,
something he doesn't want you to see.
What is a reason for that? Like, give me an alternative.
It looks like he's going for cookies.
It's called, I'm going to move this and then go for a cookie.
That and then grab a cookie, but didn't even move the cookie box into the space. He just moved the other thing. The other thing was not prohibiting the firing of.
Oh wait, look, I don't even know if I don't know that this remote, whether even if this is for that collar, I don't know this is a shock thing. I don't know that.
Yes, okay.
Still, right?
So there are multiple. So you can actually see there are multiple loaner box videos where he does an in-depth investigation of this and finds the exact matching collar, and then lines it up with the exact product, and then demonstrates that this is a shock collar, and then matches all of it together. He does an in-depth review of this.
Okay.
But why
and also, if you watch his face, you can see that he's looking at what's coming from the camera. Like he's looking at the camera feed on his monitors.
He sees the OBS, realizes it's in view.
And
why
then
does
he
he move
checked
it?
to make sure that the thing was off camera before he went for the cookie. He made sure it was off camera, and then he goes for the cookie.
Like again, Ryan, I'll be the first to say this is technically all speculation. Okay,
It is speculative.
The problem is that there's an extreme amount of videos, clips, the way he talks about it, the changing of his position, the fact that some of his orbiters aren't even keeping up with the same thing he's saying. That he's also at this point, he's literally justified saying using a shock collar is not a problem in any capacity. I didn't use one. But just so you know, even if I did, it's not a problem at all to use a shock collar in order to train your dog. Like
that's the shock collar right there, or the collar remote. That's the remote for the shock collar up top, and that's what he's got sitting on his desk right underneath. You can see the similarities. The gray circles are in the same spots. The antenna's in the same spot.
I would believe that this is a remote for the collar. I don't know that it's a shock remote. Well, that's all. I still don't know.
Cutie Cinderella literally admitted it was a shock collar.
He did. She said she went over Hassan's house recently, and that he's.
I feel like I heard the opposite. I feel like I heard.
No. Just look up the clip. It went viral.
Are there multiple clips, or is there a clip where she says that there's not a shock collar, and then there's one that she says
No. There's one clip where she says specifically, she admits it on the live stream. She says, "I went over, I looked at it. I saw the prongs. There were no prongs, and
because I watched the Taylor Lorenz video too, or I listened to the
Taylor Lorenz video was stupid. The Taylor Lorenz video was horrendously bad. It was horrendous.
Well, I mean, if you say so, I all I can do is take multiple people's words for this stuff, right?
Yeah,
like maybe maybe you're bad. I don't fucking know.
Boundaries, son. Like this crosses some boundaries right here. There's a picture of the collar that Kaya always wears. Now the white circle, he says, is an air tag.
Yeah, it's obviously an air tag.
In case she gets lost. But the collar also has a tracking feature, which is kind of a little bit weird, but whatever. The light blinks. Which it's like, what collars have a light that blinks? People first started off like there, and the
vibration collar would also, right? Or a shock collar that also has a vibration feature, even.
That's fine. Okay, let's talk about just. Can you find the Cutie Cinderella video where she admits that it's a shock collar? Yeah.
Dude, I literally don't care about this.
We're doing like a weird deep dive.
Why should I? Why should I?
Wait, I'm about to say. I'm about to explain it because this is the stupidest drama ever. Okay, I think Hassan has done 80 things way extremely worse than this, okay? That are way more cancel worthy. The biggest issue, and again, the reason I think
know how to look it up here.
It's QT, the letter Q, the letter T.
Yeah, this demonstrates a pattern of behavior of the largest leftist Twitch streamer, and nothing happens about it. He lies continuously to his audience.
What do you want? What do you want to be done? You want to take his dog away? Like, I don't know.
For me personally, I want people who are ignorant of the situation to realize that Hassan's just a grifter. He doesn't actually believe anything he says. He lies. He's a narcissist. I want people to realize he's a bad dude.
I mean, all of that might be true, but like,
he shouldn't represent the left in any capacity, and that's the problem is that his community.
Sure, I agree. I should. Yeah. Real.
Yes, radical quarter should.
Base correct himbos like me. We should. I agree.
Like, dude, I would enjoy it.
Wait, Sarah's doing a panel right now? Am I missing that?
Yeah, she's still live. I would enjoy it a lot more if somebody.
I would much rather talk about like anything else than Hassan. I just don't care about Hassan.
Welcome back, guys. Hope you've been happy.
This guy covers it. I know he covers it.
Hassan there and Cutie Cinderella.
She just sent me. I'll watch the video later. I'm about to shock myself, but like until I stop.
Yeah, I know it's getting a little crazy, but I want to see if he actually plays the clip of her. Yeah, that wasn't.
Not?
It's okay. We can change subject.
Yeah.
Or we can just end for the night, actually. Because
I hate it.
because I just got food.
It's been almost 4 hours, and I've taken up that much of Coder's time. So I know he's been here since the start, literally.
Well, I thought I was debating Rob tonight. Okay, I thought I was debating Rob Noerr tonight. I didn't know that he was gonna be a big fucking a blobby loser baby who would cry and leave as soon as I interrupted him, like once or maybe twice in a panel that had just been introduced as a blood sports debate. I didn't know he was gonna cross his arms and mute the stream and talk to his chat about how Ryan's such a big meanie, and then he comes back later and talks about the fucking ShamWow, and I just repeat the same thing I've been saying earlier, which is the conditions by which the Insurrection Act has previously been used in. These are far from what's going on the ground. I stuck to the prompt. Rob Noerr Ran. I don't know what to say, dude. I'm embarrassed for him, but
Radical Coder win.
I didn't want to win like this. I feel like I feel like I would have made way more money tonight if Rob stuck around. So he wins in that case, right?
My chat still watched my back, and your chat sent you some stuff, and Dusty's, and I don't know if Led is live or not. Hopefully him too.
No, I'm not.
No, and Colonel.
He's
I just want to. Okay, I want to say this thing. Okay, I want to address Ryan's chat. Okay, because a lot of people are asking, like, why are we wasting time?
Because Hassan bad.
No, it's the purpose of it is that a lot of people believe that Hassan is on the side of the Democrats and the left on combating the actual fucked up shit of Republicans and all this other stuff. Again, the dog stuff is the least bad thing I think that he's done. But the reason I'm harping so much on it is that I think it demonstrates what a lot of people don't believe about Hassan is that he does not actually care about these ideas. He does not actually help the left in any fashion. He does not help the Democrats in any fashion. He is entirely using his platform to attack Democrats, to attack centrists, to attack left Democrats, progressives, in order to just grift, to gain money, all the other stuff. He doesn't truly care about the country. He doesn't care about the results. He doesn't care about Republicans winning in any capacity.
Not a real socialist.
Good for him. Yeah. So like the problem is that so many people uphold him as this vanguard, this like idealized great political commentator that represents the left. He gets a lot of interviews, all this other stuff that seems like he represents Democrats, but that is not the case. And he is a horrible person. And has done a lot of shit stuff, has a lot of shit takes, and he should be not associated with the Democrats in any capacity. He only harms them, and I think right now, the vehicle through which this, like, dog abuse, dog shocking, collar stuff, which I think there's a lot of good reason to believe, extremely good reason to believe, is a very good demonstration of how he reacts to controversy and just lies to people, and people believe it. And so I'm attempting and hoping that through such a in-depth kind of conversation pushing, that people will eventually realize, this guy does not care about the truth. He does not care about the left. He does not care about leftist ideas.
I don't think this is the angle. I don't think it's the winning angle to prove that point. But I hear your concerns. Look, I agree. The left should go after the left should align behind a much better, more intellectually honest himbo like myself. Everyone go subscribe to youtube.com/radicalcoder. But what am I going to do?
I would love to call Hassan an ally. He's just not. That's the biggest issue that
I don't care about Hassan personally, but like the people who watch Hassan, I think are reachable. That's where I'm at.
So. They're not, but like yes.
Okay,
well, a lot of them are.
That's a whole different conversation, right? Like than anything you just said.
All of them would have to be reachable.
There's some.
He has like millions of followers, right? Like.
I mean, just look up. Just look up Streamlabs right now and just see how many viewers Hassan has lost.
Good. We're gonna go ahead and call it quits pretty soon. Colonel, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, just to go back on the topic, I'm sorry that you got run out on, Ryan. To be fair to you, I did send that super chat to Powder Dusty like 2 hours ago, and he just never got to it. I'm like, hey, if he's gonna fuck off, I'll gladly help trip you out.
I appreciate that.
Ultimately, should Trump invoke the Insurrection Act, I think the right needs to push the left out until Mormonism becomes the new left. That's my position. So
interesting.
Yeah, fuck you, but word. I appreciate your input.
What was it? Joseph Smith? He found the blah, blah, blah. The South Park episode. Hey, Mormons seem to be
the way
pretty
Nick
nice
Fuentes
people.
is coming hard for us. I'm like, all right, cool.
All right. Ryan.
Yeah. So, there is no situation right now where police in any of these major cities that Rob or anyone would argue to, or Trump would argue to invoke the Insurrection Act and send the military to enforce laws. There's no place where the police are failing to do their jobs. Least of not all by fucking inflated animals that are shaking ass in front of ICE facilities. There have been isolated incidents, and there's probably going to be more isolated incidents of violence, and those are being taken care of. People are being arrested. People are being charged. Courts are ruling, oftentimes against Donald Trump and Rob's preferences, which does not an insurrection make. And that's the reality. And anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. And I'm sorry if you believe them. But that is the fact. The laws are being enforced. ICE is bragging. DHS is bragging about ICE and their operation. What do they call it? Midway Blitz, where they've literally bragged about like arresting 1,500 undocumented immigrants in Illinois alone over the last month. So bold to say that ICE is being obstructed from carrying out their duties while bragging that they are executing their duties successfully. It makes no sense. You got to pick one, and it seems like they are picking the one where they are executing their duties just fine. So there's no need to call the military out. The last two times this was invoked were the LA riots. Again, 60 people had been dead. Thousands of people were injured. Thousands of buildings were on fire. And the police were literally incapable of doing their jobs. It was utter chaos. And that was the last time this was invoked in 1992. And before that, it was a governor who was actively refusing to follow federal court orders. There is nothing like that happening right now. And Rob, even if he stuck around, was not going to be able to demonstrate that there was, because he has no such case, because there isn't any such case. So thanks for having me, Trippy. I'm sorry sorry it went out this way, but yeah, is what it is.
Yeah. All right, Letta.
True. Okay. I got too deep into my Hassan hatred for the end of the stream, but I was here to come on, support Radical Coder against some fucking crazy right-wingers who just denied reality in their face and was just like, had no understanding of Jan 6 or anything going on. And it was quite frustrating because all of this is captured on video and image, and there's very clear documentation, very clear understanding. You do not let any people breaking in, attempting to get to legislators, to get into the room just prior to where legislators are. They get into that room, pull out a weapon, and start firing, and you've got a fucking gun show going on, and then the police lose that because now you've got a breachhead going in, which every military person is going to understand the purpose of a breachhead, okay? And the people here were trying to argue that practically doesn't exist. Oh, the window wasn't even broken, etc. But once they get in, they pull out a weapon. You don't know that they have or not. You can't risk it. If they do have weapons, they suddenly pull it out, start shooting, and they hit enough people, and they continue breaching through because now there's not a response able to stop people from coming in. They get to the lawmakers next. They break into those following rooms. They get to them. Even if there were other people in those rooms to protect them, do you want them to have a breached hole in where they could shoot fire and hit or kill a lawmaker because of a stray bullet or anything? Absolutely not. That's why, in that specific case, they had to shoot Ashley Babbitt. The officer who did was a hero for doing so because they were not following orders. They were trying to break in. They were one step removed from our federal lawmakers, Republican or Democrat, and that is unacceptable. You are not allowed to do that. It is completely without reproach, and you deserve to be shot if you attempt it. So, that's my point. Okay? Thank you, Radical Coder, for dealing with all the Hassan bullshit.
I'm not going to yell and scream about anything you guys said. That's fine. It's cool. It's what you believe. I see it as different. I was like, there wasn't anybody that had a weapon. They were all checked afterwards. None of them had a gun. I mean, by weapon at this point, I mean gun. I'm not talking about like sticks and stuff because you can use whatever you want as a weapon.
Sorry, closing you.
You use your fists as a weapon. You could use your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, but as far as like having sticks and trying to break a window, get the fuck away from there. You guys are being ridiculous. Get away from there. Don't be causing damage to get to a room because you haven't looked in there yet or whatever your stupid excuse is. I don't think they should have been doing that in the first place. Like, good. You made it to a room. The door's locked. It's barricaded. You guys are done. Turn around. Go home. But that's all that would have took. And then we wouldn't even have that situation, which would have meant that there were literally no lives lost that day. And I mean, like, yeah, I know a lot of people say that J6ers killed a cop. That was a guy that died later after the situation, and there was like a couple of dudes who took themselves out.
The guy that the officer that died, the report does clarify that, or I think the coroner or whatever it is, or the examiner or whatever, does clarify that like his injuries probably did play a part in that. Like when they say he died of natural causes, that's true. But like that doesn't
like
mean
a heart attack.
It's not mutually exclusive. Yeah, something like that. But
like something
it doesn't mean that the events that happened the day before had nothing to do with it. Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't like hurt to a degree where his body gave up. But I think it was like a stroke.
I'm gonna go.
Or
But
a
thank
heart
you,
attack.
Trippy.
All right, man. You have a great night. Thank you for being here for so long. I appreciate you.
Yep. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, you
fucking A, dude. Fucking a dude. Yeah, so literally this is what fucking Zerzuz just found. It's literally, this is the button, or this is the fucking remote, right? Safe, secure, humane training. Like, this looks like the thing. There's the light. Bro. Latavian. I'm losing my mind, dude. No, it's not it. You're telling me this is not the same thing. I don't fucking know, dude. Just watch the LB video. Maybe I will eventually. Not today. Right now, I'm gonna investigate, see if Sarah's panel is worth going on or not. Wait, is this a? Wait, why are they posting a? Why is Fall Out Boy just reposting? Is this like a? Oh, this is a was this like a bonus track? I know the song. Which came first? The music. Oh, these are like are they posting like separate versions? Oh my god. Yo. Let's go. From under the Cork Tree special editions. I love Fall Out Boy. Why aren't conservatives going after this company if they sell such torturous devices? That's a good question. First off, it's not blue in mode. That's the light, dude. Wait, did you not? Bro, come on. Come on. You're gaslighting me now. That's the fucking screen. It's a screen. What do you mean it's not blue in the middle? It's a screen. The screen can be off, dog. Look, it's literally in the background. You can see it off. What the fuck are you talking about? You guys are killing me, dude. This can't be the hill you die on. This can't be it. I saw it was the color. Well, now I've clarified. I'm losing it, dude. It's not even the same one. Well, it looks like the one I saw. I fucking hate you guys, dude. Okay. I can't do it. What's going on? What's going on Raj and Tomato?
Another half dozen fucking losers in chat. You're fucking chirping. Oh, Connor doesn't know what he's talking about. Connor talks too much. Connor doesn't know definitions. Connor doesn't know words. Connor doesn't understand politics. None of you fucking pussies have a microphone. None of you fucking pussies are here. And by the way, we still have what? We got 10 right now. It's open, bitch. You can come in at any time. Kick some.
True.
Kamala Harris reported illegal parents who weren't sending their kids to school in California.
Okay, that's not the. Okay, wait. Reported crime versus what people are actually arrested for. If you look at the number of incidents being called in and you compare, which most cities don't record because that's a lot of data to try to hold on to, grew up with dispatchers as parents. I understand. Okay, fire captain and dispatcher for parents. I get it. That's a lot of data to record. If you go and you try to track all of the reports or reported calls, we'll have just calls rather than reports, have the calls, and then you go look at the actual arrests for what happens, you're going to find a huge disparity because these days, like my daughter was attacked when we lived in Portland. My daughter was attacked by the neighbor's cat. She was covered in scratches. The officer said, well, I don't see any scratches, so I'm not going to fill out a report. And nothing happened.
Bro,
However, my daughter was physically assaulted by an animal.
Bro, I don't
Do you have
believe
any
anything
source
this
you do
lady says.
trust?
I don't believe fucking
Emma?
anything this bitch says.
Well, no, I'm just asking.
It's a genuine
what do we do
question.
with statistics? Well, no, I have plenty of sources I trust. That's not my.
You
my
trust
Like who?
Donald
I'm
Trump
just
for
asking
proved
the question.
sources.
What is the argument, though?
I'm just asking the question because I think if we're going to sit here and have all these firecracker discussions about statistics and who's likely for this and who's likely for that, we need to be able to account for the fact that there's a whole lot of crime that isn't being reported.
No, I agree with you.
Emma,
What I'm
Emma, hold on.
Thank
Jeb,
you.
may I?
That was my point. Go ahead,
leave.
counterpoints.
Emma, real quick though. So here's what we're telling you. Okay, this is what all the stats nerds are saying. What we're saying is, based off of the stats, regardless of your personal experience, America is twice as safe as it was 30 years ago. But you are experiencing this shit not just because you have personal experience with crime, but also because you're seeing it way more on social media. But your rebuttal to our perspective, hold on, your rebuttal to our perspective is, well, one, I've experienced it on a personal level, which doesn't refute what we're saying. And then number two, you're saying, well, they could be cooking the books. So is your
I never
argument
said anything
that
about
they're
cooking
cooking
books.
the books
Yes,
so
you
hard
did.
that
You
it's
just
worse
alleged
than when
they
you
were
were a
not-
child?
I never
There
said
was
that.
nowhere else to say.
Bro, I never said that. I never said
That
that.
seems like the implication of what you're arguing.
My
very
point's a little
obviously
different.
what you're
the
saying.
implication.
My
That's
point's a
definitely
little
the
different.
Obviously the
Can I ask
implication.
you something real quick?
What's
All right,
like
can I
books?
elaborate why I asked you something earlier?
They need
It's-
shock
the reason why I
collars, right,
asked
Mean?
what sources you trust and why I want to kind of have them out on the table here is because it seems like one of the bigger flaws I think even Trump supporters have identified about him is that it feels as though he's flying a little blind. The trajectory seems to not be very consistent. And that is very antithetical to conservatives of old. Conservatives of old were very married to being objective and looking at metrics and trying things, seeing if they objectively worked, running the country like a business, and then altering based on that. It seems like if we don't have any sources that we're going to lay out right here, right now, and say, I want politicians that use these sources that understand this set of facts, we're basically asking the next guy to fly blind and the next guy to fly blind. And this is not a conservative principle of leadership.
Okay.
Well, pardon me. Anonymous drops in to say fire, police, etc. are closer to utilities because markets don't solve for them well. So we fund them by governments and essentially monopolize them. I mean, essentially, it's kind of it's better for society anyways, because if you live in a townhouse and
it's
your
better
house
that
catches
local
on
governments
fire,
control
then
police forces as opposed to private institutions, for sure.
Well, I'll show y'all something in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and leave for the night. Thank y'all. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Britt. Have a good
Night.
night.
Have a good night.
Good to see you, hon. We're good to talk to you.
Fire says, fuck, stop
I just
and
wanted to
frisk.
weigh in
Pardon
real
me, I am
quick
talking,
because
not
I
you.
just wanna
You can
make
shut
it
up now.
very
I am
clear
talking,
that,
not you.
we
Kai, what the
have
fuck is
to
wrong with
define
you?
our definitions
Hello?
when we're
Kai, you need
talking
to
about
listen
these
to the
things.
moderator.
All right, I'm just gonna boot him. He can sit in the back and I was coming through loud and clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not listening in on he's probably on a phone. Okay. And that typically happens with people who come in on phones. They don't hear what's going on because their phones actually cut out what is being said. And I don't think he's been paying attention to anybody all night. Fire says, fuck, stop, and frisk. And the Patriot Act, you all hate motherfuckers. The 1A lets me say, chill out, motherfucker. 2A is for if they don't chill, catch fascist was funny.
Well,
I agree with
he's referring
Patriot
to
Act,
Charlie
for
Kirk.
sure.
In case you didn't catch that, that's what he's referring to. So that's kind of a spicy tweet, I say.
Sure,
Yes.
I'm okay with jokes about it now that we've gotten some breath on it. But I agree with the Patriot Act sentiment. The stop and frisk, I just think it's okay to have more complex conversations about things that are a lot closer to the line of wrong.
Mm-hmm. Tom Carpenter says, just needed a higher rank. Enjoy a Big Mac meal, Mater. Oh, I will. Thank you.
Nice.
So
gaining
so to
rank
answer
points.
your question, sorry,
Wait,
Sarah.
can I ask one? Can I ask one question? Hey, if Trump's not a conservative, how come so many conservatives support him?
Well, because he's the best choice there is right now.
They think he can win.
Yeah,
Because the Democrats are pretty far left.
Conservatism has moved from like a principled, temperamental expression of how we should interact with politics to we must own the liberals, the progressives, and the leftists, and we don't give a fuck what we do in order to own the left.
There's a little bit more of a well-intentioned spin I think you can take on it. When you look at like real conservatives, which is like small government conservative in my opinion, right? The smallest government conservatives were like the Liberty Caucus. They do exist. Liberty Caucus is full of them. They've generally been relegated to small groups, and they were starting to get forgotten throughout most of the 2000s because it just wasn't revolutionary enough. You know, it wasn't government do something enough. And so what a lot of conservatives thought was, well, if I can't win on my terms, I can at least make sure I don't lose too hard. And the losing too hard is the Democrats winning and taking the guns away and getting single-payer health care implemented and things, all these big things that I really don't want to happen. And Trump is the way that doesn't happen. It's not what Trump would do. It's what
I've heard this a billion times. I've heard plenty of people say, I don't like Trump, but I hate the Democrats more. And then also, guns is huge for a shitload of moderate Republicans. So, her talking about an assault weapons ban 1 month out before the election, in my opinion, is fucking suicidal. And then also, a lot of Republicans or conservatives are very like capitalist, and so she actually lost a lot of rich Democrats and a lot of rich moderate Republicans because of the unrealized tax, or excuse me, the tax on unrealized capital gains. Somebody was telling me that there was effectively somebody who was like, vote blue no matter who, fuck Donald Trump, he's the biggest piece of shit on the planet. There's no way I could ever vote for the right wing, blah, 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 blah. And he was a multi-millionaire who made his money off of the stock market. And the second she said, oh, I'm going to tax unrealized capital gains, he basically threw a few $1,000,000 at Trump.
And Ryan officially has a $20 credit added to his name, so it would not just take 20 to boot Ryan. Now it will take 40 because you have to negate the credit. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Very based. Yeah, I just want to add, like, with that. Well, first of all, if you guys didn't see tonight, Rob Noerr literally ran from me in a debate. He left the debate after about 20 minutes. So that's not topic tonight though. It's just really funny. But so what I was gonna say is the small government thing. I feel like, and Connor, maybe you can speak to this. I feel like a lot of times when I hear conservatives talk about like small government, they don't really differentiate between like small government, or as in like there not being a lot of government interference in things, or just a tiny amount of people having a lot of control, which is what it seems like Trump is doing right now.
I don't think they think that's small government. I don't think even the Heritage Foundation would call that small government. I think most people consider small government to be who are small government conservatives. It's just decentralized, more power in local governments. Actually, a breakdown in federal executive power. What I don't think I've even heard the Heritage Foundation call unitary executive theory and shit like that small government. I think they just say it's giving the president the power he is afforded and not allowing Congress to stomp on it.
They might not call it that, but don't you think that it's sold as that to a lot of people who call themselves small government conservatives?
No, I don't think people largely call themselves small government conservative anymore, period. I haven't heard the term, really.
I feel like
I'm right here. I'm one.
Yeah, and you're a Trump supporter, right?
We've been through Trump enough to understand that it does not exist anymore, and the only kind of small government they want is when they're not in power. They want to minimize government for other people to use, like exactly what a lot of conservatives have done in individual states like North Carolina, where they fucking sabotage the government on the way out so that their opponents can't actually have all the power that they gave themselves.
My experience in conservative circles is when I say I'm a small libertarian, they literally try to immediately separate it from the Republican moniker.
That's you can thank Mitt Romney and his ilk for that. You can thank John McCain and Mitt Romney for that.
MAGA is not conservative in the application of government power or funds. They're definitely not conservative in that way. They're not
keep saying moderate,
conservative
but
either.
that makes me laugh.
Well, I get
what it means. Because half of them used to be Democrats just a few years ago.
I get what a
Trump
used to be a Democrat
too.
I get what Atem is saying. I think they're moderate in the sense that they're not very extreme on traditional conservative principles. Like they don't believe in rapid deregulation of guns. They don't believe in deregulation of the healthcare industry. But that's kind of Connor and I's point is that you guys are sort of Nixon Republicans. You guys aren't conservative. You guys are more
Ryan,
Democrat-leaning
quick
big
question
government
for you.
Republicans.
What's up, Kazak?
But what does it matter? But what does it matter? I mean,
it's the whole topic
concept of
is what it
conservative.
matters.
Yeah,
well,
you might not get
But I'm
Kazak.
saying-
What's your question?
My question for you, Ryan, because I know that you're I like you, man, but you're pretty far left. But
That's so.
the question I ask is, what's your opinion on the blowing up of vessels in international waters down south?
To be honest, I haven't dug into this a lot, but everything I've heard about it seems like it's pretty concerning. There's not a lot of information about like who's even getting killed, right? Like that's always really scary.
But do you think it's okay that like we're stopping fentanyl and hard drugs that are killing most of the U.S. population? Are you okay that we're stopping that in the international waters, which
Fishing boats don't carry tons of fentanyl, bro, especially on small boats that can't make it to them.
I would bring up Connor's point from earlier. Are you okay stopping that shit as long as you kill innocent people?
His counterpoint, I would even say.
Well, that was also sorry, Sarah,
which is highly likely.
Sarah also
thanks,
brought
Trim.
that up is stopping 2 or 3 girls worth the crime of them coming over here and capturing 10 or 15 women.
Yeah, it seems there's a lot of these kind of like fucked up dichotomies, right? It's kind of like with ICE, where it's like, is breaking the Constitution worth trying to find illegal aliens?
Yes.
So Werbs.
But no, hold on.
Wants me. Hold on.
That was one of the most important sentences of the night.
Oh, go ahead, then. Go ahead.
No, so we were
away the game.
asking, what is it, Zach? So
Zach,
Effigy asked, like, well, is drone striking people and then killing innocent people in order to reduce fentanyl, is that acceptable? And I think Zach said yes. And then Effigy said, well, okay, should we be allowed to violate people's constitutional rights in order to enforce deportations? And Zach was like, yes. And that's exactly what the people like me who are saying, like, you're not.
That's why MAGA's not conservative.
You should view that as a massive violation of the principles that you supposedly cared about when you were growing up. But now, because it's Trump and because nobody gives a fuck about the rules anymore, let's throw out all the fucking rules and just do whatever the fuck we want to do. And that's not conservative. Not philosophically. You might have a C next to your name. You might have an R next to your name, but it has nothing to do with the philosophy of conservatism.
Yeah, the R today is 90s Democrat.
I don't endorse.
let's
be
okay. Honest.
No, that's.
Let me
I don't
do
even
this
think a
one real
90s
quick, and
Democrat
I'll
would be
hand it
like,
back
yeah,
to
let's
Kate.
throw out the
Hold on.
Constitution.
90s Democrats weren't fucking fascist, you asshole.
From Rumble, Werb says, and he wanted me
Kosovo
to
and all that
preface
stuff,
this
the
for you,
bombings,
Ryan, to say that
I don't
he
know
was.
about that.
Hold on, Bandit. He wanted me to preface this to tell you, Ryan, that he was just joking. But he says, since the new rule is that it's $20 to boot a lady, and Ryan is the same price, I figure Sarah just called Ryan a little bitch. To the back, Ryan. But that is negated by the $20 credit to keep, Ryan. So you do get to stay, but your credit is now gone.
You got to work on your eyeliner, Ryan. You got to work
No,
on
I
your
wanna
eyeliner.
Not like you gotta watch more JD Vance videos to get your guy liner right.
To be fair, Ryan just gets booted too often, and it's to the point where he could be sitting backstage for over an hour, and then come on, and he'll be on for not even 5 minutes before a boot comes in to boot him. So we had to raise the price. It's supply and demand, folks. Okay, back to you, Kazak.
Oh, pretty much what I'm saying is,
Ryan,
Ryan, it looks like
word around
Effigy
here.
and Counterpoint have a lot in common. So just go ahead and do your thing, Ryan.
So.
No, but okay, hold on. This is actually what pisses me off, though. So there's this like guilt of association thing where if you still give a fuck about the Constitution of the United States, then they're like, "Oh, you're a liberal because you're siding with Effigy
You're
and
not
radical
willing to
coder."
win.
But
All right,
dude,
one-
the whole
hey,
point
one
was that
person
we
at a time.
side with
Counter,
the
go ahead.
Constitution of the United States because these principles aren't supposed to be easily violated. That's my frustration with MAGA. That's the reason why I picked the title of the show. is because MAGA doesn't really give a fuck about the Constitution. They don't really care about the history of the United States. They don't care about the principles on which we established our society. But I'm called not a conservative, even though I hold the same beliefs that I held 10 years ago.
Yeah, and I want to build on that. Not to do like a horseshoe theory thing, but like I mean, there are also people on the left, like, and I do consider myself pretty far left, but there are people who would be upset
you
with
fucking pussy. Get on the show, you loser. Sorry,
I am
I'm more
radical.
radical, right? I promise you.
That is radical.
I'm radical.
Wait, radical? R-A-E-D-I-K-A-L?
Oh, I'm not. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not whoever you're talking about. But I am radical.
I'm talking about this fucking loser who says you're politically illiterate, but he couldn't back shit on a fucking mic in a video. Sorry for interrupting, Ryan.
No, you're good. You're good. But like, there are people like on who are more aligned with me politically on the left, who like they'd be upset at me like aligning with someone like Connor, but like for the same reasons. Like I'm concerned about the deconstruction of the United States Constitution because I think that I might like want things to go a more progressive direction like in time, but like we can't do that without the foundation of our fucking country. So
this is a thing that I touched on Twitter today because Matt Walsh, who's like a big MAGA figure at this point, he was replying to someone who said that they would rather lose than unite with the alt-right and by extension people who don't believe in the American Constitution or at least believe in suspending it when it aids them. And Matt Walsh said, I'd rather lose? Yeah, I know. I would rather win. Civilization itself is at stake, and I'll take winning. And this is what I responded to it, and it's kind of my question to you guys. If you fundamentally change your movement to one that doesn't care about the Constitution at all times to protect it, are you actually protecting a constitutional movement anymore?
No,
Nope.
Obviously not.
No.
Do you have to
And
have
how
such
are
an
you
open mind that your brain falls out, though? I mean, you have to have some sort of limitation on things. You have to have some sort of
A
boundary.
limitation on
right now.
conservative principles?
Well, no, right now,
No, you don't.
the Constitution is being used as a weapon against common sense in our country.
In what context?
They're using it as our children in public schools.
What about that? It has
The
to do with
ability
the
of our kids to
Constitution.
be able to use social media without being groomed.
What does that have to do with the
there's all-
Constitution?
The fuck does that even mean?
Being groomed by who?
Yeah, what does that have to do
Freedom
with the
of speech.
Constitution?
They keep hiding behind the First Amendment, saying they're free to say whatever they want to say in the schools. They're free to say whatever they want to say in education. That's just one instance, okay?
That
There's
has
also,
not. No, the Supreme
freedom of
Court's already
religion
ruled
in
that
Michigan-
teachers
in
do not have
Michigan- in
intact freedom
Michigan-
of speech when they're
in
operating
Michigan-
as a government
in
employee
Michigan,
at a school. That's
in
wrong.
Michigan, they have foot baths and they can stop class for prayer mats for Muslim prayer in schools, but the kids can't meet for a Christian prayer group or even have a Bible study after school.
That would be
It's-
violating.
That's not even true. I went to the
I was gonna
FCA.
say you can because there's like the Christian it's
Fellowship
like
of Christian Athletes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
one.
no, all of this is
Oh,
not
so
only
she's
not
lying?
true, but
That's
it's also
crazy.
not
Can't believe it.
No, I'm not.
It's not
Trigger
constitutional.
words and talking points, right? Trigger words and talking
Sounds
points.
like all that Dearborn shit that I had to fucking debunk live the other day.
That wouldn't be constitutional. You could use the constitutional against that because that would be violations of freedom of religion. So there is no
Footpaths is
restriction
wild.
on our
But that's not what's
constitutional principles. That's
There
not the answer
absolutely
here.
is.
Why?
I guarantee
So
there's an FCA.
this is where all this
Constitution doesn't
scaremongering is
happen.
coming from. It's coming from this Christian
no.
nationalist perspective, like people like Matt Walsh,
don't have
because
a
they
Christian
fucking
nationalist.
believe that they're in this existential battle and that they are the default good, and you can't fucking compromise with people if you think they're the default evil,
That's the
and that's
guy
what's
that
going
tells
wrong.
people how to
I'm a
do-
Christian
Says the guy that's an
nationalist. What's up,
atheist that
FG?
tries to
What's
tell
up?
Christians how to live.
Christian
in their-
nationalism
within
isn't
their
Christian,
religious
so you're
rights.
something
Good
else
job.
nationalist, my friend.
Okay, then what is Christian?
Can I just be an American?
Well,
Can I just be
probably
patriotic
abiding by the
without having
Bible, which
something
says that
that's silly?
Christianity shouldn't be a legal system like
But who interprets the
17,000
Bible?
times.
If the Bible's infallible, who interprets it?
It's not infallible.
Man, we're cooked.
Well,
Yeah,
you can.
true.
There's
By men.
differing.
Yes,
He's
thanks.
getting to Protestant sola scriptura theory, and that is he's an ortho bro,
And
and I
that's
get
not
it.
even
That's
the-
not the
I'm
topic. We
I've
can
never
totally
heard of
discuss
that.
that
I
later.
really wish
but-
you didn't from the
We'll
church
talk
to the
about it
plants
later
and
then,
getting
but,
on-
Well,
But-
since
but
you're
it's
all talking over each
heavy
other,
around
I'm
it.
going to talk money. And you have 2 more to finish that dono goal, ladies and gentlemen. You're so close. You guys have been doing awesome all night. Thank you. Tom Carpenter with the Big Ten says extreme left isn't liberal or Democrat. Any
Well,
thoughts to
I'll
that?
say as like the far leftist token on the panel, like I don't consider myself a liberal. I do consider myself left of liberal, but mainly because I feel like liberalism fails to live up to its promises. But I do also vote Democrat. So.
But
As a leftist, I would
idealistically,
agree
you're
with that,
liberal.
yeah.
You just don't.
We got to
know
bring
if
you
it's
back into the
farther-
fold.
farther left
Liberals
than
where the
liberal.
based people are.
No,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Ryan.
So
answer
I would
my
love
question,
to.
Hold
'cause
on.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know.
Connor.
I love being on a panel where I have almost veto power, where I can start yapping and then I get to talk. That's so fucking awesome.
You're the
So, anyways,
future.
yeah, it's so base. Okay. So, anyways, left for the right wingers. Okay, I spent 5 years fucking debating the left wing. All right, the way that they view it is that there's leftists and there's liberals.
Yeah.
Liberals are typically mixed economy capitalist. They care about maximum human freedom. They normally like gay rights and trans rights and all that kind of stuff, not because they're necessarily gay themselves, but because they view like freedom, the freedom to be yourself, as like the maximal human good, which is one of my criticisms of them, by the way. Whereas like a leftist is typically a socialist or a communist, meaning that normally communists, like they talk about like vanguard communism, where they want to overthrow society in order to eventually achieve a moneyless, stateless, classless society. Whereas socialists, you have like incremental ones that want to do it by voting, and you have revolutionary ones who want to do it through armed revolution, but they want to establish a society that decommodifies basic human needs and workers own the means of production. And so that's like 3 factions. But 2 of those factions are only 10% of the, probably not even 10% of the American public. They might be like 5% to 10% of the American public are socialist or communist.
Yeah.
But there's a lot that are like Dem socks or sock Dems. So.
Well, and then I think Dem socks are coping, but that's okay. That's a different conversation.
I mean, yeah, that's true. We've seen them all fall to either side in the past like 2 years.
Well, and also like Dem socks are like, well, I want democracy and I want to instantiate socialism through the ballot box, but also Charlie Kirk getting shot was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and it's like, it's like, is that are you really as chill as you're pretending
position,
to be?
or is that like I don't.
No,
you just went from a political position to like somebody's opinion on TikTok. Like,
sure,
So,
but,
Connor, what is
it's just some Dem
conservative?
socks that I interacted with. It's all good.
Connor, what's a conservative?
What's that?
What in your view? Not Donald Trump.
A monarchist.
That, what's a conservative?
Well, I mean, I'll go through it really quick.
What is the conservative?
Hold on.
Everyone, what is wrong with you? You all know better.
Bro, she goes a monarchist.
Connor, question, that means you shut your fucking mouth. Go ahead, Connor.
Okay. Burkean is the follower of Edmund Burke, so somebody who defers to existing social institutions, but also criticizes like liberal and progressive criticisms of current society to instantiate new stuff. Neoconservatism is pro-American patriotism, republicanism, and liberalism spread throughout the world through militarism and also soft power. Fiscal conservatism is trying to make sure that the United States of America doesn't collapse through debt. Social conservatism is typically like socially conservative religious stuff. In the United States, that's going to be largely Christian, but it could also arguably be like Muslim, where you could want people to live socially conservative lives. I'm almost done. Environmental conservatism means that you want to be a steward of the planet. You want to make sure that the environment propagates and continues through the future. And then constitutional conservative would be somebody who views the Constitution as something that was constructed intelligently. It's a great document. It's one of the things that holds us together. And as a result, they defer their power to the Constitution. So that's like 6 different versions of conservatism. And I've defined them all in like 2 minutes, which I think is awesome.
Where do you
go ahead? I'll get an education tonight.
And only one of them is left standing at this moment. It's
he said earlier, Burkean.
Yeah, but well, I mean, no, I would consider that I'm like let's call me a buffet conservative. I think I actually pick the best of each of these subcategories.
But it doesn't matter what the subcategories are. MAGA will violate every single one of them.
I'm just asking because I've been on a panel with you before, so I was just curious.
What do you think? Yeah. But this is my frustration is people, and I'll just say it, people like Rob Noerr, some fucking losers in the chat, they'll be like, Connor doesn't know what he's talking about. Connor's a hypocrite. Connor's like a paid shill. Connor's this, Connor's that. But they cannot tell me, number one, their own definition of conservatism that isn't effectively just whatever Trump says. That's typically their version of conservatism. And then number two, they can't tell me how I violated these principles. They can't.
It's
they
because
can't.
the people you talk to,
And they're often paid shills.
The thing is I can't speak to the political parties of Washington. I can't speak to you of the political parties of Teddy Roosevelt. I can't even speak to you of the political parties of Ronald Reagan. I can only speak to you based off the political parties that I've been alive for, right?
Sure.
So that's
how old are you, Zach? How old are you?
Zach.
Zach, I
I'm,
don't know how the fuck you say your name. I'm sorry.
I know it's crazy. There's a K and a Zach, but I'm
Hey, Zach,
33.
okay, so throughout your life, have you not seen a complete and utter shift within the Republican Party from like when you were coming up
Well,
as
North,
a wee
can I
lad
make
to
one
today?
point, and then I'm going to
At
let
the
you
very
go?
least, you've seen neoconservatism shift to MAGAs.
So
Hold on.
the
I
Republican-
want to make one point, and then I want to let y'all cook. So, Zach, this is my frustration, though, is that, like, you not knowing about these definitions or these histories or these philosophies is not my fault. As a matter of fact, that was the argument for republicanism. Republicanism is representative democracy. Republicanism almost specifically says that the average person is so stupid and so fucking ignorant that they need to defer their political will to a representative who can best represent them. And the problem with a MAGA conservatism.
I'm sorry, I got to pause for a second, but like that, there's this guy in I think he's in Sarah's chat. He says, "Just reviewed, and you kicked Rob, you liar." I kicked Rob? It wasn't even my fucking panel. How did I kick Rob? That's crazy. But okay.
Is this a new argument?
No, it's an argument as old as Athens. It's a 3,000-year-old argument.
People have been arguing politics since
3,000-year-old
Since
arguments human
Washington.
beings have
True,
existed.
but they haven't been understanding them.
All right, wait. Can I get a B?
Maybe
Maybe
I'll let y'all cook.
Let me read a couple
conservative?
supers, and then I'll let you guys dive back in. Michael says, I loved
you,
it when
Connor. I
McCain
appreciate
took
it.
the high road at the town hall in 2012. Was it conservative to say, I disagree with Obama, but he's a decent person?
He caught so
You know,
much
that
shit
was a
for that.
big deal.
Caught so much shit for
It
doing that.
wasn't conservative nor liberal. It was just being a good human
It was-
being.
That was just
It was the right
politics
thing
at
to
the
do.
time.
It was
wasn't
the right thing to
No,
to do.
stop with the. It's
It was
called
the right thing to do.
Cost him the
It's
election.
being a good person. If you think that
being
cost
good
McCain the election, I'm
It
sorry,
was part
but
of it.
you're just
It
not
was definitely
analyzing
part of
that
it. He was
election.
way too friendly with Obama.
Also
It
had
was
something
That would
to
be a
do with
damning
that,
indictment of the
that
Republican Party if that
financial
lost him.
crisis.
Well, not just that. No, hold on. Obama was a force of nature. Obama was the Trump
wasn't.
essentially of his time. No one was beating
he
Obama
wasn't.
in that election. What do you
Oh
mean?
my
no,
God,
he
Ron
wasn't?
Paul would
The
have.
war-
Ron Paul
Connor.
would have.
Sorry,
Mike
when
Pence
was the last time we saw a bigger voter turnout change without having to fundamentally change all of the rules of the election in one election cycle? When was the last time we had a bigger change in votership without fundamental restructure?
BB, he did get kicked. It's true he got kicked, but it was after he had muted the show and was just talking to his chat for like 20 minutes straight. He completely like shut out the whole conversation. Like he literally muted the panel and was just talking to his chat and talking shit, not listening to us at all. That's before Trippy kicked him. So, just for the record, I mean, like I had nothing to do with it. I in fact, every time he came back, I like paused it and I was like, okay, let's talk. Like, or I muted. I was like, I'll give him 2 minutes. He came back and he talked for 2 minutes straight about fucking ShamWows while I sat muted. And then he muted again. He muted the stream. I made my points again, and then he did the same shit again. It was super embarrassing.
Completed the goal. Go ahead, Officer Jim.
Hi, sorry. I haven't had a lot to
subject.
add because most of the things that I wanted to say, somebody else said, but better. So I'm actually going to bow out. But I just wanted to say, Connor, my dude, fantastic work. Whatever people may disagree with your opinions, your definitions are spot on, and people should listen. When you're describing these different points and viewpoints, you are hitting the nail on the head.
Thanks,
So,
man. I hope you have a
fantastic.
great night.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me
Thank
take up
you.
space on your screens.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful evening. Would love to have you back some more.
I will
You
be
have a
back.
good voice, bro.
Thank you.
A little bit of research goes a long way, doesn't it, Connor?
I've been reading for decades, so unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to die of early onset dementia.
But I'm pretty sure Connor probably lives in an all-white neighborhood.
No. My neighbors. Well, they're all rich, but they're not all white.
Oh, they're all rich.
They're all middle class, so they're all.
Well, middle class isn't rich because I'm middle class and I live in a.
They're professionals, so they're engineers, they're doctors, they're lawyers. One of them is like one of them is probably the most working class guy on
He
my
could have
block.
engaged.
Is
He
me,
probably would have like
slash
won the debate.
the
He
guy
wasn't
who
doing bad
owns
at the
a
beginning.
construction company, but he actually works with his hands for his construction company.
So what you're saying is you work with, or you live around people that are gone 5 days of the week.
But probably a majority of the people that I'm hanging out with, they're working more than 40 hours a week. But hold on. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to concede that I live in a nice area with a lot of working class or a lot of middle class
White
people who do
collar
well for
folk.
themselves. But it's
Say the
not
W word. Say
monochromatic.
the
It's
W
not all
word.
white. It's not all
DEI
white.
community, huh?
So I couldn't quite hear
That's
that.
crazy.
DEI community, huh?
Yeah, I'm in the DEI community. Yeah, like I got the Indians, I got the Pakistanis, I got the I got the Hispanics, I got the blacks, I got.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And for some reason, those communities just fucking rock, and they tend to be pretty wealthy and have great food and great access to fun things to do. And it's like, oh my gosh, maybe if we had a country of just one demographic, it would be fucking boring as shit.
And they also
Well, hold
don't
on. So I
exist.
don't want to go that far because I do think it's probably class is part of the reason why I enjoy my shit. Although I enjoy hanging
certainly,
out
yeah.
I enjoy hanging out with working class schlubs.
Because
as
that
well.
wasn't a horrible bad faith suggestion in subtext there, right?
What?
What? No, it wasn't
That was
bad
a pretty
faith.
crappy subtext, dude.
That there are
What are you talking
people who
about?
believe that
For
one
real, BB.
demographic areas are awesome, and I'm saying that they're not. I'm not.
Yeah, didn't
claiming
you see
that of
Evan
you.
earlier?
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, I was about
claiming
to
that
say
of
that's
you,
almost a direct
Emma.
response to Evan.
Yeah, I'm just memeing because we don't need to pretend there is not a sect of people online that are pushing for this idea of you got to have the same culture as Americans, and what they mean is white, boring suburban people who listen.
Yeah,
I'm a white,
they were all
boring
members of the
suburban-
Young Republican.
I'm a white, boring
Or
suburban
they're
man
just
myself. but
Americans that want people to share American values.
What part of America?
I can confirm to one of the people you're talking about.
Say the motherfucking day, yeah.
Because these are all the
Sorry,
people that tell
Sherry,
me
you're
that
welcome.
Indians are the bane of my existence, but I live in a community with a ton of them, and it's like one of the most beautiful communities of all time, and they serve dope ass
Yeah,
food. So
yeah. And once,
hold up.
once
No,
your
this is
family has
actually.
been put into an apartment and lived in poverty because you can't get a job in tech anymore because
I
you've
was
been
homeless.
asked out
Then you'll
by
want to
the
get rid of those
entities,
Browns like her.
yeah,
You're
I came out
you're
of
gonna have a
homelessness.
different opinion.
I came out of homelessness because of the community that had so much money pouring through it, because of all of the immigrants that were willing to come here and invest money in the community.
I was going to say this though. I keep
Your
going on
anecdote
to
counts
Twitter.
and mine doesn't. I got it.
I didn't say yours doesn't. What I'm saying is there's always an anecdote that's going to counter yours, so maybe we
Well,
don't
Jeff,
use them.
I want to back up your anecdote real quick though. I keep going to the park and I keep with my kids. I keep going to various parks. I go to the splash pad. I go to like a jungle gym area that's like it's cheap as fuck. It's like $15, and the teenagers are not cleaning the place as much as they should, right? And I'm just surrounded by like working class, middle class schlubs, but they're all working their jobs, paying their bills, taking care of their family, and it's like black, Hispanic, one Asian, white, and nobody's fighting. Nobody's stabbing each other. There's no race war. Nobody hates each other. Nobody's being a piece of shit. Everybody is
You
being
live in an
chill.
affluent
And I go
area.
to Twitter,
You're just
I'm
making
being
up a
told that I'm in the
scenario.
middle of a
At
race
that point,
war.
That's just what real life is like.
What
That's
if?
just
What if there's just that one chance that a black person harms
What is
your
the point
child,
of this
then what?
argument?
You know, if somebody
I don't
harms my
know.
child
Like-
regardless of
That's what
skin
they're-
color, I
that's
will
what this
beat the
argument is.
fucking brakes off
No,
of them.
can
Okay?
we?
It has
No,
nothing to do
Can
with
we?
it.
This just doesn't make
No,
any
we
sense.
can-
Can we,
Actually, we're
can
done.
we focus in on what Zach just said? The one chance, right?
What if?
What if
Yeah,
it's
right,
the
what
one? What if it's the one chance that a
Oh, that
white
was
guy
me
harms
speaking. I
your
didn't look at the
child?
statistics.
Then I'm going to
We
beat the
can-
brakes
No,
off of him
but
too,
I'm
because
just saying,
anybody who harms my
exactly.
family is going to be.
Exactly,
I'm either
right?
dead,
Exactly.
Blackout.
almost dead, or I'm hurting you if you're hurting my family.
Yeah,
True,
my-
Connor. True.
My
Listen,
bad for not
I'm
looking up the stats before I made that quote. Sorry.
listen.
I mean, do you need stats when you say
No.
something like that?
I'm not looking. I'm not looking
not
up
a
the
stats way to argue at all.
I'm talking about the specific thing that you said. The one time that a black person hurts your family, where I'm just saying the one time that a white person hurts your family. What are you going to do about that? Is it going to
Fuck 'em up.
change?
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Bad
I guess it
bad
doesn't
behavior is
matter.
bad
You're
behavior
right.
from any demographic.
Yeah, exactly. I can see his face just from me posing the question that he's being
Yeah,
radically
it's
changed.
a question. It's nothing else. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just a question, right? What are you going to do if a white man, right? Because again, we are coming off the backs of a white man shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck, right?
Yeah,
You know
you're
what I
right.
mean?
That's all it is.
Regardless,
It was a white conservative. He supported the Republican
He didn't say any of
Party.
that.
He just
Did I
blasted them.
say any of that? Did I say any of that?
I didn't hear you say any of that.
I don't think I oppose any political opinion on them. I don't think I oppose a reason. No. I mean, you can fan the
Come on,
fire.
yeah. As far as demographics
that's
go,
what
we
you-
kind of have to bite the bullet when it comes to violent people in the U.S., right?
Yes.
We kind of
That's
have
what-
to admit it's
yeah.
white males, right?
Oh yeah. No.
It literally
I mean,
is not.
No.
When I'm talking about mass shootings, like
I mean,
Yeah, I know. Make sure you move the goalpost now.
Listen.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time.
Ironic. You went on the bus and got fucking stabbed.
You guys want to do a little
I'm cutting in as the only black guy on the panel because apparently you guys aren't allowed to say this. That's what Steven Crowder says.
I will say whatever I have to say.
Black men commit the most violent crime in the country. We don't have to debate it any further. I've already said it, right? We can talk about the reasons why these crimes are committed, right?
Poverty.
We can talk about
Irana Zaruska.
I mean, I'm not a big you said Irana Zaruska, the Ukrainian woman?
So if she was a racist, would she still be alive right now?
this question,
if
man.
she was a racist, would she still be alive right now? Okay, I mean, so let's explore this.
We don't have to overcomplicate it. What he's saying is, if she was racist enough to move to the back of the bus and put her back up against the back, or up against the back, when a black dude sat behind her, would she still be alive? That's what he's saying, and the answer is maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe.
No, I will grant you that if she was racist because she was killed by a black man, she would still be alive. I will grant you that.
I mean, it's still not
maybe she
like
wouldn't even be on the bus.
No.
It's really not the thing she needed to discern. She needed to discern who the crazy person was, and you can't discern that.
Well, there was also like 6 other normie black folk on the bus. Like,
yeah, what if he still decided to kill her even though she was in the back? He would still have been able to. It's not like she could have gotten away if he wanted to kill her. I mean, it's actually a ridiculous.
The bigger problem.
But
Everybody's
would she even have been there in that area?
Right,
on that
because you wouldn't want to go in the public area.
Would she have gotten in the bus?
If Ukraine wasn't being under siege by Russia, so how do you feel
True.
about American
Yeah,
support
that's
to
also
Ukraine,
true.
Zach? So let's
What came
ask
first,
that.
the bus or
How
the
do you
bus?
feel about all of the women that have been raped and murdered over in Ukraine by Russian soldiers? How do you feel about that?
This
Do
Kai
you think that
motherfucker
America,
spitting.
as the superpower of the world, should be helping them fight that war against Russia?
Great question. Great question. That is that's the reason why I'm a nationalist and I don't give a fuck. What's going on over there.
Exactly.
Wait. So hold on.
Exactly.
This is actually
I don't care.
Amazing
what you
answer,
have to say
Kazak.
about the Ukrainian girl that was killed on the bus, because there are thousands.
She was an American. She was here in America.
No.
Stupid.
She was not American. She was on a
She was
temporary visa.
wearing an American.
She was on a temporary visa. She was just white.
And
She was on a
Okay,
transport.
She just
I have a question.
The Freudian slip of Freudian slips.
Go ahead, Zach.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
question.
You can go ahead.
Hold on.
You
Nationalism.
It's a Freudian slip.
Hold
It's a
on.
Freudian slip.
Kai.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm muting.
Okay, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. I'm assuming you're using your phone. I don't know if you. It doesn't sound like you have headphones in. Maybe
I'm
that's
using
the
AirPods.
issue.
Maybe
Okay.
that's the issue. Yeah.
So what happens typically is it cuts out when everyone else is talking when you do, right?
Right.
So
Some
you
sussy
need to be
moments
mindful
from
of
Sarah.
that and kind of like chill out and take a breath. In
But
order
I got in
to
trouble
see,
once for accusing her
okay?
of racism.
There is
Okay,
currently
sorry.
$5 in. Start a kick pool for the
'Cause
drunk
that's a naughty
Kai.
word.
Gee, so you need
Racism,
5
that-
more. If somebody
call
else wants
someone
to
racist?
contribute
That's a
5
that's
more
slanderous.
to boot Kai, that's all you need. All right.
Can I
Yeah.
bet against it?
I want to deal with.
if I
I
promise
want
to
to
be
deal with
quiet?
the.
Can I just ask a question?
Hold on. Kazak, I think you were going in on something.
Oh, I was just saying, Sarah, I think it's very funny that I've been on your channel, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and I haven't been booted yet. So if people want to boot and pay you some money, I can go to the back, but I've never been booted. But I've said some sketchy shit, so it's funny.
You sure have.
There it
But
is.
real
There's
quick,
a full 10.
real quick before
All
we
right,
boot
Kai,
him,
you're
though, I
going
have
to
a
the.
question for him.
Okay,
I have a question
go ahead.
for him. So how can we talk about it's just the black man killing the white girl when the white girl died with everybody turning their back
I'm
to her
fucking
on the
saying,
bus?
BBG. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is
everybody. So I don't know if it's just city apathy in Charlotte or what, but everybody turned their back on her and ignored her, and she died alone, curled up in a ball on the ground, afraid.
Yeah, God forgive
Yeah, that
me.
was
Okay,
If you look at the video,
what are they gonna do?
Can I address it?
And
Can I
hold
address this
on,
real back
hold
before I
on,
go to the
hold
back?
on.
And a black man that rendered aid.
What the fuck
Jared
were they supposed to
also
do?
sent
What are we-
$5 over on the Rumble
Disgusting?
side and says kick him. So now that's
Yeah.
a full 20. You got 5.
Can I
you
address
got 10
this
plus another
real
5. So you
quick?
got 20 minutes in the back. Yes, go ahead, and then I'm booting
Yeah.
you.
Okay, I'll address this real quick. That video was probably about, I want to say about 3 minutes in total from where he stabbed her to where she died. And most of those people had no idea what was going on. If you actually saw the video, it's not like they were watching him stab her
actually saw
and
it.
then just turned their heads and just looked the other way. Really, a lot of people didn't really know what was going on. A lot of them just kind of moved out of the space. They thought that maybe he like hit her or something. So yeah,
as
I
she
agree.
was falling to the floor,
Blood
literally
bouncing
blood going everywhere.
By the time she was falling
But
to the
then
floor,
they
all
still
of those
sat
people had
there
moved
and even walked by her. All right,
That-
I'm using
that-
this boot because that's
that-
just fucking
yeah,
retarded.
And then
That
they had
lack-
the jigaboo fucking walk by numerous people.
Hold
and
on,
they didn't
hold
do
on.
a damn
Don't
thing.
one set 2 notes. One, that level of apathy that allows you to not understand that is happening right next to you is probably impugnable in itself. But 2, with Kazak throwing slurs around, I think it's important to note that a black man was the only one to render aid in that situation, despite there being white people present. So let's not throw around slurs blaming all the black people for the issue when it was also a black man who rendered aid. The only one who was with her to render aid was a black
Well, I
man.
hope he did
good point.
because that's all that was on the train.
So
Another
He wasn't
10
even on the
came
train
in.
yet.
Another 10
Saw her
came
from
in
outside of the
for
training came in and rendered aid.
Then what was the
from
people
Captain
that was
Planet.
around her because they were
From
black
Captain
women?
Planet. From Captain Planet. Another 10 came in. Said was saving this for Ryan, but Kai earned it. So that's 10, 20, 25 plus the other 5 over on Rumble. You got some time in the back. I've set the timer.
Racism
That's
is more
30
powerful
minutes.
than Ryan hatred.
So I'm probably
Apparently,
going
I'm
to
gonna
wrap in
stay
the next
here no matter
5.
what I
So
say.
can I address that
Go
real
ahead.
quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Connor.
So, yeah, so as an American patriot who's had black friends, Hispanic friends, Asian friends, white friends, what I would say is I would love to have a public education system that not only encouraged like American civics so we could actually have like, I don't know, constitutional conservatism being kind of the norm in our country, but then also I think we should have like first response training, like first aid, like in home economics, you should basically have tourniquets, pressure bandages, how to call 911, how not to be a bystander. Because the bystander effect is a real psychological effect where diffusion of responsibility kicks in, where if you're not trained to respond in an emergency situation and there's 10 other people, you might say, oh, well, it's not my responsibility because there's 10 other people. Somebody else could step in. I think that we should train the population, civilian, military, and law enforcement against that.
We used to have the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to do that.
Military, law enforcement, they all get that training.
Yeah, but they were all civilians on the bus.
I don't even have
None of them were cops.
I don't even have
Sarah, I'm about to-
I can do child CPR.
I'm about to bounce. Do you mind if I give a quick
What
30
is
seconds?
CPR going to do for a girl who just got stabbed in the chest? You fucking
Go ahead,
dumb?
Ryan. Go ahead,
Yes,
Ryan.
I know how to do
Yeah.
that. Yes.
I just want to add. I missed. Maybe I can talk to you another time about this, Connor, because I didn't see the whole thing. But I and maybe you might agree with this also. When it comes to the topic of like MAGA isn't conservative or Republican, I mean. There might be like an ideological argument that you probably made pretty well, I imagine even. But I think what we have to deal with is that conservatism, republicanism, these things produced Trump, and there was like room for this to fester, this cancer in the Republican Party to grow and now like start destroying the fucking country from inside out. So I think I guess like I would encourage Republicans who are concerned about what's going on, who might want to separate themselves from Trump, like that they have to reckon with whatever that is. I
hear you, but what I would say is P.F. Young of all people brought this up the other day. He said that wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that he thinks are driving society to radicalize in both directions. And I can't really find an argument against it. And so I would not blame the philosophy itself for failing. What I would blame is because this is another thing that people have brought up that has actually hurt my soul a little bit. They said, when have conservatives or Republicans actually pushed forward the values that you say that you care about? And the truth is that the best example that I can come up with is Bush being a neocon hawk invading Iraq in one of the most disastrous geopolitical events that America has ever participated in. That's the last time that a conservative was like acted on their beliefs, and it was a fucking disaster. So, so what I would say is I wouldn't abandon the ideology. I think a lot of people who follow this ideology and are good people as a result. I would say we need to call out, effectively, in my opinion, our parasitic governing class, and we need to live these values within our communities. And sorry, last bit. One of my frustrations with the Trumpian right is that they say, oh, the left is engaged in this bad behavior, therefore we can engage in bad behavior. And it's this race to the fucking bottom. And I think it's against Christianity. It's against social conservatism. It's against everything I was raised to believe in. And so I think I have to fight it tooth and nail, even if I fail.
It's rationalizations and justifications, right?
It's the
yeah,
same
and I would just add the last thing,
do.
and I'm gonna bounce, but like the last thing I would say is I think it's also like that it's been intentionally kind of fostered by like not just the Heritage Foundation, but a lot of other organizations that have like really been the forefront of pushing, like kind of setting the stage for what they're now doing in their Project 2025 of literally deconstructing the federal government. Like they've been in this kind of Christian nationalist movement that's been
I think the
cooking under the
pendulum's
hood
a
for a long
bitch,
time.
and they're gonna get hit in the dick with it. Like they're winning right
so
now,
too.
but I think the pendulum is a bitch, and I think the pendulum's gonna come back hard.
I
I
hope
mean, it's
so.
tough
well,
because
Connor,
the Democrats do
always a
everything
pleasure.
they can
Take care, everyone.
to not allow that to
Have a
happen.
good night.
Oh. P.F. Young's like a centrist-y. I think it's a kind of a dumb point. I don't agree with that at all. Like I think there's a lot more intention behind it. All right, final memes. You guys didn't meet the goal, and that's okay, because I'm sleepy. I'm a sleepy bitch, and I need to rest. I got a date to plan. And I have another debate tomorrow night. I'm supposed to be, oh my god, debating Marte on Raging Tomato tomorrow night. I have to prepare for that still. Yeah, what a night. What a night. I appreciate you guys for sticking it out. Excuse me. Let's see. We don't really have a lot of folks here to raid, but we're going to do it anyway. Let's go to... You're going to straight raid. Tell her learning is radical. Because it is. And never, ever forget that Rob Noerr ran like a little baby bitch. Good night, Rob. You big goofy baby. Drink some water. Go for a walk, everyone, not just Rob. Although Rob definitely needs it. Thank you, Apex Hacker. I appreciate you. I agree, Trib. All right. Love you guys. Bye.